Good morning, wonderful people, and welcome to the Battle Hardened Sydney, the first classic constructed event in the new Rosetta format. My name is Matt Bramwood. I'm joined by Nick Butcher as we're going to guide you through 7 rounds of classic constructed before a top 8 in the beautiful, beautiful Sydney Town Hall. Nick, how are you this morning?
I couldn't be better. The first classic constructed event for Rosetta, great set. We're going to see all the best players of Oceania and APAC.
Yeah.
Just showing their skills with all their new decks.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of internationals as well, which is really exciting for this event. And, you know, we talk about it, but these new Rosetta heroes, Nick, they look incredible. And some of the power level of these heroes is wild.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. Fantastic card. I think this event, I've seen a lot more favoritism towards Earth heroes.
Yeah.
Which I think follows trend because people are used to sealed. You know, they've done their pre-releases.
Yeah.
They had a great time, of course.
Of course.
And then they've taken their sealed practice and they've made a CC deck, and here they are playing their Florian, their Verdance. But there's some, as we got a list here of players. We got some spicy lightning heroes coming through as well.
And again, spices definitely. We were just talking about it before. There's some incredible cards, not even in, you know, like the Majestic. And we were talking about Electromagnetic Somersault in the Lightning, which is wild. What a card.
Oh yeah, it just combos so well with things like Entwined Lightning.
Yep.
Get to add it back to your hand, do it again. That's a lot. That's a lot of 1-card 4s going back and forth. And as we said before we went on air, the blue one I'm really interested in because you get to put back CNC back in your hand if you're doing that kind of stuff. So that's a lot of. I love replaying CNCs and weakest links. So
hey man, Rangers are terrified of that card.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, the topic of the day, you know, something from sealed. A lot of people gravitating towards Florian.
Yeah.
And in this classic constructed, I've seen a couple of decks sort of as I've walked through the whole of just people playing side events and that sort of thing. That deck just seems like it goes from 0 to 100 real fast.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as you're turned on, you get your 8 banished Earth cards, and all of a sudden you're making 2 additional tokens for every token you make. So every single rune chant, you're making a second one. Yeah. So you basically have a Riptide as a hero power, which everyone's going to love doing. I think that also has powerful cards like Felling of the Crown. I think that's the standout card.
Oh my god, what a card.
This set.
What a card.
Yes, absolutely. Every Earth hero is going to be playing around that one because it's 8 value off 2 cards and they lose a card. And they cannot interact with that. It's just super powerful.
I think that's the big thing as well. It's not even on hit. It's just the fact of like, and we rip a card. And like, obviously you rip one too, but like you just put it in Arsenal, you block, and then you just present it.
Yeah.
As well, Grasp of the Arknight. You know, a card all the way back from Arcane Rising, but with the ability as well of just like pitch a blue, all of a sudden you're making 2 rune charts. Like the value off of that card is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I think every piece of equipment in Florian is what's really interesting. I think that's what a lot of people are moving towards these days. Equipment that have great value. Yeah. And great blocking numbers. So you're going to see Face Purgatory in a lot of these lists. And that's a brand new legiondary from Rosetta. Yeah. Incredibly hyped. You block with a non-attack and attack action. It blocks for 2. They discard a card and you draw a card. So it has the same value as a Carrion Husk in a headpiece. That is disruptive as well.
Which is amazing. But I also love the flavor of it as well. You know, Runeblades traditionally talk about the balance of non-attacks and attack action cards. And the fact that that's in their headpiece, I love.
Oh, yeah.
And then, just, you know, we've seen Scowling Flashback, how powerful that card is. And that's only temporarily ripping a card. This is just taking one away. So that's an amazing piece of equipment as well. We talk a little bit as well when we go to these Lightning heroes. They've got some incredibly powerful things revolving a lot around instants as well. You know, Gone in a Flash, that card seems to be, you know, pretty hectic.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen Gone in a Flash come down 7 times in one turn. It just absolutely goes crazy with the new legendary boots, Lightning Greaves.
Yeah, that's...
So that one says whenever you play an instant, it will get go again by paying 1 resource and destroying it. Yeah. So you're just able to keep bringing it back over and over again.
Oh my god.
Just that's an interesting play pattern that you work towards, and it has counterplay as well because you do have those disruptive on hits. Yeah. Not on hits even as an Earth hero, which is what people are favoring towards. You're able to stop that kind of thing, but when they're able to do their thing, it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Oh, it's incredible. And you know, we were talking a little bit as well. Verdance, a hero coming through as the Earth Wizard, and it's very reminiscent of those like Icelander of old days. Which for myself, I'm a huge Icelander fan. That deck was so much fun, and I've playing a bit of Verdance, very similar sort of feeling. Just being able to, like, I don't know if you've seen with some of the new stuff. Oh my god.
Everfest is back.
It is.
We're back. Healing Potion is now the best potion in the game.
Oh my god.
I think you would have paid me $100. I would not have guessed that ever.
It's like,
you know.
But that's again a thing I love about this game. You know, every set that comes out, everyone's like, "What about that talisman that was in, Everfest however long ago, or healing potion or whatever. Some of these weapons, that we didn't have any use for, now just incredible. With, amp being, I think, the big keyword for these wizards as well. Being able to amp up not only cards, but weapons is just...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see a lot of amping, hopefully, because Verdance loves amping their Surgeon Aethertide, which... a Dynasty weapon, another supplemental card that has just risen above the ranks as now just the preferred weapon of an Earth Wizard, and it's just incredibly fantastic because it synergizes so well with amp.
Yeah, and just being able to amp, the weapon and then that amp something else, you just all of a sudden you're chaining things together. And obviously you can't do it on, their turn, but you don't need to if they just die on yours.
Yeah, there's also really cool plays where you can gain life on their turn and then play Rampant Growth and then have a Storm Striders play, and then all of a sudden you've just dealt 7 damage.
Yeah, off of nothing. And, Rampant Growth, incredible card.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the linchpin, I'd say, of Verdance decks. And I think before that card got spoiled, people were like, oh, what is this hero trying to do? And then they got revealed at the world premiere. Fantastic time to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Everyone all came together.
It did. And again, a card that I think is a little bit innocuous, Fruits of the Forest. Just a common cycle card, discard, gain 2 life. I know for a fact that Florian is running it. Just so, again, as a way of just filling that graveyard with Earth cards so your decomposers get good. And then, again, obviously in Verdance, being able to just gain life on a stick is incredible.
I've seen 9 copies in Verdance.
Yeah.
Because it still pitches for 2.
Yeah.
That's a weapon swing.
Yep.
Usually they want to pitch AB1 to stop the Surgeon Aethertide value.
Yeah.
So you can play the red one as a 7 power. Just get cards. And it's just all about getting Earth cards in the graveyard, because that's the downside of decomposing, and getting to that 8 break point is pretty difficult. And so being able to just gain 2 life easily is a fantastic way of just getting Earth cards in the graveyard to decompose.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking a little bit as well about some of the other cards as well. And one you and I both excited about is Rootbound Carapace.
Oh, yeah. The beautiful EA.
Yeah.
I get at your local game store.
Yeah, the next Armory one. I'm going to be going just because I want a playset of all 3.
Oh, absolutely. Me too.
Yeah. But we were talking a little bit about it before we started stream, and it's just a really great way of, if you need to, protecting your rune chance while still being able to decompose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, because a lot of the problem with Runeblade was, you get to pitch blues. So if you're able to build up rune chance while also decomposing, that's a great way to keep your rune chance on the board, because the only other way of decomposing is by attacking.
Yeah.
So it's just a great, different way of fielding that Banish Zone. Yeah,
and I think the really cool thing about these Earth heroes compared to, like other Runeblades, which they've all sort of traditionally lent into these more aggressive. Of course, we have seen, the Fatigue Briars and that sort of thing, but it seems like these Earth ones are just by design a little bit slower. They can't just sort of come out of the gate and just start smashing you for these, like 3 for 8s with an on hit. They have to actually ramp up.
Yeah, and that's great flavor as well, because Earth takes a long time for the trees to grow.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yep,
and then Aurora, this deck can just go out of the gate and just start smashing you for like little bits of damage, but as you were sort of saying, just recycling it over and over and over again.
Yeah, Aurora is just a very fast deck, because it has combinations of cards, because it did get the First Strike deck, and a lot of cards in the First Strike deck are cards people are using in Classic Constructed to really just get that nice long combat chain.
Yeah.
Oh, we also can't forget Arc Lightning combo with Wisp.
Oh,
that's an incredible combination of cards that people are discovering.
Yeah, and again, a card that we didn't see play when it was out in Tales of Aria, but being able to see it now is incredible.
Yeah.
I think, let's talk a little bit about today as well, because Rosetta, definitely the big thing, but I know for a fact there's another deck that I think we're going to see a lot of, maybe not so much this event, but maybe a little bit after October, which is going to be Dash.io.
Yes.
Dash.io getting, of course, the Armory deck, which is going to introduce some incredible new cards, but what a deck, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. We're going to see it actually today, so hopefully we're going to see it in action.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a great preview of what's to come, because these new cards that have been revealed in the Armory are absolutely amazing, and it propels her to just an absolutely astronomical level.
Yeah. And it's definitely one of these things where we're going to be seeing a little bit of it, but what we're going to do right now, Nick, we're going to cut to a quick break as our players just start to get ready, and then we're going to jump in with round number 1, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh.
Sorry, that's my bad. Okay, I'm just going to leave it on this for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Oh. Round 1 always got the
jitters.
Yep.
It's fine. It looks good, though.
Yeah.
Like, it looks really good.
Yeah. Happy that we got nice suits going.
Yeah, me too, man.
Like,
I'm glad I packed it. I was
yeah.
It's like, are they gonna? Is my co-caster gonna want to wear a suit? Nah,
Yeah.
probably not. But yeah, no, thank God, because I think it looks good.
Yeah, I think it's just professional. Like, it just looks dodgy if you're just wearing,
A t-shirt.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
Even seeing it, watching it, I'm just like, I don't like looking at that. Like, that's not
Yeah.
a good look.
See, I don't mind it if so let's say, oh yeah, I'll talk about it later.
They're about to start, so
Cool. Yeah, wicked.
You can do that.
Yeah, sure. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 1 of the Battle Hardened Sydney with Matt and Nick Butcher. Now, jumping into round number 1, very excited. We have Kenny Forrester playing Riptide versus Thomas Dowling on Dio. And Thomas Dowling, not a, he's been on the feature match once or twice before.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You might remember him as Mr. 14-0 at the Calling Melbourne, the breakout performance of Dash.io. And with the upcoming Dash.io deck on October 18th, what a better time to have the master himself show you a preview of what's to come.
Yeah, we're jumping straight into it as well. Thomas Dowling looks like he's going to be starting us off, pitching one of the most important cards in that deck, the Tekla Core, and boosting away that zipper here. And bit of a weird matchup. I don't know how much we've sort of seen into Riptide before.
Yeah, Riptide has gotten also another brand new card in Plan for the Worst, which is going to be an integral part of this matchup, especially because Kenny is going to be looking to run Thomas Dowling out of cards.
Yeah.
And what a horrible start, banishing that maximum velocity, one of the most integral parts of this deck.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Thomas, there's a lot of ways that Dio can manipulate its own deck, and would have seen that, but as you can see, deploying a Pounder is also a really great way to start, and that's a way that we can sort of get over those regular breakpoints, and, Dash.io definitely is getting some upgrades, but it's definitely no slouch of a deck at the moment, and we're going to see a lot of incredibly powerful turns coming out, where just damage just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and Thomas doing an absolutely masterful thing of things called damage stacking, where, you just take a bit of time, you set up, and then you're going to go way over the top of your opponent. And doing that against a deck like Riptide, which is going to be looking to block you out and do a lot of blocking, is actually going to be very beneficial for him. But we see that he's pitched a very interesting card in Feigned Death, a card from Arcane Rising. I haven't seen that so far, but it is a very good card against things like the new heroes like Verdance, Aurora, all those kinds of things. So he's very much teched for this meta, and it looks like it's a bit more of an aggressive Riptide deck with the New Horizon, the Death Dealer, and a lot of pump spells. So it looks like it's going to be a bit of a race scenario going on between these two decks.
Yeah, and you want to talk a little bit about preparing for the meta. You see Murkmire Grapnel in the arsenal already. An incredible card versus a lot of these illusionists because, damage can't be prevented. And so if they've set up this massive board of auras and, they don't have a full hand that can block, Murkmire Grapnel at the right time can just decimate those decks.
Yeah, and it's great flexibility as well because it is just a 0 for 4 in general. It doesn't need to have an effect. It just has that flexibility, which is what rangers give you. A lot of arrows are very above rate, but at the condition of you don't have a real weapon in the late game. But we're going to see here. Look. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but either way, we're going to be jumping through. And we'll see a big block coming through from Thomas Dowling there. Preparing the equipment early and that sort of thing. It's not the sort of thing where in a race matchup, you don't need to be keeping it for the late game because the late game is now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Thomas blocking out a little bit and just coming with a 0 to 60 just for 4 damage.
Yeah.
Didn't maybe have the best possible hand, so just blocking a bit of damage. And he's going to keep those counters on Tekla Pounder who he absolutely needs them to push through that damage.
Exactly. Yeah, and no boosting because the Tekla Pounder requires a boost to actually have the effect come through. So Murkmire Grapnel is available in the arsenal, so I do believe that means the Death Dealer will be off.
Yeah.
So has to just sort of send that. And Perch grapplers are available, so you do have a way of giving this go again, but maybe you just need a bunch of pump spells and you set up. And this is sort of like a little bit of that anti-synergy between the New Horizon and the Death Dealer. You know, because obviously you want to have 2 arsenal slots, but you need to have your entire arsenal clear in order to actually Death Dealer something in.
Yeah, and that's sort of the tricky part about Death Dealer plus New Horizon.
Yeah.
It's very powerful, but you have to sequence it incredibly well.
Yeah.
Which is definitely the challenge here for Kenny here.
Yeah. And I think one other thing, we've sort of talked a little bit about it, but, you know, the Riptide hero ability, we saw it there. With these traps, it could really put a sort of hampering onto Thomas's game plans because, you know, if he wants to go really wide and it gets to those low life totals, you kind of have to be really careful how much life you have.
Yep, absolutely.
Because at any point you can just get pinged 3 times and just die.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to see a brand new card here, which is going to put an aim counter on that Falcon Wing and give it +3. So he's going to come in for 7 with go again.
Yeah.
Into another 4 damage. So there's just a lot of damage here coming in. It doesn't have any on hits, which so perhaps Thomas doesn't really care that much about it because it's not detrimental to him at all, and he's going to be able to deploy his game plan. But we're going to see how he does it. He's thinking about it because he does have that high octane in hand. So a lot of calculated plays needed for Dash IO, especially because you do get to look at the top card of your deck at any point in time.
Yeah, and that's like the sort of key thing about Dash IO because like on paper it seems like, you know, any other mech, but having that little bit of information every single time, and Thomas an absolute master of manipulating the top of his library.
Yeah, you're going to absolutely see him look at the top of deck constantly because he's going to be drawing cards and boosting cards. So he needs to sequence it in a way where he draws the cards he wants, banishes the cards he doesn't want, and get like the most possible damage and get through these defenses of Kenny.
Yeah, and you know, we see it's already been blocked with, but that Teklo Foundry Heart is another way of just clearing that top of the deck. You know, if there's something on there that you don't want, with some of the recent bannings, Dash IO, one of the big parts of it originally was using the Tome Fender.
Yes.
And obviously not legal anymore since some of the changes, but that was one of the ways that you could sort of stop those awkward sort of situations where you know you're about to boost a non-mech card.
Yeah. And also having those Achilles as well is going to be great for that as well if you're boosting a card that doesn't have the Mechanologist subtype, which is the downside of these powerful above rate attacks, is that you have to be playing Mechanologist cards to get that value.
Yeah.
And without the Tome of Findle, I predict that Thomas will not be playing anything that isn't a Mechanologist card. So,
and in any mech deck, it takes a lot for you to sort of be in, it takes a lot for you to essentially find a card that isn't a mech card to put in the deck. And Tome of Findle, in that original version that Thomas, you know, took 14-0 in the calling, it was imperative, but you know for a fact that that's 3 extra slots where he's put in some incredibly spicy stuff. And I had a bit of a look at his list previously. There's definitely some cool stuff, and we're going to see a bit of a block coming through with the Tekla Foundry Heart. So no block left available, but, you know, one of the big things, the adaptive plating, you know, being able to just eat up a piece of equipment later, an item later in the game is something that's incredibly helpful.
Yeah, especially when people want to block out a Boom Grenade. And so if you block out Boom Grenade and then it has no steam counters left, go into your opponent's turn, you can just destroy that Boom Grenade to actually get value out of it, then rather than have it destroyed. There's Boom Grenade right now, speaking of the card.
Yeah, and another card off the top here. So it's going to be Dash IO using the ability. Interesting to see. Thomas does look like he has cranked it, I believe.
Yep, he has cranked it.
Yep, so
maybe he's still deciding. He's looked at the top card of his deck. He's still thinking on it.
Yeah, 2 resources floating as well. Has the ability, if he wants to activate it, plenty of cards in the graveyard because he's been sort of forced in this blocking scenario, but you know, we know that the Dash IO deck can at any point can just explode with damage.
Yeah, absolutely. He's posturing for position here. He wants to get sculpt the perfect hand. This card will let him do that, especially if he wants to crank it and get 2 action points out of it. Okay, we can see that he is going to boost here. So he's going to boost that Boom Grenade. It's possible that he just did not want to draw that card, because that card to draw is not definitely what you'd want. The blue one's perfectly fine because you can pitch it for resources, but the other 2 are a bit worse. So if you can see, he's got 2 action points here. This Zipper Hit is blue, so it's going to be coming for 4 damage because it's going to get that boost from Teklo Pounder. Yeah. I'm going to see how Kenny's going to block here because he does have that Bone Shot in Arsenal, which is one of the great cards in Arsenal. I'm going to see Murky Water block. Bit expensive if he has all reds. You're not going to really want that, so easy block there.
Yeah. Murky Water, though, definitely an interesting card in some of these, you know, grindier matchups where you want to be using, you know, traps pretty consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. And mostly it's a card that actually gets Dominate, which is something that Riptide struggled with before. Yeah. Because Riptide just did not have the ability to close out a game, but with that Dominate, being able to get your traps back from graveyard, a very powerful card. I think it definitely got a lot of people interested in the hero. Maybe that's how Kenny got into it as well.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting hero that, you know, initially people were like not sure why you'd be playing it over, any of the other ranges, but definitely has its position in the meta now. And I think, one of the big things, it's a deck that utilizes the trench incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to put that card to the bottom for a resource is incredible.
Yeah.
And we're going to see that because he's going to be able to use those codexes to great effect in this, because drawing that card off a Ponder token, it no matter what it is, you can arsenal it. You've got that New Horizon to have a 6-card hand, and you can just put that face-down card to the bottom with Trench to gain a resource. So you're always going to get value from it, which is what Riptide does really, really well.
Yeah, and as well, we talk a little bit about the New Horizon and some of the challenges of that, but being able to just clear that arsenal slot, when you arsenal something that you kind of get off a Ponder token, it's you almost have no risk at that point because of the trench.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see he's going to attack twice with that plasma barrel shot. No, symbiosis shot. My apologies. So he's had 2 action points from cranking off the top, so he's going to be able to get that damage in. And see, he's got a life lead here.
Yeah.
We're going to see Arthur pitch that Pitfall Trap. He's going to draw a card off this Death Dealer. We can see Pitfall Trap is just absolutely one of those most powerful cards in this deck, because it can only play from Arsenal, and it's going to deal 2 damage unless they pay 1, and it always pings them for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does an incredible amount of damage. And, talking about the New Horizons, he's going to be able to arsenal this with impunity as well. Have the arrow ready as well in case Thomas does have those big turns. And we see an inertia trap, an inertia, laced with inertia there, which does give this bolt and shot go again. So we'll be able to play out the second arrow if he likes. But it is one of these things where it's like, Thomas might not necessarily care, because obviously inertia puts all the cards that you don't use to the bottom, but
absolutely.
Dash.io is a deck that can definitely use 5 cards.
Yeah, for sure. And if that is the case, this inertia token will not actually be affecting Thomas at all, so it's not actually going to matter to him. So if he's thinking he gets to use all of his cards in a turn, therefore, I don't have any cards left. I don't need to put a card to the bottom of my deck, so I'm just going to let this hit and do a massive turn with my Teklo Pounder, 5-card hand, potentially 6-card hand if the top card of his deck is that item that he can crank off the top.
Yeah, and we talk about High Octane as well, being able to draw another card and sort of give him action points whenever he does require them. You see, it looks like a little bit of a judge call here.
Yeah, we're going to go back a little bit, but while we're doing that, we're just going to talk a little. I want to talk a little bit about what Thomas is doing right now. He's up life. Okay, so we're back into the game. He has no Death Dealer, so we're going back here. So a card's gone back on top of his deck.
Yeah. So probably going to go through a judge call because a card has been drawn.
Yes. I'm sure the judge will be able to absolutely tell proper procedure here, so we'll let them do their job.
Yeah.
But we can see here, Kenny he's feeling all right here. I think they're both feeling all right here. So we're just going to let this little ruling resolve really quickly. This Teklo Pound is still on 2, so that's 4 damage on the table. So theoretically, Kenny's on a 21 really when you think about it. So
yeah, and it's one of these things as well where Thomas has the ability to play cards off the top, and I think one of the scariest ones is the boom grenade before damage happens.
Yeah, that is the most scary one. It's hard to get that off because you have to boost. You have to boost.
Yeah.
Maybe, and if you don't boost, not the top cards.
Yeah.
So it has to be the second card from the top.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that definitely does happen, and that's why they play 9 Boom Grenade, because that damage is incredible, and it's definitely how Dash.io gets over the top of these decks. Kenny doesn't look like he is fatiguing.
Yeah.
So that's a big plus for Thomas, because he doesn't have to worry about pitch decking, like the perfect deck cards to the bottom of a deck, which he's definitely capable of doing. But I think Thomas is very happy with the way the game is going right now. But I don't think Kenny's unhappy either.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are, in the seat of Dash.io, as I'm sure a lot of people are going to be picking the deck up when that Armory deck comes out, for yourself, what do you sort of expect that pitch stack would look like? What are the really key cards that you want to be putting at the bottom that you want to then be sending in a fatigue scenario?
Yeah, I'd say things like maximum velocity plus a twin drive. Obviously, you can arsenal one of them and draw the other one.
Yeah.
However, putting a nice stack to the bottom, you can also do things like pitching red backup protocol, which actually just gets back your thing. And because you're pitch stacking it, you know when it's coming, so you can organize the top of your deck to know when it's on top of your deck, and then get it off the top in the late game and just absolutely blow out the opponent. It's just incredible stuff that Dash.io is able to do with that kind of play.
Backup protocol as a card as well in all of the Mechanologist decks is something that really helps them sort of get past that, because when you are playing a Mechanologist, you are boosting away your deck, so you are stripping through it a lot quicker than a regular deck would. But being able to recycle your power cards is something incredibly important, and Dash.io does it the best because it can just do it off the top. It's essentially drawing a card every time.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that it costs 0. So you can Spark of Genius it for free, crank it, and then you get to draw a card. So it's basically just comes on the table for free off Spark of Genius, and that's just one of the... And you're going to get a counter on that Symbiosis shot. So it's just even more value. And Spark of Genius, it just goes to show that card is one of the most powerful cards.
Oh, it's incredible. Now, Thomas just decided to take the damage here. You know, we see the inertia is going to come through. Yep. Thomas doesn't care. Like, he's looked at his hand. He realizes now he needs to pump the damage through. And that one there is a really, really important card. The Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yes, that one in hand. But I just want to talk about right now. This combination of Premeditate plus Heat Seeker is very powerful when you have New Horizon because that Ponder and that Heat Seeker will actually synergize with each other because Heat Seeker will put the card on top of onto the field face up in the arsenal, and then you're going to be able to draw a card off Ponder and arsenal that. So this is definitely something Thomas wants to block because it's 8 damage. That's also going to get 2 cards back if it hits.
Yeah, but no, opting not to block. Just going to use the Crown of Providence. Just sculpt that hand because I think Thomas has realized he wants to start putting this pressure on.
Yep, and wants to put back that Boom Grenade that he put to the bottom. So he doesn't care about this. This goes to show I'd be scared if I was Kenny right now. Just letting this hit is absolutely terrifying, especially because that inertia token is on the field. So Kenny's going to be in for a lot of hurt. Maybe he's going to need to block a lot, which I think he's okay. Maybe he can block. Oh, a Sigil of Soul. That's a spicy tag because I think that's very good because you're actually able to trigger Riptide's hero ability if you play that from your hand. So it's a great card off the top. And now it looks like Kenny might be able to block with his whole hand here against Thomas's field because he's just gotten 2 free cards here. So Thomas really has to make use of these cards.
Absolutely. And, you know, the deck definitely blocks very well because, you know, arrows will block for 3. So it's going to be one of these things where I think it's going to be, oh my God, 2 Pulse Wave Harpoons in hand. So even if he doesn't want to block, I think Kenny's going to be forced to in this instance.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas is looking to go off this turn with so much damage that is going to it's basically going to overrun anything Kenny's going to be able to block with.
Yeah.
You can see, starting with that Boom Grenade, not the best card from hand, but it really is threatening a lot here. But obviously off the top is much better, but it is a red, so Kenny is going to be looking to block here, and this is, with this, it's going to bring him in for 5, so that's an awkward break point. He does have those Perch Grapplers that he look at. Yeah, there you go. He's going to snap those off. Great time to use it. You do not want this Boom Grenade to go off. Oh, he's got a Tar Pit Trap from Arsenal. So he's going to be able to ping him for 1 because it does have Go again.
Yeah.
And the next, I believe it's the next attack that hits will not have a trigger on on-hit, but I don't think Mechanologist really cares about that because they are not known to have on-hit effects outside of cards like Heist.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, though. How does that interact with the Boom Grenade? I don't think it matters.
I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah,
but you know who would know? Thomas Dowling. So he's probably prepared for this situation. Oh, he's gonna. There you go. There is a Spark of Genius. Absolutely amazing card here. He only has 1 action point. However, he does have his Achilles Accelerator.
Yeah. And again, we sort of talked about if he pulls in another Boom Grenade, if he decides to, he can crank it and gain the action point back. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a Teklo Core. No, he's just going to moves the backup protocol blue. And we talk a little bit about, you know, the ability of backup protocol red, but backup protocol blue as well gets you some resources. And if that's what Thomas feels like he's missing out on, being able just to, you know, like, activate the Tekla Foundry Heart, get a blue back, and you're sort of netting a resource in that instance as well. It's pretty great, but yeah, Spark of Genius for 0, so plenty of options available.
He can either get his action point back or he can get that Tekla. Okay, he's getting that blue protocol, so it's very likely he's going to be able to pop those Achilles Accelerator to continue his turn here. Maybe he's lacking a little bit in resources. Usually they play that backup protocol blue for that late game Hyper Scrapper combination. But I think it's in the deck anyway, but if he's able to leverage it here, then that's just great versatility out of that card.
I'm sure there are more than 1 blue, I believe, as well. I think most of them are running 2, if not 3.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm going to see what he gets here, because he's going to be able to look at the top of his deck, draw a card. We draw a Boom Grenade. Not the best thing unless it's a blue one. That would be great if it was blue, because it's a resource card for him.
Yeah.
So he's going to look at the top of his deck, decide. He is very likely to...
I think he cranked it.
Yeah, okay, he cranked it. Fantastic. So he's got his action point back. So that just goes to show that Spark of Genius just replaced itself, and there you go, he's got a protocol on the field for free. Fantastic. Great value. You know, if you want to draw cards, look at the top of your deck. Dash.io is absolutely the deck for you. Oh, and we can see here. Oh, he's using... Oh, that absolute best card off the top, that Tech Local. It doesn't have Crank, but for the next 2 turns, he's going to be able to gain 2 resources. He's getting another counter on that Symbiosis shot. Man, he's cheering right now. That was an absolutely incredible card off the top of the deck. Oh, he's going to manage that High Octane off the top. Ooh, and a Boom Grenade. That would have been another great card to have on the top of the deck.
Yeah.
You can see he's got 3 floating.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
What's the card in the arsenal as well, though? That might be that high... Was it the high octane from before?
I think it would be. I think it might be. Maybe he's not going to pull it off right now because he doesn't have a full hand.
Yeah.
But using it on that Teklo core turn is actually going to be incredible. A lot of damage going to be coming through. Or maybe see about playing it because the card on top of his deck might be an absolute killer.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the reason why this deck is so powerful, but also incredibly complicated. There are so many decision points about when you pull triggers on things, and as well, we're going to see activating the protocol here.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, we've played out 3 items in this turn with a Spark of Genius, and we still have resources floating.
Yep.
We still have 3 cards in hand. And we have the boom grenade sitting there as well. There's so much Thomas still has in the tank here. And if he really needs, he can pop Achilles if he decides he wants to pressure more. I doubt it.
Yep.
But yeah, Zipper hit yellow coming through. Another boom grenade going off the top, but we've already activated Dash IO now. And again, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know how the interaction works, but that boom grenade on hit is lingering.
Yep, absolutely. And he does have that long draw half glove, which is another new card that recently came out. That does block for 1 in this instance, so it's going to help him a lot here. All right, he's going to take 4 here.
Yeah.
Is he taking 8?
No, so it's going to be the 4, but then this one,
that makes a lot of sense. That's the way that would go. I'm sure they've asked the judge, and I'm sure Thomas has told him the ruling because he would know better than anyone.
Yeah, if there's anyone that knows this deck better than anyone. And to be completely honest with you here, I'm pretty terrified of Thomas post these new cards coming in.
Oh, he's one of the favorites maybe for the World Championship, to be honest, with all these new cards because he knows the deck inside and out. I'm sure he's been testing it non-stop. We can see he's going to block with 2 cards. He's going to show 2 cards here. We need to see what that one was, but he did show that it blocked for 3.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to show anything, but he's probably incentivized to block it regardless.
So he's going to gain 3 life.
Yep, before deciding to block, there's a chance he has a trap, and he's going to be able to load that arsenal with an arrow. Oh, okay, he's going to block with that. Okay, he's going to take 2 here. He must have an insanely strong hand because he's going to be taking that boom grenade damage.
Yeah, and a really important thing as well is that now we're only down to 1 arsenal slot. So when we lose it, we are sort of in that situation. Thomas going to pressure a little bit more with the Symbiosis shot. Plenty of counters available.
And plenty of action points to use those counters. So he's taking a lot of damage this turn, and he's set up for the next turn.
Yeah. And I think that big thing was that Teklo core off the top, because this either means that Thomas can actually just play out his entire hand without pitching, or he can block a little bit and still actually pressure. And we talked about this as well. No cards left available for the inertia, even though he drew like a million.
I just want to note that he had extra action points, I'm very certain, but he did not use those extra things for Symbiosis shots. So maybe he wants to save them for a different situation, which could be an incredibly heads-up play. And I want to see if it actually works out, because I'm going to be interested to see how that goes. Okay, we can see here in infecting shot, which does have an aim counter, so it's going to have +1 on it. So this is a nice 12 damage, threatening that later frailty token and that blood rot token with the infecting shot.
Yeah, and if you're in Thomas's situation, I wonder if you're actually hoping that that boom grenade didn't go off, because we talk about the adaptive plating being able to eat something, and if you're in this situation, right, and you feel like your hand can pressure enough where you can swing the tempo back, which item are you eating, the Teklo Pounder or the core?
Well, I think I'd rather take the Teklo Pounder in this spot, because you're going to be instead of dealing 2 damage, you're going to be getting an additional 2 damage worth of blocking.
Yeah.
So it has equivalent value, whereas it's hard to quantify the value of 2 resources, especially when you don't know what your upcoming hands are.
Yeah.
So, and also Thomas does have the flexibility of knowing what his turn's going to be, so he can plan accordingly with the Teklo called resources. So he's going to be thinking here about this, because there's a chance he can't take this, because this is lethal.
Yeah.
So
and not only is it lethal, it is then lethal to the blood rod as well. So he would have to galvanize. But do you really want to go to 1 against Riptide as well?
Yeah, exactly. That's a very dangerous place to be, because those traps will immediately kill you.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of like the really scary thing as well. When you get to those low life totals, unless you're running things like Oasis Respite, there's not a huge amount you can do about the damage.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, you know what? There is a lot of damage prevention in most recent sets. I mean, that is a tech against Riptide. That's coming out a little bit, but Dasho does not have that available to her, unfortunately.
Yeah, it doesn't need everything.
We see Thomas is thinking about keeping a red zipper hit and a pulse wave harpoon in hand, and he can do that because he does have those 2 counters coming through. He's going to take 6 here. Get that frailty token. That frailty token may not do very much unless he wants to use that symbiosis shot, because he doesn't have an arsenal, and he's gonna do a little 2-card 9 in terms of value, maybe 10. That Teklo core is going to put in work. Actually, it's additional 2, because that Teklo Pounder is going to go off, and that zipper hit will be for 7.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I mistaken. That's a plasma main line, not the pulse wave harpoon in hand. I think he was predicting a little fatigue strategy from Riptide. And that's what's great about Riptide. You don't know.
Yeah.
Your opponent in the blind does not know what you're doing. You could be full fatigue like Pablo Pintor at Pro Tour, Amsterdam, or you could be, I'm playing all of these pump spells, and I'm just gonna beat you in the face.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, you know, Dash IE is also another deck where you don't know. And it's one of those, like, I guess the big benefits of playing those decks is that you have so many different strategies that you can go towards. And Dash IO is definitely a deck that I think is sort of pigeonholed into that really aggressive sort of style.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Kenny's just thrown all the equips on the field. He has thrown it all down. He is ready for a massive turn next turn. He does not want to block. He doesn't want to give anything to Thomas right now. Because he's got 2 floating. There's a chance he's just going to play that main line. Not a great card in this spot just because it is getting late in the game. He's not going to be able to make use of the ability to put extra steam counters on items when you play them. But you just got to put it out anyway. Maybe like it's not much you can really do. It's just unfortunate to draw it here.
Yeah, and I think he's sort of considering if he plays for the Blood Rod or not. I don't think you do. But the fact that there's pause does sort of indicate to me that there might be an item on top.
Yes, that could be big as well. And then you could Arsenal that Plasma mainline. Unfortunately, use the Crown of Providence, but just leaving in that Arsenal, not that big a deal. He's in a rough spot here. Here's a chance. He either can keep the item on top if he has one, or he can pay for that Blood Rod. I think I'd prefer to play for the... okay, he's going to play the main line. He's going to play the main line here. So he's got 5 counters on it. Gets you a counter on that gun, so he's going to be able to get an extra 2 damage over time. So he's going to take 2, go to 4. That's the thing. Now that Riptide has access to dominate, it could be a bit of a close. You know, might be over very soon because normally it was hard to get. He's going to activate that Riptide ability. Oh, double lace Blood Rot into Mobile Grab. That's a 10 value. Didn't pitch a single card.
No, and we see there's a sigil in hand as well. Maybe, and this is an interesting thing. Did Thomas just play the item just so he can galvanize it? You know, like, is he sort of playing to that line as well? Because I don't think that's a card you want to be putting in your arsenal, you know, like if you have any sort of chance of winning the game. So perhaps he just wants something to be able to galvanize, get the full value off of the adapted plating. What's
unfortunate is that this breakpoint of 10 is not going to be able to get through that adaptive plating. If he could give 2 cards and that adaptive plating, that would be huge. But unfortunately, the breakpoint of 10 is just rough, especially because Thomas Dowling has that pounder in his hand, so he's not going to be able to block with that. So I think you kind of just have to block 12.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate.
He's got a boom grenade as well.
So he's not even able to block this out. We'll see what he's thinking here.
Yeah, and you know, lace with Blood Rot ×2. So you're going to have 2 Blood Rot tokens available. So has to be able to pay through that because that's just your life total right there. But, you know, it's not looking good. And I don't even... He'll have the resources off the Technical. So he'll definitely be able to pay for them.
You can also pitch the pounder that's in your hand. And potentially that boom grenade as well to save yourself. But... Man, it's a rough spot, but there's a chance that Ranger does the Ranger thing and just draws no arrows. So Tom is always playing to his outs, veteran player. So he's not given up yet.
Yeah, and I don't think you ever do. And he's going to galvanize here.
Yeah, smart play. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that break point here, so he's going to take 1.
Yeah.
Potentially pitch those 2 blues for the Blood Rot token. He's going to be able to attack for 2 for free with the Symbiosis shot. So that's at least something to get some damage through.
And we know that it's a sigil in Arsenal.
Yes.
Let's see. Arrow?
Oh, okay. You did get that arrow on that 4th card as well. If he didn't have drawn arrow there, that could have been a little bit unfortunate for Kenny. So luckily he got that off that last card.
Yeah, but also draw a trap as well. So it's now the question for Thomas, like, do you actually send the pistol? Because, like, in his mind, he's going through what traps can this trigger, you know, and not giving it a go again. So there's not many. But it's, you know, you get to these life totals, it's something you have to consider.
Yeah, these late game dances are one of the funnest parts of Flesh and Blood, so we're going to see how both players navigate it. So Thomas is thinking here because there is a small chance where you could just, there you go, he's just going to attack, and then pitch the 2. He's just going to get rid of those 2 resources from the Techo core.
Yeah.
No big deal. As long as you survive. Okay, it was a yellow boom grenade, so he's going to stay on 3.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of lucky he had the Techno core there because I don't think he can go to 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. He's going to sigil here. What would have been unfortunate is that if Kenny Arsenal to trap and then Thomas attacks and then he would have bricked his whole turn if he got into the trap. But I think you can assume that Kenny would not Arsenal a trap in that situation. So definitely just want to get that value.
Yeah, and we're going to see another big sort of set of attacks here because we have 2 pump spells available and you know, on-hit death is pretty good as well.
Yeah, that's the best on hit in the game. So he's going to be able to come in for 11 value with this Heat Seeker. So, God.
What a deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's making me want to pick up a Riptide deck.
I think it's just like the fact that, oh, yeah,
He's
so
going to block with all of his cards.
he has
Not
to.
much you can really do in this situation outside of hoping that your opponent draws just a bunch of... There you go. He's going to get... There you go. Block 12, attack for 2.
Yep. Ooh, Feign Death. His hand as well. Has a
We've got
CNC.
a CNC as well, so...
Does have 1 buff, but that's only going to be for 7 now.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess, sort of like the challenge without having any equipment available. And use your cards completely. You know, he knows he's not going to be able to get too much, and he's probably just going to look to arsenal the CNC after. So he's just going to play premeditate, play the Searing Shot, arsenal the CNC.
Yep. And he's going to be able to keep that yellow in hand just to pay for the CNC, just in case next turn he doesn't really get a chance to draw a resource card to play the CNC.
But I think as well, having Feign Death here sort of like saves you a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's one of these things where, you know, Dash can definitely, particularly with Pounder, front load a lot of its damage, so it sometimes isn't the best.
Yes.
But, you know, in this sort of instance, that can save you.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, absolutely. Great pick up there. Feint Death only works if you've already been dealt damage, so it has to be on the second attack from Dash IO, but you can see he's gone down to 1 here, so any trap will end the game.
Yeah. Ponder's going to trigger as well, so has a little bit more selection.
Another
Second CNC.
No, Arsenal pass.
Let's see.
All right. That's a lot of block 3s, but he doesn't have any pump spells, so maybe it could just be attack for 6. Okay, look at this. Fantastic. He's going to be able to get 6 damage in through this 0 to 60.
Yeah.
You can see that Kenny has extra cards in hand to be able to block with, but as long as he doesn't have a trap, Thomas is still in the game.
Yeah, and I think Thomas definitely breathed a sigh of relief there after that first attack. And, yeah, not going to throw the Feign Death just for 2 damage. And, you know, going to 1, it is definitely scary. But I know Thomas at this point would have been tracking the traps as well. And, you know, we sort of talk a little bit about, is this an aggressive deck? And you can kind of assume that trap count's probably limited just with the amount of pump spells that Thomas has already seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you do not... Okay, oh, beautiful. Ooh. He's going to be able to pop that long draw half club, which is going to... He's going to be able to put 2 cards from his arsenal / hand on the bottom of his deck and get +4 to his next arrow. So he's going to be able to tuck that CNC and that Feign Death to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, incredible piece of equipment as well. Also coming from one of the Armory decks.
Did it?
I believe so. Did it? No, it was the
it was an expansion slot card, which just goes to show all these intoxicating shot as well. Another expansion slot banger.
Yeah,
just huge. And that's just propels. That's what's great about these expansion slot cards is that decks that aren't got as much love in the set to get that extra boost to give them game into the current top decks. Oh, we can see that. Oh, we can see Plan for the Worst, that brand new card coming out of Rosetta. That card is insane. You just get to search any trap you want after looking at their hand. So it just gives you full agency in deciding what you want to do.
Yeah.
You can see it's only going to come with an intoxicating shot. That's the problem here because he doesn't have any pump spells, so it's just going to be for 4. On hit is death. So with Thomas blocking, that's so unfortunate because actually if he's just rough, especially because he's got that trap. Look at that, Plan for the Worst. Look at the top card of hand. Look at the hand and arsenal. So you get to know full information of what their turn's going to be and search the appropriate trap for the situation. Unbelievably good card.
Yeah, and we sort of said on hit death here, but Intoxicating Shot in general, if it hits you, create a Courage and a Quicken, really just enables these sort of go-wide turns with Riptide's ability of being able to, when you play something from hand load, boom grenade.
Yep, +1 and go again from those 2 tokens are going to turn on your trap, so you're going to get damage through there. So we can see he's going to boost. Okay, he's going to boost 1 time.
Yeah, no real
He's going to block with 2 cards. And coming here too. So he didn't use that trap here because he didn't use that trap. What, I don't know. I can't see what trap that was.
I think it's a Buzzsaw trap.
Buzzsaw trap. Okay.
But yeah, no, just going to block it out. And it's one of these things where, you know, like, not every single trap is active all the time. It certainly feels it that way sometimes when it's just like you're constantly getting pinged. But
because Twin Drive does not have higher attack than its base, it would not do the 1 damage. So Kenny knows that he's not going to be blocking with it.
Yeah.
So we're going to see he's going to be. Oh, okay. He's pitching for that quiver. So he's given Thomas a full hand here to be able to do whatever he pleases. But this is the problem. He's going to shuffle those cards in his deck, and those traps that were put to the bottom by pitching are now they can come straight to the top here.
Yeah, and look, the deck is definitely looking a little bit thin. So Kenny, I think playing to the art of, I just need to find one trap.
Yeah.
One trap that's turned on, one trap, the go again enabled, and just win the game that way. Because, he could definitely not have, taken a little bit more of that damage, but as we've sort of discussed before, Dash.io is a deck that can just explode. And if you don't have that trap in hand, so I think this is a very important draw.
Yep. Oh, the Codex of Frailty. This is the most powerful card in Riptide.
Yep.
He's going to force a card out of Thomas's hand and put a card in his arsenal to be able to play any arrow he pleases. Puts in Searing Shot, and he's going to be able to get a Ponder token, which draws him a card at the end of the turn. They banned a lot of books, but this one is still live and kicking, and what a card.
What an incredible card. And I think, Thomas, he's going to put that max velocity probably in the bin. He's not going to have a chance to, boost it that away. It's a bit ambitious, but, this does give Thomas a little bit of agency as well, though, because, he's going to be able to find that red zipper hit, 0 to 60 potentially, which is, again, pushing more damage, but I think they both know that Kenny just needs to find one of these traps.
Yeah. And what's great about Codex of Frailty is that if you force your opponent to put a card in Arsenal, all of a sudden that Frailty token is going to be way more valuable than it was before.
Yeah.
So just that one of the best cards in the game right now.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the reasons to play a Ranger deck.
Yeah,
you can discard that velocity. Makes sense. He's not going to be able to get that off with blocking with a bunch of cards. You definitely need a high life total to be able to get that one off.
Yeah.
So that's to block with 2 cards here. And that Ponder token is going to draw him a card. Oh, that Feign Death. You want to Arsenal that. Okay, he's not going to want to Arsenal.
No.
He did block with that trench of Sunken Treasures, so you definitely want to make sure there's that go again.
Yep.
So we can see he's going to boost here. That trap will trigger because it does have go again.
Yep.
Yep, and that's the fist bump. You do not think you really play around that.
No.
A lot of Dash.io's plays revolve around having go again, so just hope you don't draw it. But Kenny, 1-0 with Riptide. We saw that kind of power in that aggressive Riptide deck.
And I think the interesting thing here as well, Nick, is the fact of just because we've seen this aggressive sort of stance doesn't mean that he doesn't have, his entire sideboard dedicated to just being out of fatigue as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to have 2 cards in Arsenal just gives you that flexibility to keep a trap in there until you need to use it.
Yeah.
And those legendary traps in Majestic are now searchable with Plan for the Worst. Wow. Having double of those is just very strong, especially because you're able to recur them with murky waters.
Yeah. And, we talk about some of these expansion slot cards, and I think Riptide's definitely one of those heroes that has received some of the best ones. A deck that a lot of people sort of initially wrote off and just said, why wouldn't I just play, at the time, Lexi, but also Azalea? But definitely has a place in the metagame, and it's one of these things where it has multiple ways of attacking your life total, and I think in particular into the illusionists that rely on, these wards, it's something that's incredibly hard to play around.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just getting out of that ping, because a lot of illusionist auras will have go again, and they will be bumped more than their base. So triggering those traps and then destroying the aura, ending their turn, is just a very efficient way of dealing with Enigma, which is going to be one of the most popular decks of the day.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a great meta choice here by Kenny.
I think so too. And, it's one of these things where these Enigma decks, they sort of went a little bit away from the ward when, Zen was sort of at its absolute providence because, Zen had so many ways of clearing them. But I think now that that deck has been, sort of toned down a little bit, maybe not as represented, I think a lot of Enigma players are going back to some more ward-heavy game plans, so the Riptide gets even more value again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have seen some Enigmas playing, they are playing all their Waning Vengeances, Waxing Spectres, the whole suite, and a lot of defensive cards, which Riptide is just going to be able to eat up, especially because can we see Kenny with a nice proactive package with a lot of pump spells and arrows just to be able to get over the top of those defensive options from Enigma.
And we sort of talked about as well, Merc My Grapnel. It just
best.
doesn't care about your ward at all.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see why he's playing it if Enigma's one of the most popular decks. Kenny might go pretty far in this event, and I wouldn't surprise me if we see him again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either, particularly on a deck that people may not have tested into as much.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to talk about Dash.io just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see Armory deck is coming out.
Yeah.
Thomas wasn't able to do, the most flashy plays and thing, but when we get this new Dash.io Armory deck coming in October, we're going to be able to see drawing cards from Cerebellum Processor. Just amazing. And a brand new equipment suite. Man, I'm going to be playing that, I reckon.
I think I will be too. I play the deck in Blitz. Just because I think Dash.io, it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
You have so much agency over the ability to look at the top of your deck. You're able to just sort of plan everything.
Yeah.
It almost feels like cheating.
Yeah.
Like just being able to just peek. You're just like, what am I drawing? Like
it's the only cost is 4 life at the start of the game.
Yeah, and I'm used to that. Playing Wizards and that sort of thing.
True,
you get real used to it.
Yeah.
I haven't played with 40 life in a very long time.
Okay.
But yeah, that deck coming in October.
Yep, absolutely. And It also has like the full equipment which has been spoiled as well. So you actually have the leg piece, which is basically a block 1 Achilles accelerator.
Yep. And
it actually assists you because you get to banish the top 2 cards of your deck. So if the top of your deck isn't an item, I get an action point. I get to do it. Oh, cool. Now my top card is an item. So it just has so much synergy, and it's all in one box.
Yeah. I think it's going to be an incredible product. I'm picking it up. I'm definitely going to put some upgrades. I'm probably going to end up playing the deck in CC as well. So
there you go.
That's super exciting. But what we're going to do as well, we're going to cut in for a short little break.
Yep.
And we're going to be jumping into round number 2 in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Hardened Sydney, where we're here for round number 2. And Nick, we're both incredibly excited about this next one because we're going to have Gary Manttan on Florian going up against Kael and Sabben on Levia. And I mean, Florian, man.
Yep.
The deck that I sort of have picked as probably the most representative of the new heroes this weekend, and I think one of the most powerful. This deck can do some pretty crazy things.
What's exciting is that you just don't know what build people are going to go for.
Yep.
So I don't even know what Gary's going to be going for in this game. He could try to OTK. He could do a mid-range. He could be fully aggressive. I don't know. It's going to be super exciting.
I'm super excited for it. And I think we probably saw the same thing when we talked about, like, there was the ban announcement, right? And they were talking about, like, strategies, and there was just a little bracket, or Florian OTK. And I went, what is that? Like something that they know that we don't. So there's obviously a build of it, but yeah. And I think one of the big questions that I have as someone who potentially think you're building it, do you put Channel Mount Heroic in the deck?
I would.
Yeah.
That's fun. It's just the old school Briar days. That card does some incredibly powerful things. But there's a new channel. There's a new channel card. It's called Channel the Millennium Tree.
Yeah.
So I always want to see, because there's a little combination, because you're so used to playing Arcane Barrier 1 against any Rune Blade.
Yep.
Because each incremental damage of Rune Chain is only one Arcane, but so you only need that AB1.
Yeah.
But if you have Channel the Millennium Tree and a little Scepter of Pain, and you're going to be able to every damage you deal with Scepter of Pain, you're going to make a Rune Chance. So if you only have AB1, that could deal 4 damage from Amp, and you're going to get extra Rune Chance. We're going to see if he does that here. That's a little spicy.
That's
thing
very
going on.
spicy.
But it's as soon as you see the equipment, that's what's going to be interesting to me.
Yeah.
It could be a telltale sign of like what Gary's going for in this game against the Levia.
Yeah, and again, Levia, another deck that, in particular in Mistveil, got some pretty incredible stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And so it also got some cool stuff in this set. 10-foot tall and bullet. Oh, there it is. Channel Mount Heroic on turn 0. And he's going to be able to make that Rune Chant token and pass turn. Look at that beautiful equipment seat. Extended art face Purgatory. Extended art Barkskin. Fantastic looking. Gary, he is a man of culture. He got that Coldfall Reaping Blade as well. Very spicy from Crucible of War.
Yep.
What's Kael going to do here? So what's great is that Gary didn't attack, and so Kael wasn't able to fill his graveyard with those 6 powers to be able to use any of his banish effects. So we can see he's pitching 2 cards just to come in with a Mandible Claw here. He's over pitching. Well, unless he's pitching 2 reds, he may have an all-red hand here. So, but don't pull him out yet. It's a very explosive deck once you start blocking, getting 6 powers in the graveyard. Levia can do a lot of things.
And I think another big thing as well is the fact we're running the Carrion Husk. So we have that big sort of fridge coming from the equipment suite. We've got Scab Skins, but interestingly, there is Arcane Barrier. I was going to say no Arcane Barrier on the head.
Spoiled Skull does have that Arcane Barrier on it. It's also just an integral part of the deck as well, because it means you can play a card from your Banish Zone on a massive turn when you pop it. Maybe he's only going to be using it for AB, but I'm excited to see if he actually uses the effect in this game.
Yeah, and I think Kael kind of actually needs Gary to attack here, but, well, Bramble Spark fused. I have not seen fusing in a while.
So. This is hype, and he's going to be pitching. He's got that CNC in hand. Is this going to be a CNC for 12?
I think so.
It is, and he's going to deal that arcane damage as well, the mixed damage that Runeblade is known for. So he's going to be coming in for 12 with 2 arcane damage. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to keep that Channel Man Heroic around, but hey, CNC for 12, that's all you need, really.
Yeah, I mean, CNC for 12, and it's one of these things where it's like, I don't think your game plan is sort of, is revolving around these Channel Mount Heroics, but everything is gone. That's it. Still, leaked damage blocked with the entire fridge, and as a result now, Kael, he's going to be a little bit sad. He has to take a full turn off, but he only took 3 damage from a Channel Mount Heroic.
Yep.
And his graveyard is completely full now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why he's probably happy with this. This is the part of the game where he doesn't matter about taking turns off. He can just block with all his 6 powers. Because now that his grave is full of 6 powers, he can play the Shadow Realm Horror and guarantee getting 3 6 powers in the Banish Zone, which is exactly what you want to be doing with that card, that's for sure.
Shadow Realm Horror, one of the best cards in that entire deck. And, we did see one go to the graveyard, but, there's definitely ways now that these decks can sort of interact with that graveyard. And Called to the Grave.
Oh, that's a great card.
That is a great card.
Link to the graveyard. What I liked about what Kael did there is that Earth Heroes are not exactly known at the moment to be able to use all their cards.
Yeah.
And so blocking out, hopefully Gary isn't able to use all of his cards in this turn. And there's also a potential where Runeblades are known for their synergies between non-attacks and attack actions, but there is a little thing called the Runeblade problem, where if you draw all of one, it could lead to a little bit of an unfortunate scenario here. So, we can see he's playing that Earthfall Surge to get +3. On the next attack action he plays. Maybe it's just to get cards out of his hand here because he doesn't want to hold it, but Reaping Blade coming in for 3 here. It doesn't have an on-hit effect.
No.
And Kael is lower in life, so he's going to be able to block the 3 Rune Chants here. It's time. This is where where Levia likes to block to get those 6 powers filled into the graveyard before it does absolutely crazy things.
Yeah.
So we can see Gary had all non-attack actions here, but after that massive turn, but he's being able to feel like he's filling that graveyard with Earth cards, which is exactly where Gary wants to be. So it's funny that both these heroes, for different reasons, want to put cards in their graveyard to banish them.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting as well. And we're just going to make an agility and pass. And it's one of these, as you were saying, he's under no real pressure at the moment. He's filling that graveyard. So eventually, when he decides to just throw the equipment in and just swing, you know, it's going to be a lot of damage. And Florian, one of the things with these Earth heroes as well.
Oh, yeah, they're Chapman heroic again. And he's pitched that Germinate. Oh, and coming for 7 of this Dread Triptych. So he hasn't done arcane damage, but he has played non-attack actually. He's going to be able to make a Rune Chain here. And if it hits, he's going to be able to make another one. That Channelman heroic is going to stay around again because that Germinate is an Earth card. So he's doing a little bit of setup here while at the same time threatening an on-hit.
Yeah, and Dread Triptych, a card that, you know, has been a staple in Runeblade for a very long time, but particularly in the Florian deck, once you have decomposed enough and you are sort of enabled, that card just goes off.
Oh, you can make 6 Rune Chants off a blue.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Gary's going to be wanting to do here. Okay, Kael has taken all 7 of this damage. You can see Gary expertly putting that Earth card to the bottom to represent he is putting a card to the bottom for that channel effect of the Mount Heroic. We see Kael's got he's got an agility token here. Okay, popping. Okay, fantastic start. It's going to have that guaranteed go again, even if Gary does have that defense rate in Arsenal.
Doing it properly as well, rolling.
Yep, absolutely. That's pure random right there. Discarding that 6 power, so he does have Dominate. Oh, we can see Gary's got 2 Felling of the Crown. The problem with Felling of the Crown, though, while it is incredibly powerful, when you don't have any banished cards, it's not going to get that +4.
Yeah, but you know, ripping a card in general is still incredible, and you don't need to be turned on for that. But yeah, being able to swing 3 for 8 and also steal a card from your hand without you being able to do anything is it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Oh, and we can see it. There you go. That root-bound carapace. One of the integral parts of Florian. So. As I said that, of course, he made me look silly. Now he is turned on to use that Felling of the Crown for that 2-card 8 that puts a card back to the bottom of the deck. It's going to be a 2-card 11, actually, because that Channelman Heroic is still on the field.
Oh, my God. Yeah, so it has the go again off the Dread Scream. Even though he was blocked with 2 cards, the agility token is going to give it go again. And then Dread Screamer, one of the ways that Levia can really just go super wide. And yeah, 3 cards to the bin. He doesn't have any misses, so he's pretty happy at this point. So there's going to be 6 go again. So there's a point floating, and there's a card that costs 1 that comes in for 6. A little centipede that may be in that Arsenal spot.
It may just be. There's a chance that people aren't playing currently just because Article has been forbidden. But we can see, a Diabolic Offering, a fantastic card. It comes in for 0, but if you've banished a 6 power from your in general, it has that 6 attack and 6 defense value. So he's perfectly using his resources here. Gary just taking it. So we might see something really cool here where because Gary wants to keep that Channel Mount Heroic, so he's going to overpitch for this Felling of the Crown. Put one in the pitch zone to get that second counter on Channel Mount Heroic. Oh, okay. He doesn't have that. The chance. Okay, actually, you know what? There's a chance that he just wants to put it back in his deck because you want to be able to use as many Felling of the Crowns as possible. So it does make sense here that he wants to be able to keep that into the deck.
I mean, technically, if he really wanted to, I think he could actually keep it around.
Yeah, pitch 2 Felling.
Yeah, pitch both to make a Rune Chant off of Graspy Arknight, and then just swing Reaping Blade.
So, because Grass costs an extra resource for every Rune Chant you have on the board, he has 2 on the board.
Yeah, so it would go up to 4.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah. But no, he's just going to play the Felling of the Crown. And it wants to rip a card from hand, so not going to keep around the Channel Lake. And I'm not sure if he has enough. I don't think, because I think he chose not to banish an Earth card previously. He banished 2 Earth cards in the Dread Triptych off of the defense reaction, so...
He's got that fuel.
Oh, no, he does. It's still, so it's still going to come for 11.
Yeah. And he's got 1 floating still. Not really going to do much, but he did want to keep that Felling of the Crown in his deck. And the reason to not keep it in your hand is because the Felling of the Crown affects both players, as we can see on screen. So you don't want any cards in your hand when you're resolving that ability.
And I mean, it sort of does the same thing here anyway. We're over pitching, but like it's still the best habit to have to not be doing it to the bottom.
Yep, absolutely. So he's thinking he's got 3 cards. He's got to maintain the pressure here because he has started banishing those Blood Debt cards, which Levia does not want to be taking Blood Debt until she can become consumed by Blasmafet.
Yeah, I love Blasmafet consumed and that whole Demi hero, what it's done for the deck. I think it's incredible. And yeah, just tanks it.
Yep, absolutely. Levia loves blocking a little bit at first, and then the breaks don't stop.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, blocking with that husk in a gold foil scab skin leathers.
Oh my God.
Kael is flexing with these Brute Bling cards right here. So he's going to be blocking 8 here.
Carrying Husk, an incredible piece of equipment as well. One of my favorites personally. It's just, I love the art on it in particular. It's just terrifying. And the more you look at it, the more stuff you're like, oh my God.
The details on Flesh and Blood art is bar none.
Yeah, it's incredible. And yeah, it's going to block with that piece of equipment. So, you know, Levia doesn't really care about how much blood debt's there because ideally you're turning it off. And has the ult art
Wrecker
as
Romp.
well. Wow.
Man, wow.
Beautiful signed. Have some incredible artists down here as well at not only the Battle Hardened City, but going on with the calling as well. Plenty of side events and heaps of artists. I got a couple of my cats signed.
Oh.
You know, the
People are going to be begging you for those cards, aren't they? Going to be flexing on them?
Yeah, pretty much.
Jealous, and you can do that at most callings these days. So
Yeah.
just show up. You get to get your signed cards. You get to play with people in the flesh and blood.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's so many side events as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I can actually count through them all off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely something for everyone. So we're going to see Gary here start with another Fused Bramble Spark. This just gives me flashbacks into 9 damage to 1 arcane from that CNC. And great timing for this CNC when Kael has used that Carrion Husk, because that Carrion Husk was definitely a bane of CNC's existence because it's just a nice clean block on that. But with that gone, Gary's recognized the opportunity. He's going to threaten that Arsenal. Normally people want Arsenal the best card.
Yeah.
So CNC is incredible for threatening that. And you're not going to be able to use defense reacts, which Levia isn't really going to use. But in general, it just does. It's why it's a staple of this game right now.
Yeah. There was that one defense reaction that you could like recycle from Banish as well, like block for 6.
Oh, Guardian of the Shadow Realm.
That's the
yes.
one. That card is I love that card. I think it's so cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Convulsions as well. They're going to be blocking.
He's thinking because you definitely want to keep that Arsenal. If it's your best card, then okay, you want to you're blocking 3 here. He's still thinking.
Yeah, Convulsion is one of the better cards in the Levia deck for actually closing out games. Gives the blue +1 and dominate, and also lets you turn the blood dead off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's great blue because you get to pitch it for later.
Yeah.
And then draw it up when you're consumed. So it's definitely a staple in this. Oh, and the Blood Rush Bellow. That's so unfortunate for Kael. But we see here why Command and Conquer is such a staple in all of these decks that want to be able to block a little bit, attack a little bit. Oh, we see here. Okay, we see an Endless Maw. There's a good comeback. A 2-card 9 value here.
Yeah.
One of the great plays to, the great equalizer, I'd say, to pivot back into an aggressive stance. So we can see he has banished 3/6 powers.
Yeah, still has hits as well. And the card that looks like it's going into the Arsenal as well is that all-powerful new card from Misfail.
The Shadow Realm Horror. I absolutely love that card so much.
It's
great flavor, The more 6 powers you commit to, the more powerful it becomes.
Yeah, it's and when you do banish the 3/6s, it's just like it's incredible. What a card!
Absolutely, especially because a lot of cards in this game block for 3. So being able to go over the top of that as an aggressive deck absolutely helps you close the game because Levia goes over the top, but it does suffer from the drawbacks of having that blood dead in the banish zone. So once you start, you cannot stop.
Yeah, exactly. And, that's the sort of the thing. If you're newer to Flesh and Blood as well, Kael probably looks like he's just taking a lot of damage for seemingly no reason. But it's one of those sort of, I guess, the skill parts of the deck is knowing when you are taking damage from them versus when you sort of need to just commit to blocking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think, Redeem being one of these parts of it, which we will definitely see later on, is going to be something that you'll see skillfully navigate around the number 13.
Yep, and we can see Bark's getting the Millennium Tree blocking here. He does have 4 cards in banish, so he's going to be able to make that embodiment of Earth, which means this Warmonger's Diplomacy is going to block for 4, so it's just incredibly good value. And why people are gravitating towards Florian, because those equipments are so powerful. He has so much block in those equips, and that headpiece is going to be just absolutely devastating against a deck like Levia that wants to keep 5-card hands.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things as well. Like Face Purgatory, again, incredible art, but also we were talking about it before, the flavor of the card. Having to block with a non-attack and an attack action card is just great. Grasp the Arknight activated here, and Swarming Gloomveil, another staple Runeblade card. Yep. It's going to be giving having go again because we've made a singular aura, and back in some of the days as well when. If it hit, you made an
embodiment of Earth. But we are post those days. Those days are long gone. Unless you want to go play some Living Legend.
Hey, it's a fun format.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see the problem, as we said from Florian, was being able to use all its cards, but being able to pitch your blues for a Rune Chain token, coming with that Swarming Gloom for 3, just makes you use all of your cards. Pressure Levia, because once Levia is on this lower breakpoint, because 14, that's the breakpoint you want to be in. Because once you drop to 13, you can no longer become Blasmafet, and so. Gary knows this. He's a veteran player in the Sydney scene, one of the better players, a ProQuest winner, so he'd know all about playing around Levia's numbers and breakpoints. So we're going to see, a red Cadaverous Healing for 8. Brand new card from the most recent set, Rosetta. It's going to be able to come in for 8, which a lot of people love 2-card 8s in this game. And we can see Gary must love it as well because he's got a lot of them.
Yeah, and I've been trying to keep track. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
So
that's his pitch line. Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
not on just yet. So 1 away, and interesting. He does decide, and this is, I think, another one of those skill things. Is Gary's deciding to leave some Earth cards because in order to get these additional abilities from your really big power cards, you need to banish 2 Earth in the process. So keeping one that did have the opportunity to activate Florian, but doesn't feel he's under the biggest amount of pressure yet, and has plenty of equipment block left as well.
I'm very sure this is why people gravitate towards Earth Hero, because you actually get to play with that additional resource of your graveyard.
Yeah.
So we can see Kael has gone down to 10. He's recognized he doesn't need that Plasma Fet in this game, so he just needs to play Levia.
Yeah.
Maybe he can switch into Redeemed if he needs to once he banishes some more Blood Deck cards.
Yeah.
But he doesn't need it this game. He's just going to push through damage. Gary has that fridge still, but if there's one hero that can break through with a bunch of damage, it is Levia.
Yeah, and Blood Rush Bella was definitely the way, but Shadow Realm Horror is another great one as well.
Absolutely, especially because Gary's drawn 3 2-block cards, which is an issue with Earth in general, because that's the drawback of having such powerful cards, that you do have a lot of 2 blocks. Oh, that's 1/6, so it's getting +1. Oh, that's a 4 power and another. So it's going to have 7 and go again. So I think this is definitely happy if you are Kael here. It already had go again from the agility token, but guaranteeing it and getting those, especially getting those misses out of the graveyard, isn't going to hurt much at all. And especially because he's banishing Blood Debt for that Doomsday in his hand. One of the great legendary. Oh, and we can see he's kind of triggered this Face Purgatory, make use of these attack actions and non-attack actions. So he's going to be able to discard a card and draw a card. And he's drawn, I believe I saw Arcane Seeds off the top, which is much better once you have turned on your hero power. But we can see he's coming in with the Doomsday. He's going to be able to come in for another 6 with Plasma Fet.
Yeah.
The Soul Harvester. Going to count it out for Gary. Beautiful technical play here.
Yeah, I love whenever we get to see these original ones from Monarch. It's incredible. Plasma Fet coming in for 6 as well.
Of no cards.
Yep.
Nothing.
6 for nothing allows you to turn the Blood Debt off as well. Now, Kael can actually, depending, right? So it's one of these things where Gary has to make a decision. Do you kill the Plasma Fet? Or do you let him just be able to sort of, chip away and gain value? Because Kael at this point, if he gets to keep it, he can block with his entire hand, just send Plasma Fet, and has plenty of graveyard left available just to keep feeding that, feeding into it. And we sort of then talk about 13 in the Banish Zone as well. Turns into, switches over again to Redeemed.
Yeah, and what's great about Plasma Fet is that if you just leave it alone and it just attacks for 6, you can turn off Blood Debt just by banishing any 6 power from your hand. So it's definitely something you really have to get rid of. Otherwise, Levia just gets to do so much value. Doesn't have to worry about the hero power. You're turning on your Levia Redeemed. So even if you go down to 1, you become Levia Redeemed. You go back up to 8 life. And insane. So Gary's here thinking, because he does have to clear this Plasma Fet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Use his life as a resource here. He's going to be able to get rid of all these cards as well, and then play this Felling of the Crown, the 3rd one.
Yeah. And again, Felling of the Crown, one of those powerful cards. And in playing it as well, will actually turn on the Florian ability. So he may opt to just Felling the Crown, the Plasma Fet, and then Arsenal the Seeds, because then he'll be able to get the additional value. But
yep, the reason you have to play the Arcane Seeds is because Felling Crown forces you to put a card. So you want to have no cards in your hand when you do that. Yeah,
very good point.
Yep, so it's still fine. So even if you're turned on your hero power, you still get 2 Rune Chain tokens and a life.
Yeah.
So that's why this card is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where there's some really interesting templating on some of these cards as well. Like there's the Majestic card coming through for Verdance. It just says gain a life 3 times instead of...
Heartbeat of Candlehold, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then the same thing here as well, where it's just create a rune chant, because then when your abilities are turned on, and it does look like it's just going face.
Oh, I love this here. Yep. Gary's got a fridge available to him in his equipment still. Ooh. And you don't want to go down to 1.
No, but
we could see a Call for the Grave, brand new card from Rosetta in the expansion slot, but it's not great in this particular spot.
No.
Because it does block for 2, but we can see he does have that Tailium from Lin, which is not exactly the greatest card, because it isn't a 6 power when you banish for Plasma Fet, so you have to keep that in your hand. So Gary recognizing here, he's going face. These 2 Arcane, it's very hard to stop this Arcane damage, and Kael does have to give a card here, because the Arcane damage plus the Felling of the Crown does more than his life total.
Yeah, it does have a decent amount of equipment block left available, so still 1 on the Scab Skins and then 2 on the Apex Bonebreaker.
Yeah.
This is where I don't envy Levia players, because there's so many decisions you have to make in this point to be like, what am I playing for? Am I playing for the Plasma Fet line? Am I playing for the Redeemed? Am I going to try and swing back and steal tempo? Because you also, plenty of blocks still available for Gary as well. Both activations of the Grasp of the Arknight. The chess piece as well still has one and does give the Embodiment of Earth as well.
Absolutely. So he's going to read the Might token real quick because he might be thinking he wants to attack with the Plasma Fet and get that Might token.
Yeah.
So he's going to read that to make sure he can do that before deciding what his line is in order to in blocking the Spelling of the Crown, or if he wants to pitch for the Arcane Barrier. Because he can pitch that Tearfully from Lin for Arcane Barrier 2, which gets rid of the side effect of not blocking at all. So he's going to take it here.
Yeah, and it's one of these things as well where it's like Arcane sort of always poses that question about whether or not like how you're going to navigate it as well, because sometimes it makes your, like, there are some instances where it makes your no block blues much better.
Yep, absolutely.
And there are instances where it makes your 3 blocks significantly worse.
Yep, absolutely. And we see Gary banishing 2 Earth cards and 1 non-Earth cards because he turned on his hero power. It's definitely much better to keep as many Earth cards in your graveyard as possible to turn on future decomposed effects such as Plow Under.
Yeah, Plow Under, another one that just attacks the Arsenal slot without you being able to do anything.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not an on-hit, it's just, but blocking for 6 here, so going to take 2 damage, keeps a card available as well.
Yep. I am hoping... Now, my prediction, I'm hoping Scab Skin Leathers.
Yep.
We roll Scab Skins, we attack with Plasma Fet, we go into Redeemed, and we're going to the races. We're no longer worried about the blood debt, but we're going to see what Kael does. I just want to see a nice Scab Skin roll for 6. That's what I want to see right now, or at some point in this game. Oh, okay, fantastic. We do see the Corp of the Groove. So the reason this is very strong...
so smart.
Yep, is because it will search the beast within and discard it, which will trigger its ability to banish top cards of their deck until you find a 6 power. And because you do banish that 6 power, your hero power is turned off, so you don't get that detrimental effect of losing basically the whole game.
Yeah, exactly. This is incredibly smart as well, because depending... Now, remind me, with the Blasphemy Fet ability, is it a May ability that you can banish?
Yes, you don't have to.
Yeah, so then depending on what he draws here, so it's going to be a Dread Screamer.
Oh, that's a great draw as well.
So that can just get parked in the... Like, swing the Plasma Fet, park that in the arsenal, and suddenly we're back into this. Now, if we look at Gary's hand, though, Plow Under, that card we were just talking about, might be there to punish.
Yep, absolutely. And then we could see he also has 2 non-attack actions that block for 3. And so if he wants to like maybe commit that Millennium Tree to keep those extra cards, that could help a lot. But Gary's really happy here seeing this Plow Under, because that Dread Screamer is absolutely going to demolish him coming into the next turn. So that just goes through, and you can't really counter that either. And what's great is that the Plow Under comes in for 6, so you're going to be able to kill that Plasma Fet if you want to. You don't have to, because Kael is on 6, so that's going to threaten the life total. So it's going to force either cards or those equipment blocks from him. So he's going to think about what he wants to do here.
Yeah, and it's, again, all these decision points. And interestingly, Gary is running Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that traditionally hoses Rune Blades.
Yeah, so it just goes to show what Gary's game plan is here, because he's going to be able to block with 2 cards. But yeah, that's so flexible, being able to be a Rune Blade and play Warmonger's Diplomacy, whereas traditionally decks like Viscerai got absolutely hosed by that card. So we're going to see what's he going to... Oh yeah, he's going to take the Plasma Fet hit. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so he's going to activate the Plow. It's going to remove the Arsenal slot. So it's disrupting and it's clearing off this Plasma Fet. And I agree with you. I think get that sort of like consistency out of there. Just make sure that he has to play a fair game of Flesh and Blood.
Yep, absolutely. What's great about Warmongers as well is that it does block for 3, so if you have the bark skin of the Millennium Tree up, it does block for 4 as well. So being able to have that flexible 3-block non-attack action actually synergizes with the deck really, really well. So smart by Gary to play that one, especially if you're playing against things like mirror matches that aren't exactly equipped to deal with the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah. And I also think as well, Gary's definitely considering the Levia Redeemed. And so, as we sort of said, Kael would heal back up to 8. So I think he would be more incentivized, just like block with a piece of equipment, go to 1, and then sort of bring himself back, depending on the construction of his hand. But yeah, force him to play a fair game of Flesh and Blood. And 12 to 6, it definitely looks like it's swinging Gary's favor. But Kael has 4 cards in hand and the ability just to absolutely decimate with damage.
Yep, absolutely. So he's going to be thinking about what he wants to do in this turn cycle. There is a lot of options. Levia known to be one of the most difficult decks to play at a perfect level. So you're going to see if he gets that going here, because he hasn't turned off Levia yet. Okay, he's going to discard that 6 power. Fantastic. Okay. So hopefully he drew... Oh, he's got that Dread Screamer, fantastic.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to turn off his hero ability if he banishes a 6 power from the graveyard from its effect.
Yeah.
But Gary's here going to be thinking, because he does have that go again from Wild Ride, there's a chance that he wants to just get that Barkskin value if he has... Oh, we see a Rune Rager Swarm, one of the best commons from this recent set Rosetta. That's going to... It's very easy to get go again from that card in Rune Blade. It's just a great card. It's basically another Swarming Gloom Veil in his decks. It's so easy to make Rune Chain tokens.
Yeah. And, you know, something we haven't really talked about is Gary's choice to run Reaping Blade now. I don't think it's for this matchup, but there's a hero in the current meta that really likes to gain life.
Oh, there's a few heroes that like to gain life right now with, you know, they're like counting their blessings, but hopefully we see that. Oh, we can see, this is going to be amazing. He's going to, let's see what he gets here. This is what's great. You get to get a few powerful plays, but it is random what you get from this Sports Card. So you're going to choose 3 cards with different names, shuffle them up, and then... whatever the dice lands on is what he's going to be able to play from this Spoiled Skull. It's a risky play because that is his only Arcane Barrier source. So Gary does have that unstoppable damage as of right now through cards like Grasp of the Arknight.
Yeah, and he's definitely sort of going all in on this play. And, you know, I think the scary thing as well is that Gary can make 2 Rune Chants a turn consistently. So he only needs 3 turns of this game. He can just block, make a Rune Chant, swing with Reaping Blade every single turn. So Kayo has to pressure the life.
Oh, and he gets that Dread Screamer for that as an extender of this turn. So that's probably the best hit here for him. So he's definitely happy about that.
Yeah.
Oh, and we can see here, he's pitched that Wrecker Romp as well, and it's for 6 as well. Wait, so he's got 1 floating, and guess what? He's got that Graveling Growl in hand, so this is going to be a lot of damage. There's a chance that Gary has to block with quite a few cards here, but he does have that 2 block from Well Grounded and the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, but I don't think he has a non-attack action to be able to make the most value from the Millennium Tree, so I doubt we'll be able to see him use that one on this turn.
Yeah, 2 more Blood Debt, so getting ever closer to that Levia.
Yep.
And I guess that's also a thing that Kael is considering as well with this decision to remove his AB. He does have the sort of backbone of being able to gain his life. He does have a Bramble Spark available, so he will be able to get, but it is only a 2 block.
Yes. Unless he chooses to make it a 3 block or a 4 block actually from that. Yeah, so okay, he's deciding to just save it maybe for a future turn. Not a bad decision at all to try and weather the storm of this fast hitting Levia deck.
Yeah, and then the Graveling Growl in yellow, the 1 cost 6. Obviously, you still need to have banished, and it doesn't banish itself, so it does have some inherent risk. But in these instances, 6, 6, 6, you know, Kael doing exactly what the deck wants to do.
Out of nowhere, with 4 cards, did 18 damage.
Yeah.
You know, incredible stuff here. So we can see he is going to be able to get that cash out in. He gets to make it 2 Embodiment of Earth tokens because he does have 8 cards in the banish zone that are Earth.
So he's going to block it all out, but again, that's a lot of equipment sort of dedicated here, and only 1 card available. Now, as we sort of said, all that Gary needs to do is keep blues, make Rune Chants and swing, but it does look like it's a Swarming Gloom Veil, so may instead just opt to Arsenal.
Yep, and we can see Kael here has the best card in Brute, that Blood Rush Bellow. He hasn't drawn one this game. He's going to be able to pitch it blue, play it out here. This is going to be a massive turn for Kael.
Yeah, and unlike a deck like Kayo does actually have access to 2 Mandible Claws, as Levia does have 2 arms, unlike Kayo.
What is it? What's he just got? Oh, it's a Boneyard Marauder.
Yep.
You can imagine he guaranteed to hit there, so maybe it wasn't a 50-50, but the anticipation was killing me.
Yeah, and you can see Kael definitely is a seasoned Levia player, putting the Blood Rush immediately into the graveyard because the moment it resolves, so
absolutely.
it's something you can banish.
Absolutely. Respect the game state.
Yep. Does look like, a decent amount of blocks, and Gary has another Warmonger, so really does wish he still had access to the chess piece there to get those 4 blocks out, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming through because 5/5 into something else, that's a lot.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm going to see, get a block with that CNC. It's very unlikely he's going to be arsenaling on a massive turn like this. So and he got, so he's got 2 cards in hand.
Mark of the Beast, and
I think I didn't see what that last card was, but I assume it's something that's going to attack very well.
Yeah. Just anything with numbers on it at this point, because if it's a Brute card,
Beast Within.
Yeah, Beast Within.
What's great here is that the Mark of the Beast actually, because he has not turned off Levia this turn, so that Mark of the Beast is absolutely critical here to not lose the game on the spot because it's going to get banished from its ability.
Yeah, and so another 18 damage turn coming here, technically off 5 cards because it does replace itself.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is a lot, and Gary here definitely feeling the screws tighten, but yeah, Kael. again, he's sort of towing this line of like, I have no arcane barrier, but I think I can just keep pressuring you at this point and just keep pushing the damage through.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just goes to show he saw the line. He knew that he was going to get big turns off, and Gary wasn't going to be able to buy enough space to pitch for that grasp of the Arknight. So really heads up play from Kael here.
And I think it sort of plays to that sort of idea of playing to your outs to win. You're not playing to not lose, because I think if he doesn't make that play, he just presents sort of a middling turn, and Gary keep applying pressure, but sort of saying, you know what, no, the way that I win this game is I kill you before you kill me at this point.
Yeah, that's one of the critical parts about Flesh and Blood in general, just knowing, playing the game, playing to win the game, and he's doing exactly that. And look at that, Gary's going down to 1 life here.
Yeah, and it does have a Swarming Gloom Veil available, so he can just play that if he feels he needs to strip some cards. But Kael, it's also risky because, the Apex Bonebreaker does mean that he can also buff something else up, and that's a card close to my heart. How from Beyond.
Oh, I think I did see the Guardian of the Shadow Realm in that hand that you did mention. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I want to see it and I didn't actually see it.
Yeah.
But we can see here, Kael is got a thing here. So what's he got next? He's got that. Oh, he's got that Shadow Realm Hallmark. Fantastic here.
Oh.
Potentially he's got that. Also, he's got that Howl from Beyond.
Yeah.
Great card to get in the graveyard. He's going to pitch it here.
Yeah, and it is expensive. Cost 2, plays for 3, but it's one of those, I guess, recyclers. It's one of those things that one of the reasons why Levia.
He's over pitching here. Okay, he's going to play that pulping. All right. Oh, this is going to win the game here unless he has that defense react. He does have that well grounded. Okay, it's a hit. Fantastic. I wonder if it was a chance he whiffed here. That would have been hype.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing the overpitch here as well, because you see, it does look like he's pitched a blue and the Howl, so he just wants to make sure the Howl is outside of the hand so it doesn't have a chance of actually getting done. As a Gloom Veil, players are talking, so he has to think about what his options are here. Now, he does have 1 block available from his equipment if he has... No, he doesn't have the defense reaction.
Oh, that's unfortunate here. So it looks like Kael might get that squeaky win here with that cheeky dominate at the end of the game here with that pulping.
Yeah, and I like this from Gary, though, not immediately extending the handshake, thinking, these new cards, new decks, is there something that he has available? But I don't think so. And see him reeling back. He's going to block for 4. And that's going to be it.
Bump, and there it is. Levia goes on to 2-0. Here, Kael just showing a masterclass of this hero.
Yeah.
Oh, he said he did have that mark of the beat. Oh, that is interesting. He only had 2 floating, so he couldn't actually play that mark of the beast. So he would have died to Blood Debt unless he was able to turn into Levia Redeemed there. What a hype finish that actually ended up being. Wow.
Oh, and you can see the look on Kael's face as well. He is unbelievably happy that pulping was enough to get him over the edge. And again, this is sort of what we were talking about, playing to win. And, it's one of those things where at any point that game just crumbles for Kael.
Yep, absolutely. Had to play it exactly like that. What a champion player right there. Get over that quick start from Florian that actually opened channel Mount Heroic. A couple of those came onto the field. The Fillings of the Crown came online very quickly. Got decomposed off real fast, but Kael just weathering the storm.
Yeah. Weathering the storm is definitely the way that I would put it as well, Nick. Able just to push through there. And, it's one of those things with this deck where we sort of talked about it, the demi-hero, but sometimes you just don't need it.
Yeah.
And it's incredible stuff.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen. I wish we saw a little scab skin roll.
Yeah.
Love a little scab skin roll for the hype and get a plasma fed on the field, but you don't really need to do that. That just goes to show how powerful these new cards are, like the Shadow Realm. We saw that Call by the Grave absolutely clutch.
Yeah.
To just turn off that Blood Debt off 1 card.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, the Levia deck really has to consider every card that's not a 6 power into it, because the more misses you have, but it's almost like the 1 card that just gets you out of it. It's just like, I've had to block, I've kept 1 card, it's my saving grace.
Yep. It being a blue as well just gives great flexibility, because a lot of the blues in Levia do not have 6 power, because that would be a bit strong, right?
Yeah, true.
So being able to play a blue, just play it on the field, get a new card from your hand, turn off your Blood Debt, absolutely staple, I think. And it just goes to show why he is 2-0, because he was able to use that card to great effect.
Yeah, and Call by the Grave is a card that definitely Levia players are excited about, but I think Runeblade players should be excited about it too. You know, being able to fill up Earth cards when you're sort of struggling a little bit as Florian, but also Rattlebones, one of my favorite cards, has some really interesting tech with it as well. Being able to actually, at instant speed, make you have decompose, have hit as well.
Yes.
Again, it's weird tech, but it's no. Little things.
You've got to test everything, right? You don't know unless you try. Like, that just goes to show that there's just so much more depth than even anyone who's a pro or anything can understand. Everyone's got their own spicy techs.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, spicy tech. We saw Doomsday be played. A card that we've seen since Monarch, it's not been sort of like the staple of the deck. Decks aren't revolving around that card, but absolutely perfect effect. I think the thing that got him over the line was able to keep the pressure, turn the Blood Debt off, and just keep going.
Yeah, that one card had about 18 value on it, so it just goes to show, like, that's a problem, because it is a card, it does have its downsides. Of course, you didn't have 6 cards in your banish zone that have Blood Debt to be able to play it, so it does have its downsides, but we saw there that when it works incredibly well.
Yeah, and incredible stuff. And, it was sort of deemed as the lesser of the two between that one and Eclipse, because Eclipse, the big thing, you can play that from Banish. But, the perfect time for it to come and the perfect sort of execution there. And, incredible stuff. And, if you don't play much Flesh and Blood yourself, Levia, an incredibly complex deck, but absolutely played to perfection by Kael.
Yeah, absolutely. And I take nothing away from Gary as well.
Yeah, incredible.
After watching that, I want to be picking up those Florian cards from Rosetta, getting that Blitz deck, trying it out as quick as possible, because you know what? It did some very powerful things, and it didn't get there in the end, but you know what? It did show that, it does do some incredibly good things. Filling up the crowds of really powerful cards. Chapman, a card from Tales of Aria.
Yeah.
Just, it's on its way back, and I'm keen to see more of that deck.
And I think the thing to consider as well, Nick, is that this is the first CC event, you know what I mean? So it's not like these players are being able to see other events where they've taken the deck list. These are their own brews. So I'm excited for every Florian and every other Rosetta hero we see today, because they're all going to be ever so slightly different.
Yeah, and absolutely. And especially Florian, who knows, the next Florian we see might just be a pure OTK deck.
Yeah.
And it could be a full aggro deck with things like Starfrost Scar to make that Channel Manttan alive. It could be a Channel Millennium Tree deck. You just never know.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things where we're going to see it a lot more throughout the day. But we are also going to cut to a quick break before we jump into round number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. back to the Battle Hardened in Sydney. Matt Bramwood, Nick Butcher, bringing you round number 3. As we're going to have, again, another Rosetta Heroes. We're going to have Tom Nguyen on Aurora going up against Zach Cauchi on Kayo. And Aurora, you know, one of those decks which we sort of had a little bit of access to prior because of the first strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's gotten all new tools from a whole new set. So we're going to see its full power in action. Table 1, 2-0. So Tom's going to be showing off for all of us what this new hero can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when we sort of look about it, I think there's a couple of different game plans that I've heard about. There's the Flicker Wisp stuff where we're sort of full comboing off that way. I've heard of some weird, like, 60-0 cost deck as well.
Okay.
Where, so it's just machine gun things.
I've heard of you play a bunch of items and you cash out,
and
then you just go pitch with Arc Lightning and you kill them in one turn.
I've seen that.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that one in this round.
I hope we do.
I hope we do.
I hope we do as well. My friend Phil and I, we were talking about it. What if, right? If you want to make a bunch of silver, you spellbound creepers out to pick a card when they only have one card in hand.
Oh, okay.
Now, is it good? No, but it's hilarious. So again, we don't know. And this, I think, the thing that I'm most excited about with all of with this event in particular, I got no idea what these players are going to be bringing inside these new decks. And you know, I think that's also one of the benefits you have in playing a new deck in such a new format is that your opponent isn't going to be repped into it. They don't know what version of the deck. We don't know what's the most optimal version as well. But I guess the trade-off is that it's new. You know, these decks have been out. What's the date today? It's the 20. Yeah, these decks have been out for 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what is. This benefits the deck builders, absolutely. So we're going to see if Tom's going to be able to pull one through because KO, the traditional numbers aggro deck, it does its thing, it does it well.
Yep.
And we're going to see if Aurora can push through that. So, starting the game, another Runeblade playing Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense in Aurora too, because Aurora doesn't care as much about the non-attacks. It cares a lot about instants. And I think we're going to see a lot of those. And there are some incredibly powerful cards for Aurora coming through. In particular, one of them, you know, we talked a little bit about like Art Lightning, but gone in a flash.
Yeah, absolutely.
That card is...
Yeah, absolutely. What was interesting in the first turn was that Tom decided not to play a lightning card to be able to make that embodiment of lightning from the hero power. So he just made the rune chain and pass his turns. And maybe he just likes his hand so much he just doesn't even need it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say. So he's gotten that dominate here.
Yeah.
He's gonna get that might token.
Yeah.
3 damage every single turn. Beautiful numbers right here.
That's important as well. Reckless Swing being pitched. Now, one of the things that, you know, we've seen a little bit is that Reckless Swing has been cut from a fair few of these decks. You know, there's just so many good brute cards now, but knowing that there's a Reckless Swing, Tom knows now that he has to play around that. And yeah, this is a great way, you know, Pulpy into Command and Conquer.
Yep, just straight up 12 damage. Aurora hates these disruptive on hit effects like Command and Tonka, so Tom's going to be blocking with 2 cards here. A lot of 3 blocks here, which Aurora is typically playing not many 3 blocks, but we see Tom here. Maybe he's got a lot more of a defensive build.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's going to play here.
The Shockwave as well.
Ooh, nice. Just a nice little 1 card, 4 damage. Get that Rune Chant token, popping. We can see he's got that Null Rune still, so he's going to be able to prevent that if he wants to. Probably not for 1 damage, but it's definitely available to him, not playing that Scab Sin Leathers, which I'm actually very upset about. Because
look, me too. And you know, it's one of these things. It was interesting as well. In the previous matchup, we did see the headpiece instead with the Arcane Barrow. Scowling Flesh Bag is an incredibly powerful piece of head equipment.
Yeah, absolutely, against these aggro decks that want to play with all their cards per turn, putting a random card in the banish zone that maybe they don't want to arsenal.
Yeah.
Like a blue, perhaps, just absolutely can hinder their plans to go big, especially on these Arc Lightning turns, which is what I'm expecting him to use that Scaling Flashback on a big Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp turn, if Tom is playing Flicker Wisp at all.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, like we were talking a little bit about some of these Aurora cards as well, and this is sort of the scary thing, is you don't know if this is actually just a 0 for 4, or whether or not he's going to then bounce it back, giving it go again because he's played it instant, and then play it again, and then potentially see what else he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if he has that electro somersault, then he's going to be able to put that flicker back to his hand and arsenal it for the next turn. But I think he's got Electrify in his arsenal, which is great because the Tunic is going to go to 3, so he's going to be able to use that Tunic counter. Draw a card. It's going to try and get that Plunder Run at Home effect going from arsenal to deal 3 damage, but draw a card.
Yeah.
So, see, he's got Simple. Channel Lightning Valley as well.
Yeah.
And we can see here, we actually have gotten deck lists here from Tom. So we can see he has got those snatches in his deck, a lot of 0 for 3s. Oh, a 3 Exude Confidence here.
Ooh.
Very spicy tech, maybe for the Enigma matchup, actually.
Yeah, throwback card as well.
Yep, and we can see here, coming in for 9 off this swing big. This is what's so powerful, because he's pitching 2 red Clash Fragilities, which is very unfortunate, but because swing big is so large that it's not going to really matter that much. And if Tom blocks out, that quicken token isn't exactly going to be helpful, but we can see he's going to just take 5, play that sink below, get out of his hand because he wants to use as many cards as possible.
Yeah. And now, yeah, see, we see an E-Strike in hand as well, and it's one of these things where, you know, we obviously want to see pedal to the metal with these Rune Blades, and Aurora definitely seems like it's an aggressive deck. We're seeing in here a lot of these like 0-cost 4s with on hits, but you know, being able to still like have like the defensive package as well just means that you're trading more efficiently, and you know that's why we see Sink Below such a staple card in pretty much any deck in the format.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we can see that blue Electrify coming from Arsenal. He's going to be able to draw a card here, and he's going to be able to deal a damage if he hits off the Electrify's effect.
Yeah, and Electrify is such an incredible card that we've seen for a very long time. And Enlightened Strike coming through, the mode...
5 go again. Not optimal here, but he did have those extra cards in hand, so...
Yeah.
Awkward breakpoint. Maybe Zach wants to stop this Electrify, but it is only coming for 1, so if he wants to keep his entire hand, he does have that... Agile wind-up in hand, so going to be able to keep all these cards if he chooses to. He's got options. Kael, that's the thing about Kayo, always has options, which is fantastic, right?
Yeah.
You choose the best numbers possible. You can keep all your cards in hand. You can keep a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
Wait for that Blood Rush Bellow, and that's when you're going to go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's just that consistency as well, right? You know, the fact that we can be discarding things like Enlightened Strike.
Oh, look at that. You can see that new card, Channel Lightning Valley, in the reaction step. So that Channel Lightning Valley is going to be able to draw him a card because he's dealt damage on this turn. So... he's going to be able to get extra options here. So what has he drawn on it this turn?
And key as well is that because he's played it, it also then means if he would like, he can pitch a lightning card.
Yes, to attack for 2 with Go Again with this Starfall, which is incredibly strong, especially now because he's got 2 pitch cards. He's got a blue pitch lightning card, so he's going to be able to put a counter on that Channel Lightning Valley, keep it around for the next turn, and he's going to be able to make that embodiment if he wants to. Oh, this is great sequencing actually because so the Snatch is threatening that draw to refill the arsenal, but it also means he's able to, after the Snatch has resolved and been played, he can make that embodiment of lightning for the next turn with those 2 floating resources and keep that channel around for another turn.
Yeah,
definitely incentivize the blocking because you definitely don't want a 5-card hand for Aurora with the Channel Lightning Valley on the field, and so.
And I think this is the power of Aurora, right? You know, we've seen this deck in this turn draw multiple cards and Snatch threatening another draw as well. And it's interesting as well because he technically could have also, if he really wanted to sort of keep the pressure on and it was, you know, lower life totals, he could have made the embodiment of lightning first and given the Snatch Go Again. So it's, you know, it's one of these things where there's so many options because it's an instant cast ability.
What's great about people liking the aggro decks, sequencing is, people love sequencing. They have to make the right moves at the right time. So we can see that Tom able to flexibly do that any way he wanted to, which is great because Aurora's ability is an instant. So, he did draw Blood Rush Bellow off this Wild Ride, so there is a 33% chance, 25% chance, only 25% chance that Disaster strikes.
And it's like the worst possible thing as well because you don't get the Go Again, and also you lose one of your biggest power cards.
Oh, fantastic. The Caster Curse did not come true this time around, but he's going to be able to get that Go Again. He's maybe able to arsenal that Blood Rush Bellow for the next turn, unless he wants to cast it right now and say, I'm going to do a big turn right now, but...
Yeah, I think you want to get as much value off of it as possible, and I think, you know, the Wild Ride here coming through, you just want to be able to threaten, you know, you can do 6 into 7, keep a card for Arsenal, and then have that ginormous turn. Enlightened Strike in hand as well as the Bear Fang, so has enough to play the Bear Fang, so it's, you know, coming in for 8 potentially, but do you want to risk the discard?
Yeah, or you can come with the E-Strike and Arsenal, that Blood Rush Bellow.
Exactly.
What's problematic here is that the Channel Lightning Valley is going to be able to stick around. So he's going to be able to maybe draw another card, which maybe Zach doesn't want to do. So maybe he wants to block a little bit on this turn cycle and maybe put that Blood Rush to the bottom of the deck. But we're going to see what he does here. He does have options because Tom is very much not wanting to block. Okay, so he's going to want to come up with this big turn. Life points are quite equal. The problem here is that Face Purgatory. That card here, if it doesn't look like... he is able to use it if he wants to. But does he... Maybe he wouldn't think there's a Blood Rush Bellow unless he drew it off the Wild Ride. So he's not going to... If he chooses not to do it, it makes sense that he's not going to do that because he did Wild Ride. And you don't put someone on drawing Blood Rush Bellow off the top of there, go for that Face Purgatory. But it's also, I'd say another reason is just because he wants to have as many cards as possible to get that draw of Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, and I think Face Purgatory likely is saved for the Blood Rush Bellow turn, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very heads up from him.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see, 4 cards. Wish he had the 5 because I think the first card, but Here we go. Shock.
Oh,
coming
burn
in.
up and shock here. So because they both cost 0, there's no reason not to do both effects. And he has dealt the arcane damage, so he's going to draw a card off the Channel Lightning Valley here. Great synergy here, and he's going to be able to. Oh, and that off the top, the Lightning Press, which he's going to be able, a little cheeky. He's going to be able to hide that because he does have that Entwine Lightning to reveal.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to Lightning Sit. Okay, yep. This makes sense.
This has go again after the.
Yeah, that has to make sense anyway because the Entwine Lightning can reveal to give that go again if he so chooses.
Yeah, and I think we should probably talk a little bit about these split cards as well for people.
Yeah,
seeing them for the
absolutely.
first time. So they have a singular cost, so they both sides will cost whatever it says in the top right. But in order to actually resolve the spells, you have to resolve the right spell first.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what's a great thing with some of the cards, because some of the cards that are split actually functionally work off the arcane damage that you deal from the shock. So they have great synergy with each other, but they can also work individually, especially ones like Burn Up Shock that cost 0.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to deal with that one arcane damage, which Zach doesn't really want to stop because he knows that this deck is not really playing a lot of arcane spells. But with that Lightning Valley on the field, it just puts him in a rock and a hard place, which we saw perfectly here from Tom. So he's just taken the 4 damage here.
Yeah.
He's got Blood Rush below. He's already drawn a card from Lightning Valley, so that's not really doing much.
Yeah, exactly, right. And I think the thing to know is that you can technically just cast the left spell if you would like.
Yeah, absolutely,
But if you do so, you can then not cast the shock.
Yeah, there are absolutely situations, because there are a few cards in the game now that stop instants.
Yeah.
Kayo doesn't have access to that, but you can play around cards that negate instant speed spells by just choosing the right side, the left side of the card, which is just Burn Up here.
Yeah.
We can see very...
Yeah, Starfall's going to come through.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And it's just going to be one of those things of like, Starfall is just an incredibly efficient weapon, and choosing not to, and it's just going to.
There you go. You don't. Why reveal it? Why reveal it when you just play it out? And now he's going to be able to make that embodiment of lightning token again for the next turn. Sadly, the Channel Lightning Valley is going to go bye-bye, but it did get 2 cards. It did draw 2 cards for 1 card, so he's very happy with that trade. And Zachary on the back foot here on 9, but he does have that Blood Rush Bellow, 5-card hand. He's got that Savage Stash as well, so there's a chance here that he can go crazy on this turn, forcing Tom to block here. And you know what? If he doesn't have a non-attack and attack action, that Face Purgatory is not going to be able to do very much.
Hang on.
Yep, that's a Blood Rush Bellow in hand.
So.
And a Blood Rush Bellow in arsenal.
Oh my god, we're going to have a giant, enormous turn here.
Oh, and what I think I see here is 4 attack actions for the side of Tom. So he's not gonna he is not going to be able to use this Face Purgatory to disrupt Zachary. Oh, this is going to be a massive turn for Kayo.
Yeah. And it's, so the double Blood Rush Bellow turn. You know what's better than giving +2 to all your attacks?
+4.
Yeah, +4 is pretty good.
Twice as good.
Yeah. Oh, and it's, drawing 2 more. So, oh my god.
Oh, we can see it. Not the best here, just because he doesn't have that go against attacks, but he's going to be able to attack with that weapon into that Bear Fangs if he so chooses.
And see, this is when you wish you had the Sab skins, you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, but, it's a lot
still,
of
this is fine. This is 7. And Tom has drawn all attack actions here, so he may want to block with a couple of them, but he does have that embodiment of lightning on the field.
And I think that is one of the things that Aurora does. It doesn't have the Rune Blade issue as much of only drawing the attack actions, because sometimes, you draw 4 attack actions, you can play 1 and that's it.
Yeah.
Aurora definitely has the ability to sort of like chain them together. Starfall, incredible weapon as well, but facing down a core for 8, and then you're kind of scared of what's next as well. Swing big.
Yeah.
2 for 12, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, if I'm Tom, I'm just happy he pitched yellow. If he's the blue, then it could just get really, really bad. But we're going to see Bear Fangs is going to come in here for 12, which is enough to kill Tom. So maybe we're wanting to use those equipments. Those lightning greaves are still sitting there. Yeah. I want to see what he does with those lightning greaves, if he's able to use them, because that equipment piece is incredibly powerful, turning every instant into a go again, which actually just functionally gives you another action point. So we can see what's he going to discard here, because he did draw that Wild Ride, and there is a possible. Oh, what would have been cool if he kept that Beast Within in hand and then discarded it. That would have been sweet.
He's going to have an Arsenal card anyway, so it's like less of a deal. But yeah, if he only had the 1, I think that would have been like...
Yeah, absolutely.
Draw the card. And I guess the scary thing, though, is that what if you start training together and just lose a bunch of life and then Aurora just kills you?
Yeah, exactly. Especially with arcane damage. Okay, we can see he's going to block out 411. That's he's blocking out the entire thing. Fantastic. So... That's what's great about this hand. He had all attack actions, but he was able to block 3 with all of them, so that was very fortunate for him, at least. And if he doesn't attack, he's able to keep that embodiment of lightning, because embodiment of lightning is not like an agility token. Right. It sticks around until you play an attack action. It doesn't pop on the turn, on your next turn. So you can see what he's got that flittering charge. He may just want to arsenal it. That gives. Okay, he's gonna play it here. All right, just get that damage in. He doesn't know whether he's going to be able to use all of his cards next turn, so just get that damage in now.
Yeah.
Not bad, especially with that Face Purgatory still online. So
Yeah, Face
that's a lot of value.
And then again, on the other side as well, the Scowling Flashbag is always a card to consider when you're doing these big turns. But yeah, I think forcing a block here, just sort of, as these life totals get lower and lower, the less big hands we're going to expect to see.
Yep, absolutely.
And yeah, I think Face Purgatory is definitely like an interesting one. And if he had drawn it, I absolutely imagine he would have used it just before. Because, yeah, like, Kayo isn't always going wide.
Okay, we can see an off turn here.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to discard that 6 power with a Assault Battery to make 2 tokens, come in for 6, set up his next turn.
And I think if you're Tom here, you just got to get the pedal to the metal now. You just take the damage and we just start praying.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say just take this whole turn if you can. And it looks like he might be able to because he does have a very decent hand.
Yeah, Lightning Valley in hand, I think.
Yeah, and maybe he's going to be able to pop those Lightning Greaves because actually he's going to go to 3. So it could go a little crazy here, but we could see some fireworks right now.
Yeah, and, Lightning Greaves. We talk about some equipment and that sort of thing in the past, and Lightning Greaves is one of these ones where I personally was like, I don't know what they're going to be able to make that takes over from the quintessential.
Yep.
Which is the Runeblade boots that they currently have.
Yeah, Spellbound Creepers. Yeah,
Creepers. But Lightning Greaves, incredible card.
Yeah, especially when you want to use a lot of instants in your deck, like Lightning Press, like that Electrostatic Discharge.
Yeah.
To give +3 to all of your lightning attacks, or anything that costs 1 or less, which is basically everything in the deck for this hero. So. Giving action points is fantastic, especially because you do run into situations where not everything has every lightning card has a specific reasoning why it can go again. So whether you have to have played an instant, you have to have played it from Arsenal, you have to have dealt damage already. All these different things, you have to reveal a lightning card in your hand. So being able to unbrick with those kinds of hands by having instants really helps. Just smooth out your deck, playing a bunch of 0-for-4s that don't necessarily have natural go again. So. I think that's mainly the reason why he plays it. It's not like and also he can do some crazy stuff with that God in the Flash, which, I mean, maybe we'll see this game, but it's definitely in his wheelhouse. Yeah,
Entwined Lightning here, Fuse, so this is going to give it go again naturally as well.
Yep, absolutely. And revealing that Lightning Valley, you don't really want to reveal that one, but, if you're on the Lightning card, you got to do what you got to do. And he's... maybe it's a good thing. He can turn negative into a positive where he just reveals it and he makes Zach make decisions that he doesn't really want to make because that Snatch is in hand, so he's going to be able to threaten multiple draws.
Yeah, and there's a variety of ways now that we can actually look at sort of gaining the ability to give Snatch go again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lightning Greaves are being a big one, but being able to flash out the Lightning Valley and, depending on the timing of the Scowling Flashback, he might get blown out with being able to just like machine gun out his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's great is that because you can just flash in the Lightning Valley and then make a embodiment of lightning with your hero power, then you can just give Snatch going in that way. So he's got options available to him to use all of his cards, which is what's great about Aurora, is that you're mostly able to use all of your cards in your turn. Yeah. So it's definitely fun for people who want to play that aggressive play style.
Yeah, it's a very different from Florian as well, though. We have 2 Runeblades that play incredibly differently within this set, which I think is great.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because... You know what? There's a lot of lovers of Runeblade right now in the game. So being able to give them different options is absolutely fantastic with the growing card pool. And it just goes to show maybe Tom's an aggressive player, maybe he's a Runeblade player. Maybe he's both, and this is just perfect for him. So you never know.
And I'm loving with Flesh and Blood as we sort of get more and more. And we talked a little bit about it before with Verdance. But, older cards are constantly being cycled back in. You know? I think my favorite instance of that was when the first time we saw a Wounded Bull in Icelander.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like something we all thought was like draft chaff suddenly becomes like one of the most powerful cards in the game.
Yep, absolutely. That's what's great is that all these growing cards, all previous cards with no rotation, I think every card is legal from every set. So all these older cards that get synergies with newer cards absolutely make you want to get out your bulk from your binders and put them in your deck and try them out.
I think the more that cards come out, the less I call it bulk, just because there's always a purpose for stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep all your cards. Your collection's always valuable for sure.
Seeing a full block here, we're going to get a second Might token, so he wants to be out of pressure.
Yep, so it looks like he wants to stop this Channel Lightning Valley from going off because it does extend his turn very heavily. But the problem is, now he's going to get in that flesh bag here. So because the Channel Lightning Valley actually triggers off any time you're dealt damage, so he's going to flash in that.
And I think the other card in his hand was potentially a Warmonger.
Yeah, a Warmonger's and a Snatch. So looks like you definitely want to get rid of that Snatch, I reckon. And then just be able to make that token.
Oh, and he did that too.
Fantastic. The draw not as important here, just because he's going to be able to get that Intimidate card back, but you don't really want to Arsenal or Warmonger's Diplomacy. No. So
And I think importantly as well, he sort of knows now that he's guaranteed to have a non-attack action. So if he does want to deploy the Face Purgatory next turn.
Yes.
But he's going to draw 2 cards off this as well, I believe.
Yep, absolutely. So he's going to have a much better arsenal target.
Yeah.
We're going to see what he drew. He wants to see what's arsenal. So he drew that.
Oh,
he drew a Vaporize Shock, which is going to be able to stop auras.
Yep.
I believe. And so, but it also just. But what's great? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh no, he drew that Burn Up Shock. I was going to say because if you draw that card, you can just play it. You can play the instant speed for Shock and just deal 1 damage and then just draw another card. So. Yeah. So this is great here because he wanted to pitch for the embodiment. Yeah, he has to. Maybe he doesn't want to Arsenal the longest. Maybe he plays it anyway to stop a third Blood Rush Bellow. But he just wanted to keep the Lightning Valley up, make that embodiment of lightning, and just get into the next turn. Yeah, like, as full as possible in terms of comboing because Zach is going to be able to get go again on this E-Strike for 7 and draw a card here, more than likely. Yeah. Yeah.
Has the Arsenal card as well. Beast Within in hand. And, a Lightning Press and a Valley. So 2 cards that don't block inside Tom's hands. But it's going to be a little bit challenging to navigate here.
Yeah, absolutely. But because he has that, he's gone for that E-Strike. So if he get that Face Purgatory off this turn, that E-Strike with that as the only card in hand might not be...
Yeah.
Oh, but he can discard the Beast Within and get its effect off. Oh, that's so good for Zachary.
Yeah, and that was the card that he drew off of that Enlightened Strike as well. So suddenly, from a bit of a challenging situation, he sort of insulated himself to the point where, I guess the only Face Purgatory is going to come down, but the only concern that you really have is what if I draw, a bunch of a bunch of non-attacks and die?
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to be able to choose the discard here, which is we'll see what he draws here because he's had to, he's going to discard that. Okay, yep, full makes sense. He's going to be able to draw. He drew another Guardian of the Flash, which is great with a bunch of instants and that Lightning Greave still on the table.
Yeah, he's just going to claw.
Yep, claw for 3. He can just take this, go to 2. He would go to 2, but that Reckless Swing did go to the bottom of the deck. So he's happy taking it here. Hopefully there's not a second Reckless Swing, which is not common. So Tom making a very heads-up play here, calculating the risk, saying, okay, I'm guessing you don't have one. So see what he can do with his double instant. Oh, that's the problem. So there is a bit of anti-synergy with Guardian of Flash and the Lightning Press because if you Lightning Press, you bounce back to your hand, and then you're not going to get the +3. Yeah. But there's a chance that he's got another instant, which is going to be able to put it back in because this has go again. So if he's going to play another instant, he's got a. Is that a? I have to see what that is. Oh, it's another Lightning Valley. Oh, that's huge. So he's going to be able to play that, bounce back in the resolution step.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. He's going to probably a Savage Sash. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to trigger the effect, but having Temper 2 does give that card flexibility. Yeah, he's going to be able to put that back in the hand.
Yeah. And we've seen this a few times where, they just bounce them constantly again and again and again and again.
Yep. And we can see he's not shown the Lightning Press here, but it doesn't. He might get blown out here. He may have to block with 2. Oh, he can only block with 1 card. Yep. And he gets Lightning Pressed. Does he have 2 no blocks? Oh, it's 2 no blocks in hand. Oh, and Tom gets there with Aurora 3-0.
Oh,
wow.
My God, just the Lightning Press. And it's one of these things as well where, if he had a Delia, he can just bounce the card back to hand and then all of a sudden play it potential. Oh, well, he didn't have the go again, I guess. But, oh my God, just able to just very narrowly navigate that aggro mirror and just incredible stuff from Tom Nguyen and really showing the power of this new card.
Yeah, absolutely. Channel Lightning Valley was the MVP in that game, drawing all those extra cards, drawing 2 cards off the first one, and also just the threat of drawing a card also helps. It just lingers on the board. It's like if all your attacks become Snatch, man, that's threatening.
Oh my God, all your attacks become Snatch, and also they have all whatever other effects they might have as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Gone with a Flash in particular is going to be an incredible card that I feel like we're going to see in a lot of these Aurora decks because the ability just to recycle it, particularly with those Lightning Greaves as well, just being able to bounce, play it again, bounce, play it again, bounce, play it again is wild.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a great equalizer as well. Through that double Blood Rush turn was massive.
Yeah.
And Tom weathered that out, got the Lightning Valleys, got that extra value, and was able to squeak out a victory.
Yeah, I think the problem that I'm having right now here, Nick, is the fact of every time I watch a new hero, I'm pretty sold on which one I want to play, but I see them maybe I want to play that. That, for me, looks like an incredibly fun Blitz deck.
I'm buying them all right now.
I think I might go do the same because I think I want to play Aurora and Blitz. So I feel like that seems like the kind of thing to just absolutely just play cards and just play the game.
All right, well, we've seen. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. This is for all the marbles. All the fans at home, you're going to be judged on this one. Yeah. You Team Earth or you Team Lightning?
Oh, that's hard. I think I got to be Team Earth.
Oh, interesting.
I think
after
so.
those 2 games?
Yeah, look, those Lightning games are incredibly impressive, but, with my playstyle, how I like to play the game. I like to slow it down, sort of grind out value. So for me, it's got to be Earth.
All right,
what team are you on?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I'm Team Lightning, baby. That's it. That was hype. I loved that.
Oh my
All the aggro action, drawing a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Face Purgatory is a great card there.
That card is.
I hope we can get an Acilio on the stream.
I want an Acilio so bad.
But I'm all in on the Lightning.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, and I think we're going to see throughout the day. Let us know what your team on as well, because I think that's going to be a big part of it. And again, you have so many options. If you buy into a card pool of Lightning or Earth, I think you have so many ways of being able to play both the heroes, which I think is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think we were saying earlier in the thing, there's actually what's interesting is that there's a lot of cards like the Electromagnetic Somersault.
Yeah.
Being able to bounce cards to your hand is just a different way. It's just a whole new method of play to recycle your cards. Yeah. So what's funny is that you can come in with an on-hit, like we saw Weakest Link in Tom's deck. So he's able to actually bounce that Weakest Link, bounce that CNC to hand, and just continually disrupt over and over again after going on a little bit of a wide combat chain. Yeah. That's so powerful, and I would just love to do that myself.
I was going to say, how many times do you want to play Command & Conquer in a game?
Oh, I'd love to play it 9 to 12 times. That would be amazing.
Yeah, look, there's a reason why there's only 3 of them available, because the more you play, it's incredible. And I also really want to see if we can actually see the Acilio, because I want to know what it's like bouncing wizard cards.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Like you know what I mean? Like, what can they do there?
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to hear from our winner, Tom.
I think so too.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think we're going to get Tom potentially in for an interview, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, while we sort of get that set up, I was just thinking, you know what's better than Aether Wildfire?
Oh, I need to know this.
2, because you just bounce a bag.
What with what?
Like. No, it has to be an attack action.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I was going to say.
It has to be on the active chain link.
No, you're right.
It doesn't create a chain link. Yeah,
you're right. Because otherwise, like, can you imagine?
Oh.
That would be wild. Just like.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God. Shout outs to LSS on making sure these cards are balanced.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Otherwise, that looks a little bit gross. But and again, the second Rune Blade that we're seeing running Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah.
I think that really shows that these Rune Blades are attacking the game in a completely different way.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's great about it, because Warmonger's was the bane of the existence for these Runeblade decks, but them playing it themselves, it's a block 3 blue.
Yeah.
It stymies maybe other aggro decks that are affected by it. So
if I'm being honest, it makes me a little bit more nervous, because my hopefulness was that I got Warmongers to combat these cards, to combat these people. So the fact that I don't, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to move out of the way and have you interview our winner playing Aurora. So I'll let you get to that.
Yeah, Tom. We'll get Tom to jump in just a sec.
Yeah.
Good, mate. Matt. Nice to meet you, Tom. Yeah, we have Tom Nguyen, who's just come in after an incredible game playing Aurora. And tell me, first of all, when you saw the double blood rush, how much were you kind of shaken?
I was so nervous and then like shaking too much. Like, you know, like +4 any attacks.
Yeah.
You know, like he's coming for how many? 7 wood claws and then bare fan for 12.
Well, it was 8 because of the might token as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like so much damage. But I'm glad I have like a lot of 3 blocks in my hand to block bare fan out. So it's like, and then coming for 4.
Yeah.
But I think he told me that he doesn't have a lot of action point, a lot of go again attacks. So
Right, I see.
he was debating to run Scab Skin instead of no rune boots, so that he has more action points.
Yeah.
But I guess I was a bit lucky there.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say lucky. I think he navigated that game incredibly well.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the deck choice. You know, Aurora, deck that's been out technically for 2 days. What sort of gravitated you towards the deck?
Actually, I saw a lot of lists online, you know, like TCC talk and stuff like hero crafting Aurora. So they, how do you even booting time and then like you know, like the Jocelyn out team. It's like, it just inspired me to play it.
Yep.
And then whenever I play, I saw the list that run a lot of instant, and I test it. And then just like when I draw like 4 instant, I could buy it on, and I don't like it that much.
Sure.
And I just want to, you know, like Disruption is really good in this meta. It's like Quickest Link. I don't know which Quickest Link is like good anymore, but the CNC is always good. Yeah,
of course. And you know, like Weakest Link into a deck like Enigma, for example, is probably a meta call there as well.
Yeah.
We saw some pretty cool stuff. You know, the Channel Lightning Valley really seemed to do a lot of work for you. What do you think of the card?
The card's so strong.
Yeah.
The card's so strong. Like, draw you a lot of cards. Like, if you have 2 out, just draw 2.
Yeah.
Yes, very strong, very strong. With that play with the Entwined Lightning, I revealing the Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah.
Technically, I just force him to block more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then So yeah, that's great.
Yeah, we sort of talked a little bit about it on the stream as well, where sometimes you want to reveal the card because, you know, one of the scariest things about Snatch is having to cover it up and knowing every card is Snatch.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that sounds pretty good to me. Another card that we sort of, when we were looking over, Exude Confidence. Well, tell us a little bit about that. I haven't seen that card since Briar was legal.
It's actually like an attack against Enigma, you know, with the embodiment of lightning to give it a go again. It's like it's forced them to respond to like any aura.
Yeah.
And I like, you know, like if there's a ward threat or something, I can destroy it immediately. And then it's doing so much work, I'll say so. And then into a Kano mashup too. It's like so strong because like they
force them to do it.
Yeah, force them to do it, or they have to block it out and then wait for another turn.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, I think plenty of wizards coming through as well. And in regards to other things, what are some cards that you found in this Aurora deck? You know, if I want to start playing Aurora and I want to start picking up, you know, we bought a Blitz deck, we bought the First Strike deck, and I want to start upgrading. What are the things that you think are like the really important cards?
All right, so I guess Gone in the Flash is so good.
Yeah.
I'll say so. I guess you've seen the last play there. You know, like play, go again, resolution slap, and then like instant out, and then bounce it back, then play again.
Yeah.
So yeah, so strong. It can give you like a lot of like chain link.
Yeah.
Like go as wide as possible.
Particularly with like the Lightning Greaves as well. Like
so strong.
If you have a Hand of Instance, the Gone with the Flash and the Lightning Greaves, and you're kind of off to the races.
And I love to do that combo too, but you know, like you need to have a lot of instant in your hand.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, I've you know, we're very excited to see how you go in the rest of it as well. Anything you want to say about the deck? What are your thoughts on it overall? Excited?
Yeah.
Any other of these decks that you're excited to potentially test and play around with as well going into the World season?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to the World. So
I see, but hey, ProQuest coming up too as well.
Yeah. Hopefully, someday.
Yeah.
Since I have a lot of Lightning card here, like the Lightning package, I might play Auxilio, the Lightning Wizard, because might as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're super excited. Tom, congratulations on your winning going 3-0, and we hope to see you a little bit later on in the day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll get that one off you. Beautiful, yeah. Some incredible insight there coming through from Tom. Yeah, we sort of talked about it as well, but the cards that we sort of identified, you know, Channel Lightning Valley and Gone in a Flash are just the really sort of big payoff cards.
Yeah, absolutely. What's exciting is that I've just done a little bit of a round on the tables.
Yep.
A lot of 3-0 Auroras. Oh. So we might be seeing a few of those coming around. So that's super exciting to see this new hero pop off at this first event.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the more I'm sort of looking at these cards and thinking about it as well, the amount of just, like, tricky stuff you can do with, you know, bouncing back attacks or, like, pumping things, giving things extra go again. It's like, it seems like such an incredibly fun and a deck that sounds like it rewards the more reps you put into it.
Absolutely. Agency, drawing cards, doing everything in a turn. Yeah. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, look, I see why you're Team Lightning. And it does kind of, you know, it's definitely hard to sell back Team Earth, but hey, we're going to hopefully see some more Earth as well. And Verdance, that's the one I'm the most excited for.
Oh, me too. I sort of see that combo in action. Hopefully we get to talk about it in the future.
I hope so too.
Absolutely.
Health potions to the moon.
Yeah, and rampant growth.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Some incredible stuff. But, yeah, incredible stuff as well. Yeah.
Yep. Fantastic.
What we're going to do now as well, because we're actually going to take a little bit of time now. We're going to, you know, let the players finish up their round, go from there. We're going to cut to a short break, and during this break, because we've seen a lot of Runeblade thus far, you know, we've gone through a lot of it. We're actually going to show a little bit of a video for those of you who maybe this is the first time you're seeing some of these new Runeblades. Give you a bit of an insight how you might want to play it as well, and then we'll be back after that for round number 4.
Welcome to the Fab TCG channel, everyone. My name is Kieran, aka Mr. Classic, and today we'll be going through the basics of the Runeblade class. Runeblade is a hybrid class that balances physical combat with arcane damage. At the time of this video, there are 6 Runeblade heroes. So we've got Viserai, Chain, Briar, Vynnset, and Aurora and Florian. In this video, we'll walk through split damage, non-attack actions, and rune chants, and then a bit of general strategy to round things out. So let's get into it and learn how to become a master of sword and sorcery. One of the unique aspects of Runeblade is its ability to deal both physical and arcane damage. So this dual threat makes it very difficult for your opponent to try and prevent all the damage that's coming through from your attacks. Arcane damage cannot be blocked like normal physical damage. It has to be prevented through something like Arcane Barrier or similar prevention effects. One way that Runeblade are able to present this sort of dual threat split damage is through physical attacks, which have a sprinkling of arcane damage on top. So one example of this is a card like Vexing Malice. So Vexing Malice is a Runeblade attack action card, costs 1 to play. The red version attacks for 3 physical damage and also deals 2 arcane damage to target hero. when it attacks. Now, if we compare this to a card like, say, Critical Strike, which is a 1-cost card that the red version also attacks for 5. So in this example, both cards are dealing a total of 5 damage each. However, Vexing Malice splits its damage up between physical and arcane damage, making it a little bit trickier for your opponent to try and prevent. Like, first of all, they're probably going to have to play at least some form of arcane barrier equipment, which maybe takes away from their overall strength. And secondly, particularly with Vexing Malice, because it deals 2 arcane damage, even with arcane barrier, if they were just to defend for 3 with 1 card and try and prevent 1 of the 2 damage, they've still taken 1 arcane damage compared to just defending 2 cards against the Critical Strike. So generally speaking, it's a little bit more tricky to try and stop all the damage when it's split between 2 sources, arcane damage and physical damage, as opposed to just physical damage. And, particularly sometimes when it's something like a pesky, like 1 or 2 arcane damage coming across, and you're having to pitch a full card, maybe one that defends for 3 to try and prevent this, it just feels like the opposing player is losing a little bit of value, which is great for the Runeblade side. So attack actions aren't the only way that Runeblades are able to present both physical and arcane damage. Because when we're talking about split damage, one of the best ways to achieve this is through the power of Rune Chants. Rune Chants are a token aura that say, when you play an attack or attack with a weapon, destroy this and deal 1 arcane damage to the opposing hero. So Runeblades create Rune Chants in sort of a multitude of different ways. So that may be through playing non-attack actions or auras, so things like Read the Runes, for example, or Arcane Cussing. Others, such as Viserai, actually just are able to create it through his hero ability itself once you've fulfilled the conditions. And finally, there are some on-hit effects as well. Cards like Meet and Greet, a Runeblade attack action that on-hit creates a Rune Chant token, and even weapons like Nebula Blade, which similarly, when it hits, you get to create a Rune Chant token. Because Rune Chants are auras, they're actually stored there on your side of the board until the next time you either play an attack action or attack with a weapon. What this means is that sometimes you're able to actually just bank up a whole ton of Rune Chants across multiple turns through playing lots of non-attack actions, draw auras, generating them through other sources, and then you can just unleash them all in a massive attack at your opponent all in one go, which can be very hard to prevent if you have something like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus Rune Chants all coming in at once. Generating Rune Chants is also a great way to turn on synergistic attacks that get a bonus if you've created an aura on the same turn. So some examples of these are cards like Rune Rager Swarm from Rosetta, which gains Go Again, Swarming Gloomveil, which can gain Go Again plus damage, a whole bunch of effects, or even cards like Vantage Point, which can gain Overpower. In addition, there are even attack actions that cost 1 less for each Rune Chant you control. So if we look at a card like Rune Flash, for example, which is a 3-cost, 4-power Runeblade attack action with Go Again, it costs 1 less for each Rune Chant you control. So it's not actually too difficult to get up to 3 Rune Chants, and then suddenly you have a 0-4 Go Again that's also coming in with those 3 extra points of arcane damage. And hey, if you generate enough Rune Chants, you might even be able to fire off something like Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath for free. So we mentioned the power of splitting up your damage earlier, that sort of dual threat that Runeblades are able to present each turn. Rune Chants are a really cool way to do this, because if you compare a really basic example, say a attack coming in for 3, if you have that attack coming for 3 plus 1 Rune Chant, your opponent often really doesn't want to pitch an entire card just to prevent that 1 arcane damage. So quite often they're going to take that 1 arcane damage and start leaking little bits and pieces of damage throughout the turn. Additionally, like we mentioned, if you stack up a whole bunch of Rune Chants to come in all at once, there are a lot of decks that might not play a whole lot of blues, or maybe they just didn't draw the blues in that turn, or they don't want to pitch the 1 blue that they need to make their turn work, and suddenly you have a whole lot of arcane damage coming through at them. There are also additional synergies. There are a lot of cards that say things like, if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, you get to do X. We mentioned Meet and Greet earlier, for example. That is a 1-cost, 4-attack Runeblade attack action. It also has a text. Not only does it create a Rune Chant on hit, but if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, it also gets Go Again. So really powering that up to become a 1-4 Go Again. There are tons and tons of examples out there, but it just goes to show Runeblade is one of those classes that gains a lot of power from its synergies. As you've probably noticed by now, non-attack actions form a really important part of Runeblade's overall strategy. They can give you the ability to generate Rune Chants if you think of cards like Read the Runes or Deadwood Dirge, maybe generate action points or Go Again, cards like Movrian Skies, or even ways to help buff up your attacks, cards like Oath of the Arknight or Runic Reckoning, for example. Hopefully by now you're starting to see all the synergies that can occur between these non-attack actions, Rune Chants, and Runeblade attacks. As you start to play more and more Runeblade, you'll begin to realize that the sequencing of your cards and managing your resources correctly is very, very important, as often you want to play cards in a particular order in order to get the maximum benefit. It can be difficult, but it's also extremely rewarding when everything lines up correctly, you play all the cards in the right way, and you're able just to present this absolute flurry of physical and arcane damage and ride that all the way home to victory. So Runeblade is a great class, and there are plenty of different flavors to choose from, whether it be Shadow, Earth, Lightning, Viserai. There's tons of options to play at your local armory. The really cool thing is they often have quite different playstyles. If you want to go lightning fast, go wide, go again, go again, go again, then you've got heroes like Aurora. If you want to be a bit more slow and steady and build up towards the end game, Florian might be their Runeblade for you. Or if you just want to try out something like, the OG Viserai, who's very, very good at generating rune chants built through his hero ability, probably one of the best Runeblades at doing it, then there's another option out there as well. And of course, if you're a true disciple of pain and Shadow's more your thing, there's also Vynnset. Whatever your style is, Runeblade's a fantastic class, one of my favorite things to play in the game. So many different ways to play it, so much fun to do. So just make sure you get out there to your local armory and give it a go, see what suits you.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened in Sydney. We're about to jump into round number 4 of our Classic Constructed, and we've seen a lot of heroes thus far, you know, in the new set, and we're about to get another one coming in onto the stage right now.
Yep, Verdance.
My hero, the one I'm going to be playing.
Oh, that's what you're going to be playing, so you're very invested in this game here.
Very
so
much
we're going to have Dan Rusling on Verdance.
Yep.
A wizard one trick.
Really?
He is a wizard player through and through, so we're going to see what his take is on this new hero as a wizard main. So, and then we have Eugene on Rhinar.
Yeah, and you know, Rhinar, a deck that we've not seen a huge amount of. You know, there's been definitely a lot of things. And if we actually jump in, we have a bit of a metagame breakdown. And there's a lot of Brute that we're representing, but not the one that I thought. As you see, Levia, more represented than Kayo.
Wow, there you go. Australia does love the Levia.
They really do.
Oh, yeah, the League of Levia, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And then we have Enigma on 9, which is not surprising to anyone. No. With Zen nerfs coming through with that Bonds of Ancestry ban and the Art of War ban. As you see, there's only one. Poor Zen.
Yeah.
The Enigma's rise to the top. Their bad matchup. That's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see her rising to the top with all those auras and spectra, so it makes sense.
And if we're looking at through just the Rosetta here as well, 5 Aurora, which I think, you know, makes a lot of sense. The deck's a lot of fun, as we saw, can do a lot of crazy things. And then we have an equal share of the Earth here as Verdance and Florian, both represented at 3. Sadly, no Acilio.
I could not. My disappointment's immeasurable right now. I can't. I really would have loved to see an Acilio in action, but
me too.
Sadly, it's not going to happen. The fun fact about it, for all those Lightning fans, 3 of the Auroras I know. 3-0. 3 of them.
Wow.
Yep, absolutely. And 2 of them, Sydney locals playing the exact same deck.
Really?
All red, no pitch. So hopefully if they continue doing well, we can see them in the future.
Yeah, just machine gun. And I think for me, the big sort of breakout deck that I wasn't expecting as much, and we've seen a lot of it at top tables, Vynnset.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen quite a few Vynntsets at the top tables. One last round, just lost against Hayden Dale on Dash, but they're staying in there. Very close game. I was told this deck is legitimate from some of the good players in this game.
And I think it's terrifying. Like, there's a lot of these crazy on-hits, and there's obviously some, like, trade-off with how the hero ability works. But, man, when you get that Rune Gate stuff going, it is just damage and on-hits and terrifying.
Yep, and it's just more consistent now as well with things like Malefic Incantation, just being able to make an additional rune chant, when you play your Rune Gate from Banish, so if you combine 2 of those, or that and a Rune Chain Incantation, you just constantly get 2. And that's that good break point to get 2 into play so you can play those 2 COS Rune Gate cards from Banish Zone.
Yeah, 6 Kanos as well being represented. You know, Kano a deck that I think, you know, a lot of the Kano players were a little bit concerned losing the books in particular. Losing both of the times, it was sort of a big part of how some of their longer games work, you know, pitch stacking books and blues. But, you know, some of these new wizard cards definitely breathe some life into it. You know, being able to draw 2 cards on a surge if you hit them for more than 4, it's pretty good.
Cards like Open the Floodgate, aptly named. Floodgate. Draw 2 cards by surging. These Kano players, they're still in Hogwarts. They're still learning new things. You know, I was committed to this hero, and I love to see that. I love to see that. They're not down on the new bans. They find ways, and we can see that 6 of them are doing it this weekend.
And, you know, Kano players love playing Kano. So I think, like, regardless, you could ban, you know, whatever you wanted, and Kano players would still do it. You know, I think back to the old Kano days where it was just stir-forked, and that was the whole game plan.
Yep. That's a whole hand for 12 arcane damage, going very tall. But these days, a lot more technical, a lot better things that you can do. So... yeah, that's good to see. Maybe we can get one in a future round.
Yeah, I hope so. But again, going into this current round, we're going to have Daniel Rusling on Verdance versus Eugene C on Rhinar. And I'm really excited for Verdance. I think this hero is incredible. I think she can do some very unfair things given enough time to set up. I guess the question's going to be, what's Daniel's take on this deck? Is it going to be more of that tempo based, or are we looking at something that's just trying to OTK you? Like, I don't know. Like you said, Wizard Master.
Yep, absolutely. I have seen the healing potions in Surging Aethertide combo in his deck.
Okay.
And as well as things like Waning Moon. So maybe there is a bit of a sideboard switch package depending on his matchup spread. Rhinar, typically a deck that wants to disrupt those defensive capabilities. So maybe we're going to see more aggressive stance from Daniel. So we're going to see how he navigates it. Because Rhinar, a very niche deck, did get a new card in the most recent set. So we're going to see how that one goes.
Yeah, then that card's, again, one of the things that Brute's been getting a lot of recently is disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. His Flattering Skull does do that for you.
And so, I to me, it is a Rhinar card because the card itself doesn't intimidate, but if you have intimidated, losing that card is... can be crippling. It can be absolutely backbreaking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's cool things you can do where you just put it down very nonchalantly. 2 card 6, I drew bad, and then you discard a wind up. All of a sudden, you intimidate it, you've turned on the hero, the effect, and then you're going to get a lot of value out of that play.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things I love so much about some of these like newer cards that we're getting is it's breathing new life into these older heroes and giving them some tools that they may not have had before. So I think, it's amazing stuff to see. But, you know, I think some of these Earth cards might be really challenging to get through. I think we're going to see a lot of fruit.
Oh.
I think we're going to see a lot of fruits.
Yum, yum.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, like, you know, gaining 2 life is always, you know, great, and they block for 2. But Fruits of the Forest inside Verdance in particular, once you're enabled, once, you know, your ability is going, kind of represents burn. And then you can amp that burn damage as well.
Yeah, and it also trades off well because you just discarding a card for 2 life is kind of fine. Like Yellow Sigil isn't really ran very much.
Yeah.
But being able to fuel your graveyard and then have the ability to pitch it for later, fuel that Rampant Growth, which I'm sure we'll see in this game. That card is just the linchpin of this hero. I want to see his equipment. Oh, he's got that Storm Striders, Barkskin the Millennium Tree, Crown of Providence, and Stormwalk. So he's very tanky here. And he's going to be able to threaten with that Surge at Aethertide. Because Eugene is Rosetta. He does have AB2 and AB1, so AB3 in total. So he's going to be able to stop this Surge at Aethertide if need be. What's great about Rhinar into Wizards is you do have a nice AB2 headpiece, which is very fortunate for a hero like this.
Yeah, and it's one of these things as well where it's like Surgeon Aethertide is one of those cards that really does ask a question. And it's like, you know, like Waning Moon is a fantastic weapon, but Surgeon Aethertide is one of those ones where sometimes you can just bait with it. You just play it and you just kind of like, you have nothing else. Like you play it, they pitch a card, then you swing a 7 attack. It's like, it's that sort of mind game.
Force a card when you don't have many cards, when you can't use all your cards. And we can see here, Blue Pummel in the pitch zone. Oh, that is a icy one, and he's going to discard that dig up deal. Not that big a deal because it's turn 0, so not having that go again doesn't matter that much. But the problem here I see is that Dan's going to be able to put those Earth cards in the graveyard for free at the start of the game here. So we're going to see if he does do that. There's a chance he doesn't want to block with that. He's going to. He's going to get 2 Earth cards in the graveyard. He does not want to use that Heartbeater Cannon Holder. One of the great specializations of Verdance being able to gain 3 life, and if your hero power is turned on with 8 Earth cards in the banish zone, you get to deal 3 separate instances of damage. So that's a 1 card, 6 value.
Yeah, and it's, you know, when we were sort of like initially brewing this deck, and you say immediately pitching it, doesn't do enough right now because, you know, it's just a Sigil of Solace currently. But, you know, being able to pitch it away for later, and again, I would assume Daniel wants this game to take long.
Yep.
You want to sort of get to that second cycle when you've turned on your hero ability and suddenly you can just start, you know, pinging every single time you're gaining life. And again, like, it's a bit weird, but technically it's actually 2 value every single time because you're gaining at least a life.
Yeah.
And then, interesting. Ask the question of that Surge Riptide. The damage went through and just slamming a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, that's what's great about playing cards like Command and Conquer in a Wizard deck, because you're forced to run equipment that does not block.
Yeah.
And so therefore, you always have to give a card to this Command and Conquer unless you want to lose that arsenal, which you never really want to do.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it so great, because usually decks now, they have so much equipment value, they can just put all their equipment in front of a CNC and lose no cards. But because Wizards, you really need that Arcane Barrier, so you're going to be able to get that additional value from Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting as well. I personally am a big believer in Stormstriders. I just think the card is incredibly powerful. But we've seen a lot of Verdances actually running the same Earth equipment as Florian as well. And there's a variety of other things. We've seen different headpieces, but I think the one consistent is the chess piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Basket of the Millennium Tree, getting that extra value when you have 4 or more cards in battle. It also, being an Earth card means you need to get rid of it, just block with it a couple times, get a little bit of you can, get an Earth card in the graveyard, and then just banish it to get to 8 as quick as possible. Is that also another thing you do? But as you said about Stormstriders, I think I'm with you there. I think if you're a Wizard, you have to be playing Stormstriders. I think it is your identity. It is so powerful. Like, even though Verdance starts on 40, Wizards traditionally start under 40 just because of how good that Stormstriders is. And that's what makes it so balanced. And I just think not running it is such a crime.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Skullcrack being discarded, so it has an additional pitch here.
Doesn't have an action point, but...
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but
good to know.
What's funny is that people do not really want Bear's Fangs in a Rhinar because it does not have as many 6 powers as a deck like Kayo, because its hero power allows it to play 5 powers in the deck, whereas Rhinar does not.
Yeah.
But he's going to be able to intimidate a card here, so that's the trade-off that Rhinar gets that Kayo and other decks like Levia are not able to get.
Yeah, and I think in Florian as well, it's something that really does matter, because particularly, you know, if we're trying to set up these big sort of turns with healing potions, you know, intimidating the right card at the right time can really disrupt the entire game plan of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Intimidated basically was made for, to stop all these defensive decks from playing infinite defense reactions. We can see a defense reaction for Arsenal, but if he was able to intimidate one of those defense reactions, it wouldn't be able to be used. And so therefore he might be able to play with, he won't be able to play with all of his cards in a turn, which is where the power of Intimidate comes from. And Eugene knows that, and he's going to play towards that for sure. Yeah,
I think it was like traditionally they said that like Rhinar beat Bravo for that reason, because Bravo was running, you know, unmovables and that sort of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see. And this is one of the, you know, the marquee cards that you're going to be seeing a lot of inside of not only your Constructed, but one of the key staples for Sealed as well. And 3 cards immediately banished.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show that he was able to fill that graveyard on turn 0, which, you know, may have been what Eugene needed to cycle, but it did give Nguyen that additional value to get this Cadaver ceiling for 8 and start his train to evolve, because as soon as you have gotten 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, Verdance turns into an absolute monster.
Yeah, and as well, another key breakpoint for the graveyard is 4 as well, because when we talk about, you know, some of these other key sort of majestic cards for the Earth decks, they only care about the 4. They're not changed in Blitz versus CC.
Yes.
So, you know, getting 3 in there now means that the next time, you know, one of them comes up, like the Player Wonder, in particular, it's going to be able to just immediately get that disruption. Yeah,
we can see Eugene blocking with the Savage Sash here, and on an attack that doesn't have an on-hit trigger effect, so maybe it's time for him to pop that Savage Sash on this turn and go for a massive turn right before Dan decides, because what's funny is that he doesn't have 2 Earth cards in the graveyard, so he won't be able to turn on that Rootbag Carapace, so maybe this is his opportunity to be able to push through a lot of damage here, and he's going to be able to Wild Ride from Arsenal. Not as many 6 powers in his deck, so he does have a larger tension to brick than another hero like Kayo would, but being able to use that additional go again is incredibly powerful, especially against a hero like Verdance, where you'll maybe not be able to use all of your cards in a turn. He's going to be able to hit here, so he's going to have go again, get intimidated. He's going to determine with a dice what's going to get intimidated.
It's always scary as well when the Intimidate comes through on the first card, because like when it's a go again card and you've been intimidated once, you're sort of incentivized to block then, because, you know, like you don't know how much more you're going to get intimidated with. But that opens up something like Command and Conquer to come through and just completely blow you out.
So the new Splattering Skull, you know, that's something you definitely have to think of. He does have the equipment here to be able to block, but there's also situations where you block it, and then all of a sudden they come with a barraging beatdown, and then attack with the claw, and then all of a sudden, I can't block with 2 cards to get through that detrimental effect. And that's what Rhinar plays, that mind game with you, which is why I think Eugene might be playing it this weekend.
Yeah, and it's one of those decks, you know, it's like it's quite, depending on the build, it's consistent. We are going to lose a life there, but the first fruits that we've seen, Fruits of the Forest, the blue one, probably, incredible value. Pitches, and then,
Oh, that's great value. That Savage Swing here. Savage Feast, my apologies. Going to be able to discard that last card in hand, because that's probably the card he wanted to keep anyway, so he's probably going to be able to cleanly use all of his cards through this, but that Savage Feast being able to just draw a card, 1 card 6, incredibly great value. That's a 3 card 12.
Yeah, and then also keep the arsenal for next turn as well.
Yep. And hopefully he drew something great for that arsenal.
It's going to be interesting to see what's coming through Eugene's deck, because we immediately, like you said before, we saw immediately a blue pummel.
Yeah, we can see the pitching here of that Rampant Growth live. Downside card, it is an instant, so you can't block with it.
Yeah.
But you can pitch it to attack with this Surge at Type, put it to the bottom of the deck for that late game when you are evolved into like your final form, we could say, when you have So as you can see, he's taking the 1 and coming in with Mind Warp. And this is going to force a card out of Eugene's hand either way. So he might as well AB it, because if it attacks for 3, he has to shuffle his entire hand into the deck and draw 3 new cards if he puts 4 back.
Yeah, Mind Warp, a card that, you know, came out a fairly long time ago and didn't really find its place in a lot of decks. You know, but I think Verdance is the perfect place to put it. You know, pitching for 2, that's how much so than Tide's costing. And then, such a detrimental on hit. And I think that's one of the things Wizards have sort of got a lot more recently. They've got a lot of these on-hit effects as well, which I think make the Arcane, you can't disrespect Arcane the way you used to.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, and we see Eugene has to make a decision here. He's going to have to pitch something because he might as well, unless he decides, oh, my hand's not that great, so maybe I'll just get a new one.
And that, I guess that is always the risk, right? Does Mind Warp actually fix the hand?
Yeah.
That's so much risk, and just going to be A-being...
Pitching a red here, dealing 2 damage, so that Surge effect is not online because it only dealt its base damage.
Yeah. But again, achieved what it needed to, got a card out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. That's what Wizard like. Wizard loves life parity because you always have that Storm Strider to kill your opponent in their turn.
Yeah, that's why I think you like Storm Strider is why I would be running it regardless. Just because like the ability to take essentially a second turn.
He's drawn Tail Limb from Limb here, so we can see what. Oh, does not have go again.
Yeah.
And he has that Beast Within as well, so that could have been a disaster for Daniel.
Yeah, and Tail Limb from Limb, an incredibly powerful card as well. And you know, we love a bit of dice rolling here as well, so
absolutely.
being able to buff something up to that level is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see we've just got deck list here, so I'm really keen to see what Daniel's running on this. Running in this deck. We can see the normal sigils. We see 3 Evergreen.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's
They're
maybe
going for the long game.
Yeah, an anti-fatigue card. We see Cadaverous Tilling, Red Felling of the Crown, the standard stuff, Pulsing Aether / Life, both the meld cards in this deck.
Yeah.
3 Mind Warp, absolutely staple here. And we can see in the blues, we have Scour.
Yeah, I think that's Enigma Tech.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Scour, another card that I think also benefits really heavily from Amp as well.
Yeah.
So really great stuff. And I believe, is that the block that I'm seeing there? Yeah, Will of the Arcana.
No, that's the Fabled.
Oh, that is. You're right.
Okay. I want to see that in the pitch.
Yeah, me too.
That had great synergy with Surging Aether Tide, actually.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, no hard Fendel. So that's another thing as well. It's like a conversation there about whether or not. And yeah, we're going to see it already being pitched right now.
Oh, so it's coming in for 2 here.
Oh, what value.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to use that Will of Arcana for.
Oh, I love me a good gem.
Yes.
I love me a good gem. You know, I'm a big fan of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see it right here. It's used to perfect effect because Surge at Aethertide has a stacking effect. So he's taking the 2 here. So the next arcane spell, he's not going to have one. Oh, so you just tried to bait him a little bit there, but he's going to come with that CNC. And he has already blocked with that Savage Dash. You don't really want to block with it again. You want to get a big pop-off turn. So maybe he has to give 2 cards here.
Yeah, Scab Skin's also available, but it doesn't cover it up enough. So, but yeah, again, that's the question, right? Like, if Eugene had pitched for it because, you know, there are some incredibly scary on-hits, then suddenly this Command and Conquer comes through. That's the whole turn gone. So, it really heads up from Eugene to be like, you know what? I'm more afraid of your physical attacks than I am the Arcane. But chip damage is going through it. And as you said, walking the life totals down together, that's what you want to be doing.
That's because we can see the Emeritus Scolding Blue, which is going to be able to deal 7 damage on the opponent's, 6 damage on the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
So, it's just going to be, if you get that to that life total, it's going to be really hard for Eugene to get a grip on this game. But look at this, Eugene's taking it all here. He's going to lose his arsenal. This is going to be massive. Oh my God, this is a huge turn here coming. Yeah,
and it's one of those things now. Interestingly, looking through Eugene's list as well, we're actually seeing my favorite card in the whole set.
What is that?
10-foot tall and bulletproof. He has a one-of copy of 10-foot tall and bulletproof. And if you haven't seen this card, you're in for a treat. I won't spoil what it is, but it is the best card in the game.
Oh, is it?
I'm not saying about strength, but I'm saying purely off flavor. my favorite card in the whole game.
Another
It's
interesting
hilarious.
card, the Sigil of Cycles, not a card that is seeing a lot of favor right now in the early meta, where if it leaves at the start of your turn and you discard and draw a card, but Rhinar wants to discard cards, so that's going to get that Intimidate off.
I love that. That seems like some really interesting tech.
Yeah.
Well, we're seeing, and this is what I love whenever a new set comes out. We obviously got new heroes that we're super excited about, but just the little things that we sort of put in and tech our current decks for. And speaking of incredibly new things, it's going to be Felling the Crown. Now, again, nothing in hand, and we're also able to load up the graveyard here too.
Yeah, and we can see Daniel here wanting to banish 3 Earth cards because that'll put him to 5, and you want to be able to get to 8. So it's going to be the perfect amount of cards to get to 8 in the next Decompose.
Yeah.
If he is able to get 1 more in the graveyard.
Yeah, because the Felling the Crown will go to the graveyard as well.
Yep, so this is going to be a 2-card 8. That also forces Eugene to put a card to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
So that's a 1-card 8 value. Incredible card.
Yeah, Felling the Crown, I think, is the premier sort of attack for these Earth decks, and it's sort of one of the big reasons to be playing them, I think. And again, though, like, it's one of these really why the Surgeon Aethertide is so powerful, because if Daniel had to keep a card for whatever reason, it has to tuck as well.
Yep.
So being able to go Surgeon Aethertide, hopefully have them pitch a card, and then Felling the Crown is just can be such an incredibly powerful sort of turn sequence.
Just bait him into getting rid of more cards so you can have a lot more time to draw your healing potions, because we see in the deck there is 3 healing potions.
Yeah.
So he's going to be looking, maybe he's not looking for the combo in this matchup because Rhinar's a bit hard to play a bit slow, just play a bit quicker, but they are in the list for him, so he's going to be able to get a lot of value out of those cards.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked a little bit, we've alluded a little bit to this combo as well, and we'll sort of wait and see if it comes up, but with the Storm Striders, we talk about this a little bit, there are other ways you can use similar combos as well, so that's why I think Storm Striders is just a must.
Yeah, things like that. So you're able to use Rampart Growth Life in your opponent's turns to gain 1 life and then activate Sigil of Solace or Fruits of the Forest and then play that pulsing life /life from your arsenal to do a massive turn at the end of the game.
Or in particular as well, we've also got the 3 Emeritus Scolding. So again, we might even have a little bit more reach than you sort of have planned for.
Yeah, what's fortunate / unfortunate is that he's not playing the Plume of Evergrowth in this matchup, but it is in his deck list. So you would have a lot better reach if you were able to play that, but the blocking value of Crown of Providence, being able to put that arsenal at the bottom of the deck, incredibly important here, especially because if you just draw random cards, you just want to get rid of that, because if he does have cards like Tome of Harvest, so putting that arsenal is not a great idea, so being able to tuck it and draw another card, absolutely fantastic for Daniel.
Yeah, and Tome of Harvest, one of the few tomes that have sort of seen and continued through now as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously has a little bit more cost than the other tomes, but it's still an incredibly powerful cycling card, and that's the second one we've seen pitched, and once again, asking the question, do you want to commit a card?
He does not, so we're going to see him get his next Arcane spell do an extra damage from the Surgeon Aethertide because it did ping for 1. And does have that pulsing life in his hands. Yeah. So he's going to be able to cast that off. And that's going to come in for 5 value.
Yeah. So gain the life as well. And again, once Verdance's hero ability is also enabled, this is actually 2 burn spells.
Yeah. So he's only choosing the pulsing Aether side because he only has 1 mana floating. So there was a 2-card 6 of Arcane, which is not actually bad at all because Eugene down to 14 life.
Yeah, and a Sigil of Solace being placed inside the arsenal as well. Now, obviously, it has the utility of gaining life, but being able to sort of keep that as an instant speed burn spell on top of, that all of a sudden makes that Surging Aethertide. Ooh, that's a little bit scary, though. Yep. 2 healing potions in hand, but does have the Plow Under.
Oh, and he got 5 cards, Scabskin Leather.
Oh, off the table,
rolling it. Oh, that's 3 action points here for Eugene. He's going to go crazy this turn, especially because there's 2 healing potions in Daniel's head, and he's going to get intimidated before he's going to be able to cycle those with the Crown of Providence.
Oh, here we go. This could be pretty scary. Now, another card that is inside Daniel's hands, though, is that Destructive Aethertide. And that card is one of the new Majestics for Wizards, and it is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. If it deals more than 1 damage, your opponent destroys a card in their arsenal.
Yeah. So Command and Conquer on multiple fronts now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see speaking of Command and Conquer, there's a Plow Under in Daniel's hand. So he's going to be able to uninteractively tuck an Arsenal card from Eugene to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, and it's, again, I think the important thing here is that Plow Under also is going to then enable the Verdance.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that Sigil in Arsenal, so easy just to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And just gain 3 life, and then now you no longer have an Arsenal to put to the bottom of your deck, so he's going to get the maximum value out of it.
I think the question here, though, is can Eugene threaten the life total?
Yeah.
Because 3 action points available, full grip, Arsenal card in hand as well. I think we're going to see some fireworks here. Do you break the sash?
Is the sash? I'm looking at the sash right now, and I'm hoping that it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, this is all you can hope for as well whenever you roll Scab Sins. And, regardless, rolling a 6 on stream is pretty exciting.
Oh, yeah. If it's just attack with 2 claws into something else, I'm still cheering.
Oh, me
That's
too.
Fine.
Oh, but Oh, incredible stuff. And I think the thing as well is that you can front load your damage as well.
Yeah.
Remove some of these cards. And so I think that the weird thing is you actually want to intimidate the healing potions. You want
absolutely.
you want to have him block with those attack cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And those healing potions are actions. You only get 1 action per turn, so you're not going to be able to play both in 1 turn.
I'm surprised that you would be running 3 in this sort of matchup. I could definitely imagine 1, but here we go.
At the end of the day, it is a blue.
Yeah.
So you can always pitch it.
away.
It's just unlucky if you draw 2 in one hand and this situation comes up, but they are still super powerful to pitch and play later on in the game.
Yeah.
We're going to see. He's going to take 3 here because it is just 3. He has 2 action points up.
He's also he can essentially takes nothing because of the card in his arsenal as well.
Yeah.
And I think the big question is how much intimidation can we do?
Yeah, and there's a chance he just uses that Crown of Providence here just to get rid of one of those healing potions.
Yeah, absolutely. If it doesn't get intimidated, but I guess it's just a single.
Here
we go.
Popping that Savage Sash. So everything with 6 or more power will cost 1 less. So this is a free.
Yeah.
I think he has a pummel in his hand, so
yeah,
he may not draw a card here. Oh, he discards that yellow pummel, the 50-50.
Unlucky, but still 6 damage and intimidate. No intimidation either, though, I think is the big thing.
What I love is, even though he missed, still a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Having a great time.
I mean, hey, you rolled a 6. Why wouldn't you be having a good time?
Yeah, absolutely. If he's got yellow and I want to check the pummel count.
Yeah.
I'm checking the pummel count. We got 3 yellow pummels, 2 blue pummels.
No reds.
No red pummels, unfortunate. But I love pummel.
Yeah, pummel.
Yeah. Oh, and here comes a Splatter Skull, the brand new card.
Yeah.
So he has not intimidated. Oh, and there's the combo. He's going to discard the mighty wind-up, and now that gets intimidated. And the Splatter Skull will return unless he has that defense react in Arsenal, but we know he doesn't.
Yeah, so
if it's that Plow Wonder, that's not great. But if it's that Healing Pot, no big deal.
Yeah.
It's a 33% chance, so he's going to take it here. That just goes to show the power of that Splatter Skull.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Rosetta.
And as well, in combination with some of these heavy hitter cards where you discard, so
it's intimidated and it's gone.
Oh,
no.
He's now just stranded with 2 healing potions.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to Arsenal 1, which is at least something because he can heal. He can play 1, play the Sigil, and Arsenal the other healing potion, so it's not absolute disaster here for Daniel.
Or do you just send the Aether Tithe and then play it and sort of keep that Sigil for when you've enabled?
I think you kind of just... So the problem there is that if your opponent having a fresh 4-card hand, giving them agency to use all of their cards isn't always the best idea. Because if they have a card that they particularly didn't want anyway, leaving them with that card is much better than letting them use it to Arcane Barrier 1.
That makes a lot of sense. In particular with the Arcane, because it's going back into the deck, so it's not like they're losing a card.
Oh, and here comes...
Again! Oh, come on. Big 6.
Again! No way! That's another set. The star is just down the road, and I think Eugene's going to be hitting there after this event.
I think so
Lord.
too.
He is loving this.
Oh my God. Double 6s now, and you saw Daniel's face kind of grimace a little bit. He does... this... Let's see. Now, luckily for Daniel, Eugene does not have access to the arsenal, but again, we've seen how much damage and how much disruption he has. Oh, and 2 sigils in hand.
Oh, that's not that bad, though. That's not that bad. And he's going to be able to resolve that. Oh, but he's going to have to get rid of that healing potion to do it, unfortunately. And pitching that Heartbeat of Candlehold. While he's thinking, I want to appreciate real quick. Cold foil healing potion.
Yeah.
That looks beautiful.
It is. I love the cold foil. Not only the potions, but the talismans as well. They are just so stunning. And yeah, we can see as well the Stonewall Gauntlet, cold foil. We see a couple of we've seen some cold foils as well. You yourself a purveyor and lover of shiny.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
But come on. Come on, Daniel. You got to whiteboard a sigil in that graveyard.
Yeah,
Healing
man.
potion. What are you up to, man?
Now, there was some tech with Wizards back in the day where they would run a different version for each card so they could keep track of where they were in their pitch stack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely allowed. So
Yeah.
might as well make all uses you can.
Not
Save
for
all
me.
that brain power for those books that you used to be able to use.
No, give me the shinies. I'm running foils
Oh,
all day.
I
every
love
day.
to hear that.
Yeah, if I can, I'm putting cold foil versions in. I don't care.
Okay. Well, he's rolled a 6, but he's
Yeah.
he's just doing the tame attack with 2 weapons. Nothing wrong with that, though.
Yeah.
So he's going to be taking some damage here. We know he's got 2 healing potions. So, okay, Sam
Ooh.
packing. So maybe he's going to be incentivized to block here. But you know what? This is actually funny because
Yeah.
Dan can now block with the blue in his hand, get back the Heartbeater Candlehold, and then play a Plow on it. It won't get any value, but it will put 8 Earth cards in his banish zone.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite funny here where there's a chance that it actually helps him. This send pack actually helps Dan.
Yeah, that's really interesting. You know, it's one of these things where it's like, you know, I guess the question is, well, do you really care about losing the singular health potion? And I haven't done the math, and I don't know what the math looks like at this point, but do you need the 2 to kill?
Yeah.
I think the big question.
So what's cool here is that because he has 4 banished Earth cards, he can block with the Heartbeater Candlehold
Yeah.
and the Millennium Tree for 6, get back the Healing Potion,
Yeah.
cast the Plow Under, get to 6 in the banish zone, and play 2 sigils.
Yeah.
Now he has 8 in the banish. He's going to gain 6 life and deal 2 arcane
Wow,
damage
that's
that
gonna,
way.
yeah, that's
sweet.
That's awesome. This is why I got to play this deck. Just these
Oh,
like
he's just
little.
taking it.
Okay.
All right, he wants to be able to pressure as much as possible here.
And I think the plan is to go Plow Under, put everything into the banish that you can, and then just like fire off these sigils, gain 6 life,
Yeah.
and then just threaten on the following turn, which I think is great too.
Eugene thinks he's safe, but he is not safe.
No.
He's going to draw a swing big and a pulping. All right, fair enough. So he's going to, he's going to banish 3 Earth cards here,
Yeah.
which is going to put him at 8. And Verdance is now turned on, and she has sprouted and flourished
Yeah.
into what she always wanted to be.
Yeah. Now this is where it starts to get real scary. Now it's the time that you can't really just take the Surging Aether Tide because
Yeah.
you don't know what's on the back of it as well. And in particular, once we start to see, you know, we've only seen one thus far of this rampant growth. I think they're coming.
Yep.
And that's when you sort of have the question, does he actually fire off these sigils now?
Yeah, that's why you definitely play 1
Yeah.
to get it out of your hand. But yes, I would actually say that Arsling it is a smart idea because you can use that rampant growth. And then randomly, if you draw another a burn spell with it,
Yeah.
all of a sudden,
Stormstrider's dead.
yep, see you later. So Dan knows this, of course. He's a veteran wizard player.
Yep. Yeah, the one thing that Dan would understand is the life totals that you're actually at 0.
Yes. There's always one turn where it's our turn.
Yeah.
So,
our turn.
yeah. So Eugene thinking here, there's a chance he might use the scab skin leathers just because he might not have an opportunity to get the second use out of it because he
Yeah.
is so low.
Yeah.
And Stormstrider's looming does present a very lethal threat for Eugene on Rhinar.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing as well for Eugene is just the amount of equipment blocks Dan has left.
Yeah.
So he can also like dig 4 more cards using the Crown of Providence here too. So Dan definitely sort of in a very good position, but I think this is sort of the real benefit of bringing something like Rhinar over Kayo is the fact that you get the wrong card intimidated at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Like, you can just die.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just all of a sudden, I have all these blocking cards. I have no hand anymore. So now I just lose. Okay, there we go. He's taking 4 damage, going down to 10 life.
Yeah.
Are we going to see another Scabskin roll?
I certainly hope so.
I do as well. And Eugene is known for the rolls. So there's a chance he says, why stop? If you're 2 6s,
Yeah.
you're basically guaranteed to roll a 6 again.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
It's 50-50. You do or you don't.
Yes, absolutely. Math, we are in there. And you can see, just, as you said, firing off one of them and then just arsling the other, just in case he draws into it. Now, the Verdance trigger does not work on your opponent's turn, but no, we're just going with the pulping.
Oh my God.
He's drawn it. And he's drawn the perfect hand.
Is this lethal here? So he can gain 1 life, he gains 4 life, he gains 5 life. This is lethal. If he taps out, this is lethal.
Yeah.
But the problem is, he's going to get intimidated.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to fire it off. This is high. He might do it. Oh, no, he's not going to do it here. Okay, that makes perfect sense because on his turn, he's going to be able to ramp up that Surgeon Aether Tide, and he only has Arcane Barrier 3.
Yeah.
So he might be able to leverage his equipment here to be able to survive long enough to be able to hit him with a massive amount of spells. And because it's all spells, that Reckless Swing is not going to be able to trigger on spells, only on attacks.
Yeah, and I think the thing as well is the fact that we have the healing potion on his turn, so it's another ping, another bump for that rampant growth as well. So I think, Eugene has to kill Daniel here, and he has to kill him from like 13.
Yeah.
Because at any point he can just play that sigil. Obviously, you lose some of that value, but if it stops you dying, but you have to get through multiple pieces of equipment at this point as well.
Yep, for sure. Because what's funny is that he's going to gain a bunch of life on his turn anyway, so as long as he's on 1 life, he's going to be able to gain at least 5.
Yeah.
So 5 to 7, actually, with the healing potion. So
yeah.
He's going to be able to go all the way back up to his starting life total from this turn.
Well, an additional one as well from the life part of the rampant growth too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So plenty of life to play with. And I think this is why it's so scary versus Verdance as well, is the fact of not only is she doing all of this wizard stuff as per normal, it's also hard to kill her.
Yeah, absolutely. There comes the fridge.
Yeah.
Putting 3 in front of it, taking 3, going into 7. So those Mandible Claws are turned on here because he has discarded a 6 power this turn.
Yep, he's going to close the chain.
Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because now it puts the Millennium Tree back. He has to put a count on that channel Millennium Tree on the Millennium Debug skin, but putting it back means he can block with it a second time.
Yeah.
So.
And as well, I believe he should have an embodiment as well because it is turned on. Now, is that going to matter here? I'm unsure.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to block at all, so we'll see.
The embodiment doesn't affect its own ability, does it?
No.
Yeah.
Yep, so he doesn't actually have one, so he's just put a token face down on the table. All right, that's fair enough. As long as we can recognize that it's an embodiment of token.
It's face down because it's a rune shot on the other side, and I think that would get a bit confusing.
Yeah, that makes sense. So good to see here. He want to block again with this Millennium Tree.
Yeah.
So this is only going to be blocking for 1. So he's going to take 2 here. They are making sure the game state, while it's confusing, the game state is honored as it should be. Fantastic. And now he has the second embodiment token.
Yeah, and it's just going to be another claw, and it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, he's going to go down to 3. He's going to gain all that life back.
Yeah. And what's interesting here, right, he is tapped out, so technically Daniel can just pull the trigger, but I think it's just safer just to wait.
He also has been intimidated, and I don't know what it was. It might have been that rampant growth, but it's always safer just to use it on his turn because he's going to be able to do the ping damage as well and get the effective healing potion. Yeah,
and then as well, then you just have the Storm Striders, and it's like one of those things where, you only have AB3, so any 4-cost burn spell might just be enough.
There's that reckless swing that isn't going to get much use here, but
it's a blue.
It is a blue for AB3, but we can see Dan's popping off here. He's going to pop that heal potion. He's going to be able to gain 2 life, deal 1 damage. We're going to track how much life Dan's gaining here because that rampant growth is rampantly growing. So he's going to gain 2 life. He's calculated himself. He knows what's coming. He's done the lines probably a bunch of times. Yeah. Knows the sequencing. Knows when to use his chain links in between to get the most effective value. We see Eugene here pitching. Makes sense. If you're popping healing potion, you probably want to be able to use your whole hand to save as much life as possible.
Yeah.
For that Surge and Aethertide. You see here the Sigil of Solace, so he's gained 5 life, dealing another damage.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, we're seeing Eugene AB some of this. We know he has another blue in hand, but it's always scary because, look at this, right? So he's got multiple ways now. An interesting thing about it, because the Surge and Aethertide is not an instant, you won't see him play both life sides.
Yep.
Because you can respond in between, but you can't play an action because
so
they have to resolve one and then the other.
Yep, so he's getting a life. The life will resolve, dealing a damage, and then the rampant growth will trigger, and so he's going to be able to gain... Okay, so he's pitching 2 reds in order to come in with that Surge and Aethertide here. For 7 value, he's only able to pitch 3 here.
Yeah.
So it's going to come in for 4 from that AB3, and then it's going to be a 5 damage destructive Aethertide.
Yeah, and, it's one of these things where, regardless of the life total, I think it's over. Because what does he go to here? So he takes 4, goes to 3.
So it's not over yet.
It's not over, but again, we still have access to Storm Striders as well.
Absolutely. There you go, coming in for 5.
And Destructive Aethertide, again, one of those incredible cards.
Another card has to get pitched here. You see Eugene's got the same pen as me. I'm trying to realize that right in front of me there.
And Eugene.
Good taste.
And I think this is always the scary thing. And this is why he runs Storm Striders, right? Because Eugene's going to have to, I believe, with multiple...
Pass his turn.
Yeah, and passing turn, he can just crack Storm Striders and just throw
okay,
damage.
He can only pitch a yellow, so he's going to take 3 here, go down to 2. And if Dan draws any spell, that does 2 damage, or... Maybe
2 damage over.
Yeah, over the top of that last card in his hand.
And I actually like this from Eugene, though, because technically he could pitch the other card as well if it is red and block 3. But this sort of puts the question in Daniel's mind as like, what color is in his hand.
Yep,
because
absolutely.
there is a chance that he's just got it holding a blue.
There's a Mind Warp in his hand, so... Oh, he's attacking. He has no floating.
Oh.
He's on 2 life. He's got that Mind Warp. That's going to come in for 2. He's attacking here.
Yeah, and it's like...
Okay, yep, you can block out and then go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just doing it right now. He has there's nothing that can stop him. 2 damage from Mind Warp. Game over.
Oh.
And Daniel Rusling on Verdance takes the win over Eugene C on Rhinar. What an absolute fantastic game.
What a cracker of a game as well. We saw both players get to do everything they wanted. 2 6s on the Scab skins is incredible stuff. But then, yeah, Verdance just showing the power of once you've decomposed and the questions you have to ask. And we sort of saw a transitional period. After we've actually sort of turned on that hero ability, we're just slinging Arcane at that point. No more attacks are coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. You just chip him down with good math.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, oh, you're a bit low. You have to start blocking me because I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah, and that's my future deck. That's why I am on Team Earth right there. Not as flashy, not as exciting, but just that slow, grindy, methodical game that I personally love to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're going to be trying to tempt me over to this Earth side, but I'm not. You're not my Lightning.
Yeah.
Maybe we're on a crash course for a little Lightning versus Earth coming in the future rounds.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so because, yeah, there's definitely going to be some interesting things. And we're going to see a lot more of this going into the future. Again, this is just the first iteration of these decks.
Oh, yeah.
What sort of spicy tech are we going to see? Are we going to start to see things like Aether Wildfires? Probably not.
Well,
but I don't know.
There is a way.
Oh, there's a way?
There is a sigil of temporal manipulation. So you're able, if you can pop that in your opponent's turn, you can banish a wild from the top of your deck. In Verdance.
Ooh, okay.
That's huge.
Okay, see, this is what we're saying. While these games are incredibly exciting, I'm just so excited for what this whole meta is going to look like. And obviously, we've got some incredible events coming up. In particular, the big one, Worlds.
Yes, absolutely.
Out of Osaka. I'm unbelievably excited to watch that event.
Oh, I'm unbelievably excited to play the event.
Yeah, it's oh my God.
Amazing time. Japan is just exploding. And what a time, especially getting that new Ira.
Yeah.
5-year anniversary Ira.
That hits me. That hits me right here. My first ever gameplay was with Ira.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because you're able to actually attend a World Celebration event.
Yeah.
Anywhere at your LGS to be able to pick up an Ira for free, just by showing up to one of these events during Worlds weekends. Yeah. Anyone's welcome to join. Everyone can be in the celebration.
Yeah.
Side weekend is going to be amazing.
And celebration is definitely the words that I would be using. And so much more to celebrate, so much more for us to watch. We're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back with round number 5.
Yep.
The history of Ikaru is smeared with blood. Its blossoms torn and scattered to the winds. A house wiped from the memory of Mysteria. But we are the Crimson Haze. And we remember.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened in Sydney, Australia, where we're experiencing some really awesome classic constructed action. And we've got another really, I think, aggressive and fun matchup coming up, Nick.
We're running back Kayo versus Aurora, but this time we have an Aurora that is all reds, all gas. There will be no pitching. All you'll do with tunic counter is take it off and attack with the weapon for 2. So we're going to see, they're getting straight into the action. We have Andy Pham from Sydney, a room blade aficionado.
Oh, I see, I
so
see.
He's well versed in the non-attack and the attack action synergies. And then we have Kelvin Law playing Kayo, a seasoned veteran, the top XP player lifetime in the whole world.
That's insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
This man goes to events.
Yeah, absolutely. He loves playing in the flesh and blood.
Yeah. And sadly, we don't see the scab skins this time.
No, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But you know what? It is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, it's fine. Like, I get it. You know, you don't want to roll 6s. You don't want us to yell. That's all good. I understand. But this is a consistent, you know, when you discard, you get the action point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're all good. But, you know, this is sort of like what I thought Aurora would be. We are seeing a pitch, but only to the grasp.
Yeah, only for the grasp of the Arc Knight.
Yeah.
Also, that current final as a blue is still a great extender card as an attack. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We can see that beautiful cold foil variation that you can get from with a Fabled package at any calling upcoming. So that just makes us go. Make sure you attend these events to get these beautiful looking cards.
There's also the Channel of the Millennium Tree one too, which is also stunning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Andy flexing on us a little bit there. He's going to draw a card from that Rune Token because Kelvin Law does not have Arcane Barrier, so it's whenever damage is dealt. And he's going to be able to draw, so very, very nice play. And we see that Arc Lightning in hand. He has that Arc Lightning in hand for Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we're just making sure that the game stays nice and clean here.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of flexing, that is a cold foil embodiment of lightning as well.
Given only out at the prize wall of these callings, make sure you're playing those side events at big events. Andy plays events apparently, which I mean everyone should be doing, which is great.
And this I think is just an excellent start of the turn. We've pitched enough lightning cards to keep the Channel Lightning value around. We've gotten our value off of it as well. And yeah, blocking now out the weapon. We're just going to set Arsenal. So we have 2 ways of it interacting next turn as well. And I can imagine, based on the fact if we're not pitching, we're probably not blocking either.
Yep, absolutely. Andy doesn't even know the meaning of the word block.
Why block when that card does more damage than it blocks for?
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of reds. It's going to be a common trend here. We see that blink as well, but we're going to see, is that a yellow pulping? That is.
Yeah.
So we're going to get Kelvin Law, a very aggressive KO deck here. And we know that Andy's not going to be playing Defense React, so it's very easy for him to be able to play this first to get over the drawback of being able to block with 2 cards. And we see, actually, Balance of Justice here for Andy. Being able to turn that on very quickly because of all the draw effects from Pulping, Wild Ride, Blood Rush Bellow, Bare Fangs.
Yeah.
Just very easy to get an extra card. Whereas Face Purgatory is a detrimental effect to your opponent. It's a beneficial effect from Balance of Justice. So he wants to add to his own game plan rather than take away from his opponents.
Yeah, and I would probably guess that we have the Face Purgatory inside the deck as well.
Yeah.
But Balance of Justice kind of tech for specifically Brutes now because the draw 2 effects are a lot less, but Brutes loves drawing cards. And, you know, I think one thing with Kayo compared to the Rhinar we saw before, the reason why we're running the yellow pulpings is that in all purposes other than combat damage, it is a 6 attack, and that's sort of what you want to chain together.
Yeah, this is KO's bread and butter. 2 cost, weapon, 2 cost.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. It's a 4-card, 15 damage. He's going to be threatening that on hit of destroying that Arc Lightning, the integral part of this strategy. So Andy hopefully is going to be able to block that with 2 cards. If not, he has that E-Strike and those 2 equipment pieces because KO's on hits are very few and far between. So using it on this very impactful Commander Clock might be what he's thinking about right now.
And I think that's why we probably saw the Balance of Justice as well. You know, Andy probably assumes that this is a fast matchup. You don't need to sort of hold that equipment back as much as you may need to in, you know, like a Guardian matchup or something like that. You know, turning the corner can be as early as turn 0.
Yeah, absolutely. These games can go quick as can be. And we see that Andy has that burn-up shock in hand, and because Kelvin doesn't have Arcane Barrier, he's going to get a free draw out of that from that shock effect dealing 1 arcane damage. So, man, he's got a lot of options here, and he doesn't know what he's going to draw here, so...
Yeah, shout outs to Dio. You know, imagine if Dio had access to some of these cards, being able to draw cards at a whim like that.
Absolutely. So he's still thinking here, what is his play going to be? Does he think about his draw? Does he care about that arsenal? It is Arc Lightning, which is very powerful, but maybe he doesn't need it here, but it does present a lot of damage.
Yeah. Arc Lightning in particular, one of the key cards that we're going to be seeing from, I think, regardless of the build, all of the Aurora decks. Arc Lightning, of course, every time that you get Go Again, it pings for a damage, and then the next thing you do also will then have Go Again.
Will also have Go Again. And what's great is that it itself has Go Again, so you ping immediately from the activation of the Arc Lightning. And you can see he is blocking for 6. That's what's great about these milled cards. They do block for 3 as well as have great effects, so they're very versatile.
Yeah, and exactly as you sort of said, Nick, as well, just putting the armor across, you know, like, it would not be surprising if, you know, within the next turn or 2, those lightning greaves are getting cracked as well, particularly depending on the draw here now. The sequencing is going to be interesting because we have an embodiment of lightning as well, so, yeah, so there's a little bit of stacking here, but I don't think it matters too much.
Yep, so he's going to ping for 1.
Yeah. Which is then going to gain, so he's going to ping for 1, draw a card, and also give the next thing Go Again as well.
Yep, absolutely. As we can see from deck lists here, there's only 12 blues here, and who even knows if these are siding into the deck.
Yeah, well, we've seen blinks. That's about it, though.
Yep, and we have seen that current funnel, but I don't even attribute that as a blue. That card's just a red in disguise, to be honest.
Exactly. And now we're going to see, so off the draw, I don't expect to see this channel Lightning Valley stick around.
Yep, but he can also just pitch 2 reds if he wants to and save it for later on. Or we see that combo of Blink plus Gone in a Flash, which is so strong.
Yeah. So Gone in a Flash. No, we're just going to be E-striking here. My assumption is going to be for 7.
Yep, he might also draw a card here because he does have Go Again.
Good call, yeah.
He does have. He is stacking double Go Again with that Arc Lightning, but he is still going to be able to get that 1 arcane damage from the Arc Lightning because it does have Go Again.
Yeah. And then, draw a card, and then we're going to be able to see that Gone in a Flash played at least twice with the Blink.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to present so much damage. But the problem is it won't have Go Again, so you're not going to get that Arc Lightning value, but being able to just bounce it back to your hand over and over again.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of damage
We could also see the Enlightened Strike get bounced back to hand here as well, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no, sorry. No, I understand.
But you know, he could also be going for a Scaling Fleshbag here. That could really stymie this turn here if he can get one of those 2 crucial combo pieces. Because as we can see, if he banishes either of those 2 cards, his turn might not be as good as he would hope. So,
and again, we sort of talk about, in general, sort of like understanding of Flesh and Blood, you want to keep that equipment, but for something like Scaling Fleshbag, it is one of those pieces that, at the right time, can get 7, 10 points of value.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the right time using it. Obviously, he's playing with no information here, so he's going to take the 5 damage plus the 1 arcane, which you cannot stop.
Yeah.
And see what Andy comes with here. I assume he's going to be going in a flash.
Yeah.
But actually, it's funny because if you Scaling Fleshbag the Gone in a Flash, and you can hit that Blink, you can't really respond with Blink when you put the trigger of Scaling Fleshbag out there, because then the Gone in a Flash just comes to your hand and you don't do any damage. So
yeah, so it's
got to play around that.
Really interesting timings, but no, he's actually just going to pitch the Blink, make a Grasp of the Arc Knight,
Yep, that has go again, so he's going to be able to deal 1 arcane damage through that arc lightning here, and then attack with that Starfall, which also has go again, and will do another arcane damage. So sequencing perfectly, played around that Scowling Fleshbag. This is why he's a Runeblade master in Sydney.
And I think the other thing as well is that gone in a flash, would not be surprised to see it placed into the arsenal, or potentially actually pitching into here to keeping the channel around as well.
Yep, absolutely. That also makes a whole lot of sense. So, but we're gonna see here, because he does not have any floating resources as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
But
it looks like double agile wind up for the side of Kevin Law, as well as I believe that was a pummel.
Oh.
Maybe, or it was a pulping. I'm unsure, because looking at his list, it doesn't look like he's running the pummel.
Yeah,
so.
that would be a spicy tech.
Yeah, right.
You really don't see the decks running 6 powers, things that aren't 6 power outside of things like Cast Bones and Blood Rush.
Yeah. And are we even seeing Cast Bones that much anymore? Depends on the
Maybe.
deck.
Maybe. I hope so. That card's cool.
I love the card. I think it's sweet.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to say, what is Andy going to do with this last card? It won't have go again, so it's just going to be a 0 for 4. So it's very likely he wants to... Depends which one he wants to play, because Gone to the Flash has a higher ceiling. However, Flittering Charge is more consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is definitely the trade-off in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. And I think as well, this might actually be a bait off the Scowling Fleshbag. Because there's a card left in hand, and you kind of assume, no, he's not going to take the bait. He's just going to block it out.
Yeah. That's why he's the top XP player in the whole world. He knows when he's getting baited.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing. He's just passing his turn. Fantastic.
Yeah, but again, a big turn. 2 lightning card. No, just the 1. So yeah, so we are going to lose that as well. But 2 more left in the deck, and we've seen there's multiple ways of being able to recycle these cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of,
there's 2 more Channel Lightning Valleys. This is going to go crazy this turn.
Yeah.
Especially because he does not have Arcane Barrier for that Grasp of the Arknight.
Oh, and the Rune Chunk counts.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Any damage dealt.
What a card.
So he's coming in here for 6. Gets that Might token.
Yeah, and again, do we expect Andy to block? No.
No, absolutely not.
No.
So what's great is that because he asked with the Flittering Charge.
Yeah.
Now that he actually has a lot of synergy with the Grasp of with the Channel Lightning Valley, because it'll give a go again.
Yeah.
So great heads up play from him, arsening that consistent card instead of that high ceiling card, because now he doesn't have to break the Lightning Greaves.
Yeah, of course.
So really, really strong plays, and getting those 2 on the board is going to be really strong. Maybe he doesn't even play 2. He might just play 1, arsenal another one, depending on what he draws off the first Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, exactly right. But and I think that's sort of like the benefit of this card being the way that it is, and the fact of you have the ability to sort of see and plan your turns out. Do you want to have that one big explosive turn? But from what we've seen of this deck so far, it seems like it doesn't need 1 because every turn is explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this is a bread and butter play as well from Kayo. Just 6 into 5, that run roughshod.
Yeah.
Great card from the Kayo Armory deck.
Yeah.
Just really being able to send that play. It's a great blue for exactly that reason, putting it as much damage as possible. So Andy is going to have as little breathing room as possible coming into the later turns.
Plenty of block available, but again, we're seeing a 5-card hand here from Andy Pham, and yeah, it's just going to start off here with the charge, and your assumption is that it's going to be some sort of instant.
Yeah, nothing inconspicuous at all.
No,
I'm doing nothing else.
I'm just IP forward myself. That's all it is,
Yeah, absolutely. So we can assume that there's going to be an instant played. Kelvin Law thinking, what instant could that be? It could be the discharge, which is going to give +3 to your next cost 1 or less attack action.
Lightning Press is one as well.
Yep, absolutely. Giving +3 and go again is fantastic.
Yep.
Could be another chat. Well, we know it's Channel Lightning Valley, but Kelvin Law doesn't know that, and it's going to draw him a card as well.
Yeah.
Maybe might draw 2 cards because.
Yeah, you know what's better than Snatch? Snatch with go again.
Yep, absolutely.
Speaking of, there is a Snatch in hand as well, so the perfect way to close the chain if he does decide he wants to dump his entire hand. But I wouldn't be surprised actually to see the second Valley pitched to the sword, just so we can actually keep it around.
Yep. I like the idea of just playing the 1, because if he draws another Lightning card, he can pitch that Lightning card as well to keep both Channel Lightning Valleys around, which next turn is going to be freaking scary.
No, he's just going to machine gun.
Oh, he's just doing it. I love it. I love it.
Kevin's
Andy's laughing. Look at Andy has 2 as a play set of a cold foil Channel Lightning Valley, and I've decided I'm getting myself a play set.
I think you should. I think you should. They are just gorgeous as well. And the way that the cold foiling goes into the art is just stunning.
Is that a Sigil of Solace? Oh, he drew a Sigil of Solace. What a spicy tech, because he's going to be able to use that on Gone in a Flash to add it back to his hand. Oh, all red, all just... This is crazy stuff. I'm loving this. This is why I am Team Lightning.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna have to keep telling myself I'm Team Earth, just because this looks like so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, he's gonna activate Aurora here. Pitching a lightning card? Yeah, pitch the lightning card. So he can keep one of them around.
Well,
I believe you don't you have to put one per?
Yeah, one per. But his thing is he's going to be able to draw a card off his E-Strike.
Oh, true.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to draw a card. If he draws a lightning card, he can then pitch for the Grasp of the Arknight.
Oh, my God. Does he draw it?
Oh, he drew a lightning card.
He did. Oh, so he can keep both around. And then, yeah, so this is going to be 5 go again.
No, yep, 5 draw a card. It was 5 draw a card.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
he did
draw a
have
card with go again.
Yeah.
And yeah, you drew that benefit shock as well. This deck is sick.
Yeah, amazing sequencing here from Andy as well. Just a pleasure to watch.
And I love the fact with the Aurora ability that you can manipulate if you want it to pop then or if you want to save it for next turn. There's just so much that you can sort of sequence with it still being fair.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kelvin is thinking, because he doesn't know what's coming. He's drawn those 2 cards from Channel Lightning Valley, so they're not a threat anymore. But you got to say, there's a Starfall coming. He could use Grasp of the Arknight to get a second Earth card, a Lightning card in the pitch zone. So there's a lot of options here. I'm interested to see what he does, because he might even just jam that Snatch.
Yeah. I mean, like you just make the Rune Chant and jam the Snatch, right?
Yeah, you could do that for sure, unless you want to set up for a 5-card hand on the next turn, which can be more than 5 cards, because the Channel Lightning Valleys might draw another card. Yeah. Well, they're guaranteed to draw another card if you keep it around, because Grasp of the Arknight.
Yeah, and I
deal an Arcane guaranteed.
And I think that's probably why you're more incentivized to actually just send it.
Yeah, for sure.
Cleaning up the combat chain here.
Yep, so he's going to close the combat chain, see what he's going to do. Yeah, he's going to play Grasp of the Arknight. Absolutely amazing play here from Andy. Rolling over the resources into the next turn.
And I guess if you then Arsenal, I was going to say you have to send it, but like.
However, okay, he can use the Grasp next turn, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's probably going to want to block this one. You do not want to give that 5-card hand with double Lightning Valley on the table.
Yeah. But again, it's like Kayo, they play well off these 2-card hands, but this is going to demand an equipment piece. And I guess you have the Sash, so at least you get your value off it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in Kelvin, he's got that weakest link. And if there's one thing Aurora decks struggle against, it's on-hit effects that attack for 6.
Yeah.
So there's a chance he might just send that, try and force cards from Andy's hand, and try and get that tempo back in this game, because Andy's going to be threatening next turn a 3rd tuning counter, a Lightning Greaves activation potentially, and just going absolutely crazy here. Kelvin Law knows this. He's still got that flesh bag, but is that enough?
Yeah, I don't know. And it's one of these things where it's like, we're guaranteed, regardless, to draw 2 cards next turn, because you just make the Rune Chant and swing, and unless he's running Oasises, which I don't imagine he would be.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You're drawing 2 cards, so it's like, and this is like one of those things as well when we talk about like a card like 3 of a kind. Oh, we're just going to use it now.
Yeah, Andy's very happy about these. You can saw the smiley face. Oh, flesh bag's gone. I am cheering right now. And Andy's going to put 1 counter on each, 2 lightning cards in the pitch zone.
Yeah. But yeah, we talk about like 3 of a kind as well. Sometimes it's great to play the 7-card hand, but it's also really good to be able to block with, and that's a card.
That's a hand. Oh, this hand can go crazy here, because he does have those Lightning Greaves and that Gone in a Flash. But here he comes, the weakest link for 7. It's going to stymie that play completely.
I think it's for 8 as well, because he had 2 Might tokens.
Oh,
yeah, he's got 2 Mights.
Wow.
But I guess here's the question, right? Like, you're ripping 1 card.
Yeah.
But
maybe you give that second counter on Grasp of the Arknight.
Yeah.
Because he does have I think he might have a blue in his hand. I think I saw Sigil of Lightning, so he's going to be able to make a Rune Chant and attack and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, but I guess the question here is, do you care? Like, because you can only take one of these instants or these non-block cards.
Yep, and especially because Kelvin Law does have a card in hand, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you're thinking of blocking here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost tempted if I'm in this situation. Just, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to attack you. But
for sure.
Again, like you don't know what the composition of their hand is, and no, we are just going to throw some equipment.
Tunic.
1, 2, and 2 3 blocks. Okay. So giving up the tunic before activating the counter. So.
Yep.
But like you were saying, they're not pitching anyway, so it's not a huge deal.
Oh,
that's so sick!
And he's able to house get back to his hand because they are 0 or more.
Oh, that's the cool. Yeah. Oh, maybe I picked the wrong team.
Yep, absolutely. So Andy here is absolutely unfazed by this weakest link. He does lose the tunic, but he's going to be able to add back those, that Japanese weakest link back to his hand.
Oh my god, that's so sick. This deck... Yeah, so what essentially happens there, for those of you who haven't seen this interaction before, what's the name of the card?
It's called Electrostatic Somersault,
That's the one. Yeah, Electrostatic Somersault essentially reads as an instant speed card that you can bounce up to 2 attack actions from the combat chain.
Yep.
Technically, when you declare a block, it's on the combat chain.
Yep, absolutely.
So we've talked about this card thus far as a way of being able to bounce, your command and conquers after you've attacked with them. But in that instance, being able to bounce the 2 defending cards in link resolution. So before the combat chain is cleaned,
yes,
but after the actual damage and the blocking has occurred, he's able to maintain those cards and keep them in hand. So he's essentially blocked that for 1 card and 2 pieces of equipment.
Yep, absolutely. And he's just maintained full tempo here. It's just a little cheeky thing that you can do against these on-hit effects if you are able to put those block 3s into your deck, which Andy has done, and he has absolutely blown this game wide open.
Yeah, what a play. That's sick. That's so cool. And now, sort of considering now, the only thing is that was his instant.
Yep.
So it is a little bit hard now for him to sort of go super wide, but might be able to find something. And I think he might be sort of in the mindset of, does he have to play off the top?
Yeah.
Do you swing here with the Gone in a Flash with a Rune Chant and then... Because Lightning Greaves to activate is an instant, I believe?
Yep.
Yep, so try and find an instant off the top, pop the Greaves, and then go to town.
Yep. And if you can draw any Lightning instant, the Starfall will have go again.
Yeah.
And +1, so he's going to be able to extend those plays here. But he's thinking, am I going to draw a Lightning instant? Because he's not able to do this play by pitching the Sigil of Lightning in hand, because it is his only blue card. So there is a lot to consider here, because if you do just come in with that God in a Flash, you know that weakest link is in hand.
Yeah.
And so Kelvin can very much play around it quite easily, and it's not really worth using the Lightning Greaves exactly for that. So he's going to think here.
Yeah. And electromagnetic somersault, as you see in the corner. The wonderful thing about it, though, because it's a rare run, the blue one is any 2 cost or more.
Yep, that's right.
So, talking about what we were sort of discussing before, any of them can do things like Command and Conquer, but the red one in particular, for a red line deck like the one Andy Pham is running, is you're just bouncing. You're just machine gunning stuff back off the combat chain.
Yeah, it's also just a way to block with 2 blocks, because a lot of your attacks are 2 block cards, so you're able to just put them back into your hand and block for 4.
Yeah.
So it's basically like Electromagnetic Somersault is sort of like a defense react in that way.
Yeah, and I this card is, I think, one of the coolest cards in the whole set, so, as we've seen there. And going to go for the Gone in a Flash play, see whether or not we declare a block. And I think that's the really sort of important thing, because if this is fully blocked out, which I imagine it's going to be, this makes this turn a bit awkward.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see where he goes with this, because he knows that Lightning Press is not a threat, because it sort of is a threat, but you're not going to get the extra value from the draws from the Channel Lightning Valley, because it doesn't have go again, unless
you draw an instant.
I was going to say, unless you pitch for the Lightning Greaves with the other card, and then the Lightning Press will draw 2 cards, and you'll have go again from the Lightning Press.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, Kelvin doesn't know. He doesn't know what's coming. He has to think about this, because these heroes are brand new. You don't know the angles.
And you don't know whether or not something like Razor Reflex is in his deck.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
that could be huge too. Yep. So he's just blocking for 4 here.
Yep. The conservative play. No, he's going to activate. Oh, and the Sigil's going to be coming in for free.
Yep, absolutely. And that's going to bounce the Gone in the Flash back to hand.
Yep.
So what happens here is, because he activated an instant, and because Lightning Groups gives go again, go again basically replaces your action point. And so because you didn't have an action point before, it actually gives you an action point back. So because it didn't have go again on the Gone in the Flash, he's able to attack with it again, because he gained an action point from that Sigil of Lightning having go again.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say. So he's going to opt not to use the sort of like aggressive side of the Savage Sash here.
Yep.
And while, don't get me wrong, we are losing a lot of sort of important stuff on the side of Andy Pham. Kevin's out of this defensive equipment, and as well, the Sigil on the board as well.
Yeah.
Something that's going to come in, and look at the hand now. Another Sigil. Ooh.
Oh, we have 3 instant cards.
Yeah.
But one of them being that Lightning Press, and maybe he's going to be able to play another Sigil of Lightning and do it like a setup turn.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is a 2-card 9 here, but he's pitching 2 Bear Fangs to play a red Bear Fangs. Wow.
Yeah.
He's breathing a sigh of relief that it wasn't a big turn, because, man, if Andy came in with that weakest link, that would have been a bit rough for Kelvin, actually.
Yeah, and as well, look, this is 3 cards that didn't block.
Yeah.
Now, one of them was obviously from Arsenal, but, you know, if Andy had the pump, I think that he was just going to go to town.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kelvin Law really breathing a sigh of relief here.
Yeah.
Looks like Andy has a hand that doesn't exactly block well, so
No.
there's a chance he just does a little bit of damage. He's going to have a go again from that Sigil of Lightning,
Yeah.
and he's going to be able to play another Sigil of Lightning, which is fantastic, or pitch it to attack with the weapon to make an embodiment of Lightning, as well as Lightning press that second strike.
Yeah, and I think that's like the scary thing as well with any Rune Blade, and that's why, you know, we still have the cards from all the way back when with the Grasp of the Arknight, just so efficient at what it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Kelvin Law cannot get too low, otherwise that arcane damage is going to catch up to him for sure.
Yeah.
So Andy's thinking here.
And it's definitely always an interesting decision whether or not you run AB into these Rune Blades.
Yeah, absolutely. I usually you would at these days because there is a little card called Sigil of Suffering, which if Channel Lightning Valve's on the field, that one ping on the opponent's turn draws you a card, and that could go a little bit rough. So hopefully hopefully for Kelvin that Andy isn't running that in his list because he's going to get a lot of value. But even though, okay, there's no Channel Lightning Values left, but still that Sigil of Suffering having a 1-card 5 value, it's a bit strong.
And Sigil of Suffering by itself is a good card.
Right there, 3 Sigil of Suffering in that deck.
I mean, hey.
Kelvin's lucky that he didn't have it on a turn where he had that Channel Lightning Valley up.
You know what else I see in Andy's list?
What do you see?
In the little yellow section there down the bottom?
A Flicker Wisp.
A Flicker Wisp. So we might also see a full combo sort of out. We have lost the Lightning Greaves though, so it's probably not happening this game. But again, showing the levels that this deck can take. It's not just, you know, throw 0 for 4s and hope for the best. There are so many different things this deck can do. Activating Grasp now, and whatever happens next, we'll have go again because of that embodiment of Lightning.
Yep, absolutely. And the only attack he's got left is that second strike, and because... So it's going to have go again no matter what, because the Rune Chant will automatically deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
And he's going to get +1 and go again from that second strike. With go again, he's going to be able to threaten maybe an on-hit after this. We're not sure. We'll see what Kelvin can do here. He has 2 Beasts Within, which isn't exactly great.
Yeah.
Unless he has a discard outlet for that Beast Within.
Playing off no Arsenal though, and the Lightning Press.
Lightning Press. 4/4 for 7.
Yeah.
7 total. And he's going to have go again. He's going to be able to attack with that Starfall for 2 with go again. Arsenal that Arc Lightning, and then set up for a massive turn. Still got that Balance of Justice. So if he's able to draw a card off that, that could be huge for him.
Absolutely. Not going to happen this turn, but just taking the damage now. And this is sort of like the aggro dance, you know, walking, one person goes down, the other one goes down. But Andy definitely setting up for a big turn depending on what this draw has. And again, we are still playing a Rune Blade. Blink, or does have some good cards.
Yep, absolutely. So here comes the Pulping. So he's got 2 Beast Withins in hand. So it's a 66% chance that he gets that discard of Beast Within to make massive extension. And he does discard that Beast Within. So we'll see what he gets off the top here. Clash of Agility Red. Not the best choice, but it is still a card nonetheless that will attack for 6. He's got 1 floating as well. So maybe he can do his classic attack for 6, attack for 3, attack for 6.
Yeah. The exact thing Kayo wants to be doing.
Absolutely. He needs a blue.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he has it, because you know he has that Beast Within. Oh, he's got another Pulping.
But again, do you want him to draw? Do you want to draw a second card?
Yeah, I don't think you do.
I don't think so either. You want to make sure this Balance of Justice can't be used for this big pop-off turn.
See, Andy, he's got a lot of go again. Got that Burn Up Shock. So Burn Up Shock's great against the decks with no Arcane Barrier, because you're going to always deal that 4 damage, right, if you've dealt any damage to them. So that's awesome stuff.
Now, sort of just having to decide, you know, every point in this matchup, there's a lot of cards currently in Andy's hand that also don't, you either don't block well or you don't want to, and particularly Blink. If you can utilize that alongside the rest of his hand, it really does make those, you know, 4, 5, 6 combat chain wide turns.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing he's taking the damage here. See what comes next. So he's going to be,
Claw.
So he knows that this is all Kelvin has left, because that Clash of Agility does cost 2. Oh, he does have the second card in hand, so I guess he doesn't know for sure.
Yeah.
So if he takes 4 here, that Pulping can come in for another 6 with Dominate. And that means either he has to block with a card in hand and then go to 1. So he's thinking here. I don't think he wants to play that Pulping just because the Balance of Justice will draw a card.
Yeah. So I think... And I think it's one of those things where, like, when you're Andy, you have to consider what's the worst thing that I see here.
Yep, absolutely.
Swing big. I think is the absolute worst.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think, this is sort of like one of the balancing mechanisms with Aurora as well. You're running a lot of cards that do not block.
That's the downside of going very quickly. And we can say, just a consistent attack for 6, force a card out of hand. He will not draw a card from the Balance of Justice. Heads up play from Kelvin.
And at this point, I don't think into Kayo you're necessarily playing around the Reckless Swing, are you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. But looking at his list, there's 2 in there.
Yep, absolutely. And he did pitch 1, so he knows about it.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to have to block for 3 here, unfortunately. But that burn-up shock would present so much value, but it's unfortunate. But it's got to go. Goes to 1.
Yeah. And now it's really going to be on Kevin Law's draw here. Does he find the second Reckless Swing? And if not, what can we sort of find with this go again?
Yeah. Kayo loves these positions where he gets to block with a couple cards and force cards from the opponent.
Yeah.
Aurora does not want to be blocking. As you can see, a lot of instance in this deck.
Yeah. Let's see. We go to the hand cam. Ooh.
There's a Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, but that's not Reckless Swing, so he has to survive this next turn. We're going to see the Arc Lightning going to be starting as well. The next thing gets go again, and that's definitely going to help with some of the cards available in hand for Andy Pham.
Yep. Pitching to make a Rune Chant. That's going to deal another Arcane damage. Oh, I'd be so hyped if you can deal 11 Arcane damage. That would have been...
God. I mean, with the burn up and shock, it was definitely close.
Yeah. Kelvin Law navigating it perfectly to force him to block with the burn up shock.
Yep.
Yep.
We're using the weapon with go again because we have played a lightning card.
Yep, and he still floats that Arc Lightning because it is an action card that gets go again.
Ah, smart.
Yep.
Really well sequenced from Andy here, though. Reminiscent of the old chain days when you would shackle and use your weapon and stuff.
Yeah, and not try to break the combat chain.
Yeah. Shout outs to the old Oldham chain mirrors.
Yeah.
Like battles with the shield.
So he's going to be able to play the Electrostatic Discharge here.
Yeah.
And then come in for 7, go again with this Lightning Surge.
Yeah.
And that's going to put him to 4. And if he goes to 4 here, he has to block with 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. Which means that Blood Rush Bellow is essentially nullified here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This game ain't over.
Yeah, and I honestly think Kevin Law at this point is playing to 1 out.
Reckless Swing?
That Reckless Swing.
Yeah, potentially.
But even then, we've seen Andy. He's running sigils.
Yep, that's true. So maybe you can bait him into that.
Yeah, and I think, the layers of this and the old sigil into Reckless Swing, that's some old tech. That's some Welcome to Wraith stuff. Yeah, Kelvin here. Having to weigh up. Now, this is sort of like the hard thing as well. He's only found 1 Blood Rush this entire game, and you can't play it.
Yeah. That's what Aurora gives you, fast pace.
Yeah.
You've got to draw them early or else...
You got to have it.
Yeah, exactly. But Kelvin Law navigating it really well. Decide what 2 cards he's going to block with, because you do have to block with 2 cards here, because he should be going to 4 life through this 1 damage from the Lightning Surge.
Yeah. So he's at 4.
Going to block with the Blood Rush Bellow. You're not going to be able to use it this game. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, because... Yeah, 4 and then take... Yeah, that's fair enough. Because I say you can't go to 1, I don't think.
Yeah.
If you go to 1, you have to kill them, and it's like it's hard. But again, this is the best thing you can do.
Oh, 9, and he only has block 2s.
Oh no, is it over?
He only has 4 block 2s in hand, so this will end the game.
Oh no, the 4 block 2s, and this is sort of when you're running these red line decks.
Yep.
And the fist bump extends.
Kelvin Law 5-0 with Kayo.
Yeah, and again, Kayo, one of the decks that was sort of, in the top 3 of our metagame.
Yep, absolutely. Just very consistent. It's a very old deck of fan favorite.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure. So Kelvin Law masterfully playing it, playing to his outs, and just getting it done here against Andy Pham. Nothing wrong with that. He gave a solid effort there, showed off everything he can do.
And I think, like, into a meta game where you may not have practiced into the decks enough, I think a consistent deck like Kayo's really sort of allows you to play your proactive game plan, but if something sort of comes up you're not expecting, you're not afraid to block.
Yeah, absolutely. Just tried and true.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I have all these 6 powers. I got Blood Rush Bellow. I get a Might token every turn. It's sort of like Ira in that way. You get a +1 every single turn. So maybe Kelvin Law's kind of excited for Ira because it's a very similar kind of hero.
I, for one, certainly am as well. You know, CNC for 7 is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pick up a Kayo Armory deck right now.
Pretty much. So, like, hey, I already have. Like,
okay, there you go. Makes sense.
It's like when we test into things, it's like, can it beat KO first of all, or does it just lose to KO? Because if not, it's not worth playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you have someone on Kael on your team, it might be pretty hard to beat KO, to be honest, in that closing circle.
Exactly, and it's one of those things as well. But yeah, this Aurora deck, we've seen 2 very different builds of it already. We've seen this more mid-range version and then this incredibly aggro. And I think the scary thing is that it didn't always line up for Andy as well. He saw a lot of those channel the Lightning Valley really early, not with the other pairing cards. So when we start to pair these 2 things together, I'm terrified of what this deck can do.
Yeah, absolutely. No Gone in the Flash combos going on. He got close, but Kelvin was able to disrupt those turns. But we did see that masterful somersault, 2-3 blocks back to hand. That one card 6 value.
Yeah, that was sick. That was amazing. And then being able to then play those cards out as well, like. I think that's a little bit better than 1 card for 6. Like,
it's such a cool thing that you can do, especially because like blocking with cards, they go to the graveyard, but then it's like, oh, I actually get to recycle these cards and bring them back to my hand and get full use out of them as well. So just give me a little bit extra blocking power in a deck that doesn't particularly block well.
And a card like that really does sort of make me think that there's probably a mid-rangey version of this deck.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, we were talking about it, recycling Command and Conquer 12 times. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sounds good to me for sure. So you can block with them, then add it back to your hand.
Yeah, that's insane. That's masterful for a deck that's been out for 2 days.
Are we playing blue Raging Onslaught?
I think.
Block with Raging Onslaught CNC, add them back, and then.
Oh my God!
I'm cooking already.
I think we should probably cut to a little bit of a break before we start getting a bit too ahead of ourselves with this cooking.
All right, I'll be cooking some lightning in the break. Sure.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next round very shortly. Welcome back to the Battle Hardened in Sydney as we jump back into round number 6. We're getting to the pointy end of the stick.
Yep, absolutely. And speaking of 6, we have an X1 Katsu player.
Oh my god, I thought Katsu wasn't a hero anymore. That's what people were telling me.
Yeah, all these tier lists are absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell about what he's playing against as the Katsu player?
Yeah, so I wish I could tell you a lot about it, but it's a deck that we've not seen a huge amount because we're going to be going up against Vynnset.
Wow.
Now, Vynnset, again, is the sort of Shadow Rune Blade after Chain Living Legended, and is a deck that I think a lot of people have found very unexplored, but has exploded into the metagame here.
Yeah.
You know, 7 of them around, and yeah, this one, I believe, is X1?
X1?
Yeah, X1. So X1 on Vynnset, and it's a deck that on paper, when you read it, is like, oh, but you're playing at disadvantage. You have to banish a card every turn, but it's not how these decks play.
Yeah, absolutely. Runegate is a very powerful keyword of this specific hero, where if you have the appropriate amount of rune chance comparative to its cost, so if you have 3 rune chance and your card costs 3 and you have Runegate, you're able to play it from your banish zone for free.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to do that every turn by banishing from his hand that Runegate card. And with new cards from this most recent set, Rosetta, Malefic Incantations, another card that just constantly gives you another rune chant. Just all these cards that incrementally give you rune chants every turn just make you so much more consistent. That's probably the reason why he's X1 at the moment.
And I think the thing as well is that obviously you're not paying for it because you have the rune chants, but you also have the rune chants that come in with it too. So we're swinging essentially 0 for 9s.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is absolutely what he's going to be doing in this game, or trying to at least. We can see he's got a Vynnset shirt on as well. He is.
Oh my god!
I think he's been maybe a Vynnset player for quite a while. I mean,
That's a cool shirt.
Absolutely. And I know Jared. He has been a master of the dojo since WTR. He's been playing.
Wow.
I think I played him at the very first calling that was Classic Constructed in WTR, and he was playing Katsu back then. So
damn.
We'll see how he does here with all of these new cards, and especially because there's a chance he's running the brand new Descendant.
Yeah.
So the brand new Whelming Gust Wave.
Yeah, I'll get the exact name up.
Gustwave of the second wind.
That's the one. Gustwave of the second wind. The one that sort of, has brought in it. Now, obviously, Katsu's received a couple of sort of indirect nerfs. Art of War, a card that they sometimes ran, but in particular, Bonds of Ancestry. No longer available in any color. But Jared sitting at X1 definitely means that it's doesn't really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Max Chapman banishing another new card, Eloquent Eulogy, which is RuneGate 1, which all the RuneBlade players, all the Vynnset players have been begging, give me a RuneGate 1, and there it is. And with all these new support cards, we're going to see how important that RuneGate 1 is in this game, because that, when it does damage, makes an eloquence token, which is basically a Mage Master boots in a token, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's one of the tokens that I got really excited about when we first sort of showed off Vynnset. And, it's one of these things where, interestingly, Vexing Quill Hand. So instead of wanting to get the incremental singular rune chant, because obviously Vynnset's ability will make you one, so it doesn't actually end up costing that well. But instead wants that burst of rune chance when he needs to hit that 3. And starting us off, though, the most classic Katsu start to a turn.
Surging Strike. 2 mana, 5 attack, go again. Threatening that Katsu trigger, you discard a 0 cost when you hit, and you search any card with combo and put it in the banish zone, and you can play it this turn. So Surging Strike, Interwhelming Gustwave, an absolutely classic play. And then we go, reduce the rune chant.
What a
great
card.
start. And he's on 39, so that Bloodied Oval is turned on because he's on lower life from that blood debt that Eloquent Eulogy gave him. So cleanly blocked out. And he makes that second rune chant for his plays that he's going to be able to do on the next turn.
Yeah, Reduce the Rune Chant is an incredibly powerful defense reaction card as well, particularly, a deck that is going to consistently have rune chants on board. A 0 for 4 that gains you essentially 2 resources, because that's usually what we associate. But Warmonger's Diplomacy, and you can see Max sort of nod his head a little bit. This card, we talked a little bit about it. Doesn't seem to affect Florian very much or Aurora, but I think Vynnset needs to be able to do a non-attack into attack.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to stymie him heavy. But what I'll give is that he already has 2 rune chants. He'll get a third, and so he'll be able to just attack with any RuneGate card. He'll probably call war here. Or maybe he doesn't call. Maybe he calls peace and just plays a bunch of non-attack actions. And then he's going to be able to do a massive turn. So we'll see what he goes with here, because we don't know what he has chosen. But he does have that Morvarin Skies in hand. So he was planning to do a massive turn, but Jared just said, no, you're not allowed to do that. You block my Surging Strike, I'm going to block your whole turn.
Yeah. And that's the thing as well. Warmongers in this Katsu deck is so good because you can discard it to the Katsu ability. It's a 0 cost. Also turns your Kadachis on. So really, and a blue block 3 just in general is fantastic. Where Katsu using Kadachis can really abuse it.
It's everything you want to be doing in this deck for sure as your blue resource cards. And we can see he's banished that Morvarin Skies to get to 3. He probably isn't able to play it this turn. He might not want to get flooded with RuneGate cards. And then we can see an a Deathly Whale, one of the premier cards in this deck, because if it deals damage to yourself or your opponent, you make a Rune Chant token, which is going to set up your next turn. So this heavily incentivizes Jared to pitch a blue to prevent these Rune Chant damage, so he doesn't get any Rune Chants coming into the next turn.
Yeah, it's so scary as well, though. And this is sort of like that Vynnset snowball when, already we're at 40 place 38 in the favor of Jared, but he needs to consider what he wants to be blocking with. And it's pretty crazy.
So he's going to take 2 here. He's already dealt Arcane, so he's going to get that 1 Rune Chant regardless. So just get rid of that extra card in hand. Take the Tempo, a card I haven't seen in a long time.
Me either.
Yeah, so that one, when it attacks and it's the 3rd Chain Link or higher, you can banish the top card of your deck. If it's attack action, you can play during the next turn.
Yeah.
So that's something you definitely want to block. And it's so easy to attack with 2 Kadachis into a Take the Tempo.
Yeah. Deathly Whale. What art on that card? It's terrifying. Like, Vynnset's art cards are scary.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what Max is going to be able to do with all these.
Is that all you got? A card inside?
Oh, absolutely. That's a spicy one right there.
Yeah, that was some Ira tech from back in the day.
Oh, we see a blue Be Like Water.
Yeah. Be Like Water, really important. Allows you to sort of rename the card and enables those combos a lot easier as well. Katsu can trigger, so you can sort of build your own combo based on what you want to hit with.
Absolutely. And it looks like he doesn't have a blue card in hand, so there's a chance he wants to draw a card off that Ancestral Harmony.
Yeah.
Ancestral Empowerment, sorry.
Yeah. Lots of Ancestral.
Yep. So he's going to block that for sure.
Yeah.
That Shadow Puppetry. Vynnset likes blocking with a couple of cards and then attacking, because that gives him the most possible value.
Yeah.
And it gives him the most space. So he's going to pitch that Ancestral Empowerment. It's a 0 cost, attack for 1.
Yep, take the 1. And now I wouldn't be surprised to see here.
That all you got?
Yeah.
Oh, and there it is. So he gets to opt 3 cards, and if he gets a card with attack more than 1, he can put in his hand and make a quicken token.
Yeah, really, really powerful card in Katsu. It's something that we used to run in Ira a lot too back in the day, because you just ping with the Kadachi, they take the 1, and then suddenly you're sculpting your hand to exactly what you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even bigger than that, sorry. Not that all you got. That all you got is the 1.
Yes, yeah.
Reduces it by -1. Lots of cards, and I'm surprised it's the first time we've been tripped up today.
Yeah. So he's going to decide here what he wants to get. I saw a Winds of Eternity, so that's the blue he needs. So he's going to put 1 on the top, 2 at the bottom. So he's definitely hit here. Yep, gets that Winds of Eternity, adds it to his hand.
Winds of Eternity coming in for 2, so enables it. Now has the Quicken token available. I guess to see sort of what happens here in regards to like what the next step is.
And he's showing you a Quicken token on the back of that Harmonized Kadachi. So, yep, that Snatch will have go again here. Something you definitely want to block if you are Max, because he does have go again. He's going to draw a card if he hits.
And I think this is the real scary thing about the Katsu deck now, because it Be Like Water, it sort of indicates to you have to block it, right? Because, what is the next step? Is this going to turn on his entire hand? But declaring that card now means that this Snatch is quite difficult to clean up. He doesn't have the clean block of the Grasp of the Arknight either.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to have to think here. You don't really want to give the Spellbound Creepers either, because that's going to enable your most powerful plays in this deck.
Spellbound Creepers, one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the game. Yeah. It really just does enable some absolute incredible turns, and also, as we were discussing, some really silly things as well with cards like Pick a Card, but we'll tell you about that tech later. We are actually going to see an early Crown of Providence block.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, because what happens is if Snatch hits, he's able to draw a card and then discard that Winds of Eternity and come in for another 0 for 4.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be a lot of value for Jared. And now that Jared has go again, is he going to attack with his Winds of Eternity? Is he going to? Yeah, he's going to attack. You don't want to Arsenal that card. It doesn't do very much, especially because you need 100 wins to go with it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, we don't know how many 100 wins he's running. Most of the decks run a fair few, but why clock up the Arsenal? Push some damage when you know there's no blocks going to come through.
Absolutely. So we can see a 2-card hand here for Max, banishing that Widespread Ruin. So he's going to get that second Rune Chant token, and he's going to be able to cast it for free from the Banish Zone. What's he? Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep. Very good at the start. Oh, there it is. Malefic Incantation, a brand new card. So every time you play an attack action, you start with 3 verse counters.
Yeah.
And then once you play an attack action, you remove a verse counter to replace it with a Rune Chant token. So as you can see here, every turn, for the next 3 turns, he's going to be able to freely cast a 2-cost RuneGate card from his Banish Zone. And because he's dealing damage here, for every hero that's dealt damage, they have to mill the top card of their deck into the Banish Zone.
Yeah, and Malefic Incantation, just a really powerful card for all of the Rune Blades in particular. I know Viscerai is a deck that really wants to run stuff like this as well.
Yep.
But I guess, sorry, just before you say that, with the banishing of the card off the top, this technically can also draw Max a card.
Yes, absolutely. So the reason I like it a lot better than an old card, like the older the Runeblood Incantation, is that it costs 0.
Yeah.
And so because Vynnset plays a lot of red cards, it's quite annoying to cast. Oh, and there comes the Temptation. So this is an instant card. He's going to be able to rip a card from Jared's hand because he has hit, and it's going to be played as an instant because he's dealt arcane damage this turn.
This is one of, I think, the scariest cards in the whole set.
Yeah, and now that he's able to play it, it has go again, and he's been able to play it as an instant, so he will get his action point back.
Yeah.
We can see he's going to rip a card out of Jared's hand here, and you can see he's got that Surging Strike combo in his hand. Yeah. It's not going to go very far.
Because he has the natural as well. The Tunic counter was coming up too, so it was actually going to be the proper combo, and I think you take the starter here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a chance that also you could just take the 100 wins as well, because all you can do is really attack with Surging Strike.
Yeah.
Or you can take the Whelming. There's a lot of options here. You can take the Surging Strike, you can take the Whelming,
or you
can take the Razor Reflex. That makes sense too, because you don't want him to Arsenal that. That card's quite annoying to have in the Arsenal, especially if you know about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always that thing. But yeah, and again, we talked about the 1-cost RuneGate card just being able to come across. Because it had Go Again played at instant speed, it just regains you that action point.
Yeah, and that's what the benefit of Malefic Incantation is. It makes the Rune Chant after the card's attacked, so it stays on the board. And it means he's going to be able to play it here. And he's going to be able to create that Eloquence token, which gives his a non-attack Go Again.
Yeah, and this is sort of how this deck starts to snowball as well. Now, the other really good thing for Max here is he's cleared out his Banish Zone. But now he's just going to pop the Breaking Scales, and I think this sort of indicates to you that maybe he wants to try push damage here. He wants to get that additional draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Eloquence is going to come out.
Yep, top card, Warmonger's Moment. He was happy to see that, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The banish off the top. Oh, doesn't he banish as well?
No, because he didn't do damage to himself.
Oh, I see, yeah. Because, yeah, they've removed the blood deb.
Yeah.
Yeah, Surging Strike using the Tunic. Wonder what's coming next.
Yeah, and thank God Max knows the answer to that question.
Yeah, and I think you have to cover it up too. Because, yeah, the draw off of it. I don't think you even Katsu trigger here if this one hits.
You can get the red one. You can get the red Whelming Gust Wave.
True.
Over the yellow, which is a bit of a more awkward breakpoint.
Yeah. Particularly because, yeah, the equipment now at this point is a little bit challenging to block.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a chance that if Max just has a really strong hand, he can just take all of it.
Yeah.
You draw a card, that's fine. I'll take that as well.
He's not afraid of Warmongers here anymore either, so he knows the fact that he can play out his hand how he would like.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see because he has that Revel in Runeblood, which is just a great combo card with the Spellbound Creepers plus Tunic.
Yeah.
It's a combo, especially because it'll get Go Again. If it already has Go Again, but if he has a card like Read the Runes, which doesn't naturally have Go Again, he can use that Eloquence token to give it Go Again.
And as well, just like being able to, creepers these things out, regain an action point means that even if you don't have a Go Again enabler, and that's the power of creepers, is just the fact that it's like Snapdragons that you can use multiple times and also do some really crazy stuff with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just very sneaky. Your opponent doesn't know what's coming in the reaction step. We didn't get to see it from Aurora because they have the Lightning Greaves, which is another great card that turns instants into a very powerful effects. But don't sleep on the creepers here because it's going to be able to extend these turns where you have multiple Runegate cards in the banish zone and you're going to be able to play them all out, especially with that. That's a combo with Revel and Runeblood. You get that action point back.
Yeah.
By playing it as an instant. So we can see Whelming Gust Wave coming in for 4 here, threatening that 5 breakpoint.
Yeah.
And drawing another card.
Yeah, and then again, depending on what he draws, he can just continue going. And again, Mask of Momentum, a card that we do see, a little bit less frequently as of recent, because Zen obviously running Traverse the Universe, but Mask of Momentum, a card that came in the first set, still terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Not threatening that on hit yet, but if he draws another 0 for 3 or something like that, that's another draw coming, so it could snowball really quick. So you've got to decide if you want to block with 2 cards here, because he's threatening for 5 value.
Yeah.
And maybe Max doesn't want to block. If his hand is that good, I'd be terrified if I was Jared if he doesn't block this out, but it's very likely he does, because Vynnset likes blocking with a couple of cards and just setting up those rune chants. To be able to do a massive turn, which he did last turn. So if you can do like a nice on-turn, off-turn, it could be a very strong play for Max.
Yeah. And it's one of those things as well where it's like, Vynnset's sort of like that mid-range with big explosive. Again, we're just going to declare a couple of blocks. I think that's a smart thing, is it?
Going to block for 4. Maybe he wants him to use that Breaking Scales because it just gets it out of the way.
Yeah. Unless he's got something else. But yeah, just sort of thinking, what can I draw here? What would be the perfect thing? And it has to be a 0 cost. But no, not going to use the Breaking Scales. I think that's correct.
Yeah, absolutely heads up play here from Jared.
Yeah, now Max, 2 cards left in hand, but as we've sort of seen already, doesn't really matter because Vynnset discard.
Yep, so going to make a Rune Chant, potentially just Arsenal Pass here.
No,
he's going to pop the Vexing Quill hand. Oh, fantastic. If he has this Shadow card, he can ping himself.
Yep.
Yep, awesome. So he's going to be able to come in for 3 and then 6.
Yeah.
3 and then, I don't know the number on Deathly Well. I think it might be 6.
I think it's
on
6
the red one, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
So 3 Arcane, you definitely want to stop this because you don't want him to get a second Rune Chant on the table for the next turn.
Yeah.
And have him do 2 massive turns in a row.
Another thing with the Eloquence tokens, much sort of like, the embodiment of lightning, they do just stay.
Yep, it just stays there until you play an on-attack action.
Yeah, so it really does enable these bigger, wider turns. And, Vynnset, having access to the Shadow card pool has some incredibly powerful tools.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to ask them with that Revel in Runeblood as well. So that's going to be a Oh, no, he blocked with it on that last turn. Okay, yeah. So I don't know what he's going to Arsenal here, but I assume if you're blocking with Envelope and Darkness and a Revel in Runeblood, I don't even want to know what he's Arsenal.
I don't want to know either. I'm terrified. But yeah, going to block out all the Arcane here. Probably, just declared the 2 blocks. And, interestingly, Vynnset loves the Tunic because, Vynnset does have access to Carrion Husk if it feels it needs the block, but the Tunic, incredibly powerful. That one resource can really mean a lot.
Especially with cards like Runeblood Incantation that cost 1 and really set you up for success.
Yeah.
Okay, we can see a nice big hand here. Sometimes Vynnset struggles to use all his cards in hand, but we can see he's got the Shadow Puppetry, he's got the Swarming Gloom Veil, he's got a got a Deathly Whale in hand. Oh, and he's got an Envelope in Darkness. That is so big here because he's going to be able to use that tuning counter and then ping himself to do an unblockable rune chant damage through Vynnset's hero power.
Yeah.
And so therefore he's going to be able to make 2 rune chant tokens with that Deathly Whale and a third one with that Malefic Incantation. So if he can go for like a double Deathly Whale turn here, Jared might be in the abyss already. This could go crazy here.
Yeah, and I love the abilities that allow you to ping yourself for damage for value. It just feels so good because your opponent often's like, what are you doing? And then suddenly, you explode out into it. So definitely an exciting turn and lots to think about. What are we going to actually put into that banish zone? Because it's not a main ability, it's a must.
Yes, you have to do it. Okay, he's going to banish that Swarming Gloom Veil.
Interesting. So still has the Eloquence token as well now. Not the biggest value here, but again, it's one of these things where it doesn't matter. Shadow Puppetry is going to allow us to, and then because we've played the Shadow, it's going to do the damage, and he's just going to ping Jared here.
Yep.
Eloquence will pop, doesn't really do anything for us, but the big thing with Shadow Puppetry, +1 and go again, and if it hits, you can banish the top card, and that can be so detrimental.
Yep.
It's just going to play it.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks like he didn't have that Envelope in Darkness, which is our mistake, but it does look like he's going to be able to cast his Deathly Whale anyway with its effects turned on because he's going to deal an arcane damage guaranteed to Jared and an arcane damage to himself and make 2 rune gen tokens at the back end.
Yeah. And this does have go again as well, and depending on whether or not Jared decides to cover it up, we could potentially see, another one of those 1-cost Rune Gate cards, and suddenly, we're off to the races.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it does have go again. It is coming in for 7, which is a breakpoint. If you can banish a top card of your deck with that Shadow Puppetry, then you could do even more damage this turn.
Yeah. It's just taking the rune chart.
Yep, makes sense. You don't want to pitch a whole card for that, especially because you've already been dealt arcane damage. Oh, we see the Flick Flack in Jared's hand. That's just a staple in Katsu, just incredibly high value on these go wide turns like this. But I think Max can counterplay this by just attacking with that with that weapon.
Yeah. Flail of Agony, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, Flail of Agony. Yeah, it's just going to flick flack. It's still going to leak a bit of damage here, so we do have the on-hit trigger, whether or not we see a card banished off the top. It is a May ability, so...
Yep, you can just leave it there.
Yeah, and he's going
on top. Maybe it's a very good card.
Yeah. And now you almost borderline, depending on what the card in the arsenal is, unless it's something incredibly powerful, you might even just pass and sort of deny the flick flack value.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, he's going to make 2 rune check and just pass his turn. You don't want to get that value. Also, you don't want to pop those rune chants by attacking with that Flail of Agony because those rune chants are going to set you up for success on the next turn.
Yeah. That's why I'm a big fan of Scepter of Pain as well. Scepter of Pain, because it's an ability, it's not an attack, it doesn't trigger, so you can just sort of stack rune chants.
Oh, we can see another rune chant token generator in that defense react. Yep, there you go.
Another one.
Yeah, reduce to rune chant, make another rune chant token.
Cover this up completely as well because it is just the yellow one. Oh, but the +1 over the top.
Is he gonna trigger this second one? Oh, he does.
Oh, why wouldn't you? That's 5 rune chants, and that could actually decimate the hand. But he does still get to draw a card off of the Ancestral Empowerment.
Yep. So if it looks like he doesn't have that combo card to punish. So that second D-React really helped him out there. Into a 0 for 4.
Yep.
Very clean play.
Yeah, wants to keep a card for Arsenal. Really would have loved to have connected with that one there as well. But yeah, the double reduced to rune chance. And again, so much value off of that card because he had rune chance in play already. He's now up to 5.
Goes up to 6 after this as well.
And that's, that's pressuring, a quarter of your life total before we've even swung an attack. And,
and there's that widespread destruction.
One of my favorite cards art-wise. It's so sick.
Oh, and he's going to have the Envelope in Darkness. He's going to trigger his ability, make a 7th rune chant. He's going to deal himself a damage, so the first rune chant's unstoppable. And that arsenal for Jared is long gone after this combat chain closes.
Yeah. Widespread Destruction is going to come in. Envelop in Darkness, it gives it +3 for 1. It's very good. But again, just enabling that rune chant. So it almost costs 0 because it discounts something by 1, kind of.
Yeah.
But yeah, if this hits, because he's lost damage, he's losing the arsenal regardless. So
yeah, so he might just end up taking all the rune chant tokens, and then that destruction's coming in for 9.
Look at all the mouths on the art of Widespread Destruction.
Oh, these are just creepy arts for sure.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I don't want to live in Wraith.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it doesn't, there seems like be some nice places, don't get me wrong. I don't want to live where he's from.
Yeah, I don't want to open my door and just have a reckless rampage like Rhinar just walking down the street and have this thing open. No thanks.
No, I'm good. I'll live in Solana.
I'd love to live in Solana.
Yeah, I'll live in Solana. We'll just go to the library. We'll hang out.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, just taking the damage, losing the Arsenal slot, and this is where we need to push the damage. And Jared needs to be able to get these breakpoints across. But this is sort of the thing as well. All of these cards block incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so flexible here. Oh, a red Be Like Water.
Yeah, again, Be Like Water being one of those cards that's super flexible. And I love this from Max as well. Just going through the graveyard, just wants to see what do you actually have left available? What combo lines can you see? And that's a big thing with Katsu.
Yeah, especially because Jared's kept all of his cards.
Yeah.
So you really want to try and guess what's in that hand using like the most information that you possibly can.
Yeah.
As we can see, he's got a Morvarian Skies, a Deathly Delight, a couple of Deathly Delights. So he's going to block with that first Deathly Delight. It's unfortunate because he doesn't have that Grasp of the Arcanite to make those. Oh, and he's using Shooting Out of a Razor Reflex.
Yep.
No rune chance to use that Reduce to Rune Chant.
Yeah.
If he had it.
And I think we've seen all three at this point anyway.
Oh, yeah, true. And we can see here, he's going to... Oh, he can Katsu trigger. He can change the name by pitching one if he wants to. We'll see what he does here.
Yeah, and I think he has an E-Strike in hand, so he's going to...
Okay, he's going to change the name and then discard and search. Yeah. So he's going to name Surging Strike, I'd guess.
Yeah, that's what I guess too. And then,
and then search for
Whelming Gust Wave.
Yep. And he's threatening with that Breaking Scale still.
Yeah. So really just able to pull it out. And this is why I love Be Like Water in particular. It just gives you that consistency to make the Whelming Gust Wave line work a lot better.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious to see whether or not Jared's running the full Mugenshi release line.
I think I saw in his deck, it's definitely a Katsu staple to be able to play all those cards in your deck, especially being able to search. Yeah. They are specializations for Katsu, so only Katsu can play them. But
I love that card.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
So cool.
Searching 3 Lord of Winds and then just
gun them out.
Yeah, for sure. Very satisfying.
Yeah, now Vynnset has to sort of decide: are we going to throw the creepers? No, we're just gonna throw 2 cards.
Yep, makes sense. He doesn't want to get Breaking Scaled, I'd imagine.
Yeah. And I think, for Jared, this is really good now because he has to banish that 1 card left in hand. No rune chance available.
Yep. So you're going to banish that Deadly Delight. So he's not going to be able to cast it because it only can be cast from Banish Zone for free if you have 2 rune chants and he only has 1. He's going to pass turn, take a rune chant damage.
Yeah.
Come into the next turn.
And this is sort of where Jared has to turn the corner now. Is he able to throw together a big turn? And starting with the Kadachi is always a good sign. I
think I have a prediction that he's going to take this whole turn no matter what because he's drawn Revel in Rune Blood.
Oh, God.
He's got that Creepers. He's got that Tunic counter.
Yeah.
There's a chance he just takes it all here. He's telling Jared, give me the bill. Send me the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really cool play as well. So he's actually even bigger than that in response to the second Kadachi.
Yes.
Because then he only needs to find 1 damage, like more than 1.
Yep.
But it does mean that the second Kadachi doesn't eat the Quicken token. Whereas if you let it hit first, then it causes all sorts of problems.
Yep.
So really heads up play.
Yep. Great sequencing from Jared. He's been in the dojo for a long time, so he knows all of these little tips and tricks.
I love even bigger than that. I've seen some dash decks run it, like in the more like controlling lists as well. Find the Quicken so they don't have to boost away.
Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, and with that actually, you just get attack with the pistol and extra time. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting card. Again, another Everfest classic where has some really interesting use cases as well.
Yeah, Everfest. All these sets, they keep delivering into the future. So
yeah, I remember trying to make it work with Icelander before because when I originally saw the card, I thought it was just dealt damage, not physical damage. I was like, I'm gonna just do some crazy stuff, but no, it has to be physical damage. But Katsu definitely seems like a really good home for this card.
Yeah, I think it's the best home for it.
Yeah, I agree.
Being honest, so let's see what he gets. He's deliberating here, so there are options for Jared.
Yeah,
so let's figure out what the best one is.
That's always scary. Katsu is a deck that can just make damage appear randomly.
Yeah, for sure.
It's keeping the other card on top as well.
Yep. So okay, Surging Strike, definitely going to be able to get that back to hand. Cost attacks for 5.
Yep.
So I assume we're in the reaction step, so he's going to take an additional 1. Can Max keep all his cards? Because if he can and not die...
Ooh, but look at the hand as well, though.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna use that Quicken token for Whelming Gust Wave because he gets go again from the Quicken, off even bigger than that.
Yep.
Does he have a Mugenshi release in his hand?
I don't think he does, but I think what he's banking on is it seems like Max wants to just keep his entire hand.
Yeah.
And so I think he's banking on the fact that he doesn't want to block. Because then if he can discard another card. He's got the Ancestral Empowerment too. And he kept the other card on top.
Yes.
So I feel like Max might be able to smell this out depending on how comfortable he is with Katsu. But regardless, I could believe there might be a Mugenshi line coming up.
He's going to block for 3 here.
Yep.
So is that a 0 cost on top of his deck for Ancestral Empowerment?
I would assume so. It's another one.
Oh, but it's a random card. Oh no, it's a 1 cost, Jared. No, you could have gotten the Mugenshi.
Oh, too close to the sun.
Oh, he knows. He's having a great time, though. But
hang on. He does get to draw a card. Oh, no, because it doesn't have the combo.
Yeah, but this Take the Tempo is live because he has a hit with 3. And he's going to be able to draw. Oh, no, he's going to draw off Mask.
He is going to draw off Mask as well.
He has another chance here to draw a 0 cost. So he's going to be able to order the triggers here.
Yep. 0 cost.
Oh, and it's even bigger than that.
He does find it. So Katsu trigger is available now still. This is sort of what we're saying about how explosive this deck can be. He's going to discard the Katsu, and I think we're going to go find Mugenshi. The Lord of Wind on the way. Yeah, there's the Mugenshi. Oh, this brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. And because 3 attacks have hit this combat chain, that Take the Tempo he's turned on.
Yeah,
so
true.
Even if he blocks this Mugenshi Maurice, is he going to be able to block that Take the Tempo? I'm not sure.
I don't think so as well. Mugenshi Release is such a scary card because, finding all the Lord of the Winds as well, for those who don't know how it works, you can pitch cards into Lord of Wind and it's a blue. So you just go find all 3 and then you just pitch into it and just deal 1,000,000 damage.
Yeah, through putting your Surging Strikes and Mugenshi Releases and Whelming Gustwave from your graveyard back into your deck. So you're just recycling resources for the later stages of the game as well.
Yeah. And regardless, though, this is coming in for 5.
Yeah.
And it has natural go again as well. So
and he's threatening the Breaking Scale as well. Definitely something you want to be using the Breaking Scale on. And it just goes to show he did not use the Breaking Scale when he could have earlier to get through a Whelming Gustwave, and it's really going to pay off here because he's threatening 6 attack on this Mugenshi Release.
Yeah, and again, Mugenshi Release costs 1, so in the back of your mind, are you worried?
Yep, he has to block with 2 cards here. That makes perfect sense.
But again, you sort of said it yourself, Take the Tempo now available. I don't think this is going to be cleared up.
So if he banishes an attack action, he's going to be able to play it on the next turn.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, and it's a Whelming Gustwave. If he can draw a Surging Strike, oh, this is big.
Yeah.
But that being said, Max does have a 2 cost in his hand.
Yep.
So in this banish zone, so he's going to be able to just come in for quite a bit of damage. And there's a chance that Jared has to block here.
Yeah. Banish the Revel.
Yep, and then come in with that Deadly Delight.
Yeah. And I think you have to.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and he has a Be Like Water as well, so he is able to make a Surging Strike if it turned on. Now, this Deadly Delight does come in for 6, I believe. The question is...
It comes in for 5. And then
5.
But if the Rune Chains do damage, he's able to gain a life as well. So that's going to help him a lot, cushion that big blow from Jared if he's able to push through a lot of damage.
I guess the question here is, do you just throw the Tunic and the Mask and you just say, I have to kill you?
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's thinking. Because he does have a 5-card hand because that Whelming Gustwave is able to be played from Banish Zone this turn.
Yeah. I guess the only thing, though, with the Be Like Water is the fact of you assume it's going to be blocked up because the Whelming Gustwave is face up. We know that's available. And you don't want to turn that combo on. And you can only rename the card if it hits.
Yep, absolutely. So he's thinking here. Maybe he wants to pitch for these Rune Chants. Maybe he just wants to get a bit of value, not have him gain a life here.
Yeah.
Because Max going to 11, maybe Jared says, I like where I'm at in this game. I don't want him to gain any more life or get any more tempo out of banishing these Rune Gate cards that are very, very efficient if you have multiple Rune Chants.
Yeah, and I think efficiency is sort of like the name of the game in this instance, where at that point where, you don't expect to be able to keep the full 5-card combo hand. So, Enlightened Strike in hand for Jared Fung, allowing him to maybe get a bit of value, go Enlightened Strike, go again, and just send the Whelming Gustwave. And that's damage.
Yep,
that's
sure.
Kind of just what we need at this point, but I'm glad I'm not in his shoes because this Vynnset deck can just explode out of nowhere as well.
Yeah. Well, we can see that he's banished a lot. He's lost a few Revel in Runeblood. So, his massive turns are a bit behind him, and he's too low to keep a lot of cards if Jared can able to keep many cards himself. So, there's a bit of a dance going on who can keep multiple cards in hand to be able to push through damage, but I'm going to see here. Maybe he cares so much about this 1 life, he's willing to get rid of 3 cards here to stop that from happening. Yep, so we're going to stop the Rune Chain damage here because it's not unstoppable, and then block. All right, cool.
So putting a lot of emphasis, and could get 1 more card if to keep the Mask of Momentum, but he's just going to go Kadachi into the Whelming Gustwave.
Nothing wrong with that. He's threatening a Mask still. So, and surely you don't want to give those Creepers or Tunic on 3 to stop Mask from triggering.
Yeah, Tide Flippers aren't available in this instance though, so it's no way of giving it go again.
Yeah, Only works on cost 2 or less. And do you really want to give... I don't think you really want to give away that Arcane Barrier against a deck like Vynnset.
No, really gives it that sort of avenue to just grind you out.
For sure. You can see there's deliberation here for blocking. He's got the Sonata Galaxia in hand, which was a great card out of heavy hitters for this Vynnset deck. But when you're this low and you don't have active Rune Chants up, it can be a bit of a liability. Yeah.
I will say, though, Sonata Galaxia, one of my favorite arts on a card in the entire game. It's just so pretty.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like it is a great art card. You have a lot of art in this game. Is some of your favorites?
The more I'm looking about it, the more I'm realizing, damn, maybe I just like all the art.
Yeah, well, I know you don't like the art of Vynnset's.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying it's scary though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's gnarly, but the art in this game and just the variety of art, I think, is like the thing that I really like. You know, like these cards are like really metal and really brutal, and then you look at some of the beautiful angels that you get in Prism and everything in between. But you know, art doesn't really matter when all we care about currently is the block value against this Kauchi. And again, this is the life total where you start to get really worried about these Kaudachis.
Yeah, for sure, because any blue can just start chipping you away. Yeah. And if you're Kauchi locked at 1 life, that's not where you want to be. So he's going to take 1 here because he knows that there's going to be another Kauchi coming regardless. So he can just block that one. Because Jared's turned his face up here, so he has full agency to block with whatever he likes, do whatever he likes with his hand. There's no on-hits unless... Yeah, if he blocks this, then all of a sudden the Woman Gust Wave is threatening an on-hit through that Mask of Momentum, so maybe he's going to block this one out. Yeah, and I think this is the smarter block. If you are just going to take, like, if you're going to leak damage, it's better to leak it as long as it's not the 3rd line. So, yeah, he's going to leak damage, don't get me wrong, but this way he sort of denies that Arsenal card. And, you know, as we've seen, 1 card can be the difference, but just banishing the Sonata Galaxia and now 1 card available. That is the downside of Vynnset. Oh, Jared's going to have a full grip here with Tunic going to 3. And with that Breaker Scale, that's the problem. If you don't draw a Rune Gate card, and you have to banish a card from your hand. So if you don't banish a Rune Gate card, you're not getting as much value as you normally would. Yeah, and I think that's the sort of thing that controls this deck from just being absolutely unstoppable. Because if it was a May ability, suddenly... yes, for sure. I don't want to play that game. That's terrifying. That's scary. That's some Living Legend level stuff. Yeah, for sure. So we're going to see, he's going to pitch it. Okay, he's going to play the Surging Strike here, that yellow one. Yeah. But again, more often than not... Oh, that new block he's going to block for 4. That's a block card, and at instant speed, you can discard it. Yeah. And if it actually prevents damage, you make a Rune Chant token. Yeah. But it does just naturally block 4 on its own. Yeah, one of the really interesting cards, because, you know, more often than not, Rune Blades don't want to be including things that aren't non-attacks and attacks, but this one, particularly for Vynnset, being able to discard it to prevent 2 damage. Yeah. You know, we talk about a Kauchi situation, you can discard it, prevent the damage there, make a Rune Chant, and just turn those Rune Gate cards on. Yeah, and also you can just discard them and then prevent 2 Kaudachis, because it's just the next 2 damage. It's not just from a single source, so... Great tech card here, and it just turned off that Surging Strike, and Jared's just a bit stumbling here. He thought it might be a bit harder to get off this Surging Strike, but 1 card block really helping out. Max Chapman, though, has done a really excellent job at covering up the correct parts of the combat chain. Yeah, for sure. You know, Jared would constantly be looking for these abilities to discard and, you know, fetch the cards that he wants, but, yeah, Max sort of identifying the key moments that you know, you really need to block, and Surging Strike, definitely one of them. Yeah, absolutely. So he's in the tank here, thinking if he wants to take that 1 damage, maybe he wants to use the Creepers or something. Oh, no, it looks like the damage has been taken. Okay, it's been taken. Fantastic. And now he wants to use the Creepers to prevent that 3rd Chain Link from hitting, and here comes a Be Like Water. Yeah. And now the Kauchi did have go again, even though it was using the Tunic counter, it has the 0 cost in the pitch zone, and that's all it cares about. Yep. Do we have a 0 cost in pitch? Now, Be Like Water... He's blocking with 2 cards here. And the reason for that is he probably just has an extra excess card, so he's just probably going to banish a Rune Gate card and then that costs 2 and then play it for free. Yeah. Really efficient there as well. Deck's starting to get a bit thin. Ooh. Okay. His Arsenal could be something... Yeah, he's going to use Tunic counter here. Yeah. Oh, he's going to envelop in darkness and get that 3rd Rune Chant. Yeah, and that there's going to turn on the Vynnset ability as well, so it's going to ping for 1. And then we're coming in with that Widespread Destruction. And this is sort of like the scary thing, because now you know that Arsenal card is gone. Now, in fairness, Jared didn't look particularly happy with the Arsenal card, but this is threatening 9 and 3. So Flick Flack available, though, and that's definitely a big help. Yeah, Flick Flack's weakness is the fact that it blocks a combo card on the next attack. Yeah. So on a go tall attack, Flick Flack is essentially just another Fateful Scene type card, which is perfectly fine. But you're also going to get that extra benefit of the +2 on combo cards. Yeah, and I think, you know, Flick Flack
running Flick Flacks is definitely something that I think is great in this meta. We're going to see a lot of cards like Aurora, you know, like that might struggle into a Flick Flack game plan. But yeah, into this Vynnset, just sending one big attack with Rune Chance is, yeah.
I'm just on the edge of my seat right
So
now.
am I.
These two formerly rogue decks, just in action, just all these different nuanced plays that are going on here. I love to see it.
Me too. I just love the fact that we're seeing so many different things in this new meta as well. We've seen a lot of these Rosetta heroes, but you know, Vynnset seems to be one of the things that is just absolutely tearing through with some of these new cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a chance if there's a direct in the arsenal, that would be great for Jared. Looks like he's going to block. He's going to block with 2 cards here.
And this is that nitty-gritty of Flesh and Blood when you get down to those single-digit life totals and no one can make the big flashy plays that their deck, you know, might try and set up for. So it's about who can grind the other one out faster.
Yeah, for sure. So he's still thinking on these 2 Rune Chant tokens because the one was unpreventable.
Yeah.
And he's calculating it here.
Yeah, and sometimes with like Rune Chants and that sort of thing, it can actually sort of be a benefit to you. If you have a blue block 2, it's more efficient to block Rune Chants because you can block 3 as opposed to the 2. But, you know, Vynnset's ability of making the first one unpreventable definitely sort of causes some problems. Maybe not as much for this deck, but for a deck like, you know, Prism or a deck like Enigma can definitely cause some issues.
Yeah, for sure. You can see he's going to block with this Mask of Momentum here. Probably unlikely he's going to be able to get a draw anyway, so might as well cash in for that 2 value.
Yep.
And he's pitched that Mugenshi release for 2 because it probably didn't have. He probably just goes to show he didn't have the combo for it in his hand, so just get rid of it here.
There's also instances where they actually would prefer to have it in deck so they can fetch it.
Yeah, for sure. So he's gonna take 2 here.
Yep.
Going into 3. That Arsenal's gonna get banished. Oh, Ancestral Harmony.
Yeah.
Not a great one. You know, I don't think he's that upset that it's gone away, but we see he's on 3 life, so 3 Vynnset activations, and that's lights out for Jared. So he's gonna end up to end the game much more quick than he would have liked.
Yeah, and we see Revel in Runeblood, another one of those power cards. We haven't seen it played yet, but in Max's hand, and here we go, the Kadachis. And, you know, definitely chipping in damage, but you're nowhere near as afraid anymore because Mask of Momentum is no longer on the table.
Yep, for sure. So you're able to keep all your cards here. He's going to block with Tunic.
Sure.
Yep, makes sense. I don't think that he just predicts the game's not going to go for that many more turns. Yep. Come in for 4. Nice efficient turn. 2 cards, 6.
Sonata Galaxia in hand as well. Now, the interesting thing about this is he could technically play the Sonata Galaxia for 0.
Okay.
Find nothing. Play the Swarming Gloomveil because he would have made a Rune Chant, and then just go play Revel in Runeblood, turn on whatever the banished card is in the graveyard as well, and just swing.
So the reason you can't do that is because you need to have... So Sonata Galaxia, you have to have a certain amount of Rune Chants for it to have go again.
I see.
Yes,
that's right.
the balancing part of it. So you have to have 2 Rune Chants on the board to actually give it go again.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he's just popping that to go to 1. Oh, as you can see, that's why. Yeah. That's why he blocked that Kadachi, so because he knew that that was an option. But now, if Jared can survive with a blue, that's a Kadachi lock.
Yeah, now we're going to see
Galaxia.
Galaxia going away. It would have been cool to see the play that I was saying before, but yeah, sad. Well, luckily, the game is more balanced. I'm thinking of a Sonata Arcanix.
Ah. Well, actually, this is actually incredibly cool. Ooh. This is the mechanism. So this is going to give go again.
Right.
And it's a non-attack action.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, and it costs 0. So the Machinations of Dominion, the next Dreamblade attack gets go again, card and overpower. And if you've played or created an aura this turn, it gets go again.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happened here, but...
I think he's taking a moment.
Oh, I know what happened. Because he's gone to... His plan was to play the Revel in Runeblood after Swarming Gloomveil and then attack with the Flail of Agony. But he's on 1 life.
Oh, he can't attack because of the flail. Oh my God.
Oh, no. It's disaster.
No.
Jared, that breaking scale was huge.
That breaking scale actually just changed this entire game around because all of a sudden, instead of having to deal with 5 Rune Chants total, all of a sudden now this Swarming Gloomveil is just going to be sending in with just 1. Block it out. And as we were saying, you're Kadachi locked.
Yep. And here comes the Swarming Gloomveil. Overpower and 3 damage.
Yeah.
1 Arcane coming through.
Wasn't able to make another Rune Chant, so couldn't get to that 4. And yeah, the Flick Flack there is great. And this is sort of the thing for Jared and why you sleeve Kadachis up, because as long as you have a card that costs 0, you can just send your life total twice and then something else. And suddenly we're playing that game of you have no cards left. And it also means that Max can't banish anything with Blood Debt.
Yeah.
You know, weapons turned off, blood debts turned off, unless he can immediately clear it. And suddenly you're sort of praying that Jared can't find anything. And based on the deck construction that we've seen thus far, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, and because he goes down to 2, he has to block this out with a card. It has overpower.
Yeah, flick flack.
He's got to flick flack it. Fantastic.
I think you just have to set that Arsenal and pray.
Yep, Arsenal and pass. And now he's Kauchi locked here. He's got that E-strike, so he's going to be able to get every single card out of hand from Max. Has to block. Oh, he's discarding it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he makes a rune chant token from that.
Yep. Okay, so once again, we're swinging back the other way because now this Kauchi lock. But Jared still does have stuff available. I think you have to swing the other Kauchi to remove the prevention.
Yep, for sure.
Yep. So prevented.
And there's an E-strike for 7. He has to give 3 cards here.
Yeah, and it has to be for 7. You can't get greedy in this instance to try play an Arsenal because, you know, Vynnset has ways of making unpreventable damage. And I think that's sort of the thing with the flail now because, like, you could absolutely, if you were running Reaping Blade or something that didn't cost you life to swing, you could just grind out with these rune chants. But now, he does have a Swarming Gloom Veil in hand, though. So if he can block with 3, just play the Swarming. Oh, but you have to banish a card at the start.
Yep, exactly. So he has to get, if he could keep that Deathly Delight or anything that costs 2, that would have been really helpful. But that's 7 breakpoint from E-strike, just absolutely clutch here for Jared.
I wouldn't be surprised if he also blocked because it's not a May ability. If he has to put a Blood Debt card in, it's going to cost you life. And, ooh, looking here, we've got plenty to go off of. And Ancestral Power, it's going to be the start.
Oh, and he hits a 100 wins. That's huge. So every combo card's going to come in for 4, which is a breakpoint here.
Oh, no. So, yeah, 2 cards here.
Kauchi, block with another card. Another card, and then a snatch, and that's over. And Jared Fung with Katsu goes to 5-1.
Oh, my God. I thought it was over.
Yep, me too.
I thought the whole thing was over, but...
Wow,
what a heads-up play. Again, we talked about it.
Yes.
There were multiple instances where that breaking scales could have been snapped just for, you know, potentially drawing a card. But the moment he saved it, this is what happens when you play a hero since Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, I can't believe it. And it just goes to show, if you're dedicated to your hero, doesn't matter what gets hit, doesn't matter what changes in your deck, you can make it work.
Yeah, and again, like we were sort of saying, when we've seen all of these tier lists and those sorts of things as well, it's one of those where you could actually drop it. You know, Katsu, people said it couldn't do anything. Look at what it is. 5-1 now coming through.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So,
yeah.
Man, wow.
What an incredible game.
Yeah,
really back and forth. And also, we can't hesitate to show, though, the power of Vynnset.
Yes, for
Some of those turns were terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. That block 4, that also prevents 2 damage and makes a rune chant. So, in any case, you're just so strong. Yeah. Because it is a block card, but also prevents arcane damage. So, you just discard it. Wow.
Also deals with Riptide. One of the few ways that you can deal with Riptide.
That's true.
For the Riptide trigger. Again, very niche. But, hey, it's just these extra cards, these little things that all of these classes are getting.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we didn't see it in this game, but that second wind is looking a lot more enticing now in Katsu.
Oh, absolutely. And it replaces a couple of things there that we need. And, this deck still has the power to just randomly go off and start dealing heaps of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw everything there. We saw Mugenshi release putting in work, take the tempo hit, and then banish that red gust wave. It just goes to show that these cards that people have slept on are just coming back. You can make replacements for Art of War. He didn't need Art of War.
No, and in that instance, I can't imagine sort of like a situation where the Art of War would have done a huge amount. Now, there's obviously the draw off of it, but it didn't feel like it needed it. It didn't feel like it was struggling to find damage. And regardless, Vynnset was constantly forced to block.
Yeah, for sure. So, man, I want to play some Katsu now.
No, the problem that we have here is I just want to play Flesh and Blood. And I just want to play everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
Yeah, it's...
Vynnset looking strong as well. These new cards were really, really cool. A couple of unfortunate things happened.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Wow.
Incredible stuff.
We're going to get an interview with the Ninja Master, the sensei, Jared Fung. So I'm going to step away and have Jared come in for a minute to talk about Katsu.
Yeah, and hey, we're excited to talk about it. G'day, Jared. How you doing?
Hey. Thank you.
Jared, first of all, Mac, congratulations. 5-1 with a deck that many people said was bottom tier.
It is. It is.
When you're navigating it, it really doesn't feel that way. The way that you were able to navigate, Nick and I spoke about it at length, but the timing of that breaking scales.
Yes.
Truly. Now, tell me, was the flail the big consideration there?
That was kind of in the back of my mind, but the main thing was get him down to 1, Kadachi lock, go from there.
Absolutely.
I knew I had quite a few more blues left in my deck, so any of his rune chance I could just prevent, except for maybe the one unpreventable one. So I thought I could get there in the end, and then unfortunately he did misplay at the end. His misplay was not thinking about the breaking scales that took him to 1, so that he couldn't take the extra life so that he can
swing the flail.
To get through, whatever it was. So, managed to scrape through in the end.
Yeah, and again, it was one of these games that was just back and forth the whole way. We got to see some incredibly powerful stuff from Katsu. You know, we talk about the Mugenshi line as something that, you know, we've seen a lot of Zen and we've seen a lot of Phi, you know, in the past. But that Mugenshi line still, all the way from Welcome to Wraith to now, incredible.
You know, if it hits, you know, you get to shuffle your power cards back into the deck. To be honest with you, I haven't really fixed up the deck because I don't have the new Gust Wave that they've released.
Oh, I see.
So actually, it shouldn't be Flusterfist. It should be that.
I see.
But unfortunately, I haven't got them just yet. So
they'll be coming.
They'll be coming. To be honest with you, I didn't have anything else prepared.
Sure.
For this tournament, I wasn't actually going to play this tournament. To be honest with you.
Well, you're 5-1. I mean,
thank you.
Thank God you did.
I was just actually going to walk around Sydney for a little bit, but my friends are playing, so I thought, might as well. There's nothing else to do.
And hey, look, it seems to be going very well. Now, in regards to Katsu, if I'm a Katsu player, you know, I feel a little bit unsure about where the direction of the deck. What's your game plan? Like, what's the main focus? Is it that Mugenshi line? Is it just playing for value and trying to chip down with Kadachis and like the Ira strategy? Like, what's the sort of game plan overall?
Absolutely. So it's the way I kind of built the deck is to try and just gain value by those breakpoints, those on-hits, but also drawing cards. So I've got 3 even bigger than that. I've got the 3 snatches. I just want to constantly just keep drawing cards, keep putting pressure. The Be Like Waters as well. It forces them to block, but I run 3 Razor as well. So usually if I play a blue Be Like Water, and they might pull a full 3 block against it. If I got a Razor on that as well, that goes to 4, so there's value there as well. And then try and get that surging whelming Gust Wave line going.
Yeah, and it brings me so much joy, the fact that after all this time we're still on the surging Gust Wave line. That line it's very nostalgic, and again we got to see the full sort of extent of it as well when we get into Mugenshi, and you know, these cards are still just demanding answers. And you know, in the metagame, what else have you faced today? Like, what sort of stuff have we sort of looked into? What have you beaten? What was your one loss?
Okay. So I've played Levia. I've played against 2 Vynnset, so that was the second one.
Cool.
Played against Viceroy, so dark themed going on
here.
My one loss was actually against an Aurora, but I actually punted that game. I actually should have won. I blocked when I shouldn't. I didn't realize the card he played didn't have Go Again.
Right.
So I blocked thinking he had Go Again and he was going to play another card, but he didn't. So I should have kept all my cards in hand. I would have had the Surging Whelming line, but I haven't had much time to do too much on the Rosetta format. I'm just kind of winging it at the moment.
Yeah, well, hey, look, winging it in 501 seems to be a really good job. Jared, congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Job. Good luck with the next as well.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just incredible stuff there from Jared. And like you and I were saying, Nick, definitely excited to potentially pull some Katsu out and grind that value out and eventually Mugenshi someone.
Yep, for sure. I have some crazy news, though.
Oh.
There are 2 Kanos at 5-1.
Wow.
Yeah. And they're playing the same list.
The same.
And just coincidentally as well. So.
Well, I mean, I think that's definitely something that we can look forward to. A Kano deck that's very close to my heart. I love that deck. And is something that I think is really interesting after the ban. So really interesting to see that. So maybe that's going to be coming up. But I think the big thing about it as well, you know, Kano being the OG wizard, and some of these new wizards, Acilio, a deck that, you know, you and I both think is really cool, and obviously Verdance. Wizards a bit of a challenging one that some people might be a little bit intimidated to jump into. Sure. So when we cut to this little break, we're going to cut to another video from LSS, breaking it down, showing you some of those play patterns and how to get started in Wizards. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back after this as well.
Hey guys, welcome to the Fab TCG YouTube channel. My name is Young, and today we'll be learning the basics of how to play the Wizard class. Currently, Flesh and Blood has 6 Wizard heroes. There's Kano, Blaze, Icelander, Acilio, Verdance, and the Emperor. Each of these wizard heroes have their own unique mechanics and game plans, so this video is more about covering the basics of wizard as a class rather than going into the specifics of each hero. To help you understand the wizard class, today we'll cover arcane damage, prevention, amp, and surge, and then we'll go over some general strategy on how to play. And then once we're done, you should have everything you need to know to get the aether flowing with any of these wizard heroes. So let's jump into it. Wizards don't play like your typical class. Rather than swinging a sword or firing an arrow, they cast spells through non-attack action cards, which have arcane damage effects. Arcane damage is an effect, not an attack. So, it can't be blocked like your traditional attack with the defense values on your cards. So how do we stop arcane damage, you ask? The answer is prevention. Arcane damage can only be prevented. This can be achieved via cards with prevention effects, such as Oasis Respite, Triptolite Fantastic, and equipment like Runaways. There are also auras like Sigil of Sanctuary, which has Arcane Shelter 1, which means if you would be dealt arcane damage, you would prevent one of that damage. There are also equipment with Spell Void, such as the Spellfray Equipment Suite. They allow you to destroy them to prevent arcane damage. Finally, what's more common to see in constructed formats is equipment with Arcane Barrier. Arcane Barrier lets you pay resources to prevent arcane damage. Unlike the other sources of prevention we've talked about before, Arcane Barrier sticks around and can be used multiple times throughout the course of a game. It is important to note that Arcane Barrier can only be used once per source of arcane damage. So, for example, if I only have one arcane barrier and my opponent deals 3 arcane damage to me, I can only pitch one resource to prevent one of that arcane damage. But instead, if I had 3 arcane barrier, then I could pitch 3 resources to prevent all 3 of that arcane damage. So again, it's important to remember that arcane barrier can only be used once per source of arcane damage. For example, if you're versing Viserai and they have 6 rune chants, and you only have 1 arcane barrier, you can use your 1 arcane barrier to prevent all 6 of their rune chants. Why? This is because each rune chant is its own source of arcane damage. Unlike, for example, Voltic Bolt, which will deal 5 arcane damage from a singular source, so Arcane Barrier 1 can only prevent 1 of that damage. You might also hear the term AB being thrown around a lot. For example, I'm running 3 AB. It's just a quick way to say that you are running 3 Arcane Barrier. So as a wizard player, how do you get past all this Arcane Barrier and prevention effects? The answer is AMP. AMP is a keyword that can be found on wizard action cards, their weapons, and some of their equipment. AMP says the next time you would deal arcane damage, deal that much, plus what the AMP value is. For example, if you play a red Exploding Aether, which is AMP 3, and then you play a red Aether Quickening, which deals 4 arcane damage, you will deal a total of 7 arcane damage. It's typical for people playing into wizards to run roughly around 3 AB, so dealing something like 7 arcane damage is a way to get past that prevention. So AMP is a good way to get past your opponent's arcane barrier defenses, because they usually won't have enough arcane barrier to prevent the big numbers that you can present. Another upside of AMP is not only dealing more damage, but it'll help enable your surge effects, which we'll get onto now. Surge effects are effects that are turned on when a card deals more than its base amount of arcane damage. As we see in our Aether Quickening example, if Aether Quickening deals more than its base damage, it will get Go Again. There are also many other cards with surge effects, which give different advantages, such as gaining resources, drawing cards, and more. Wizards typically play a very calculated game plan, efficiently blocking and chipping away at their opponents until they're low enough to send in that final spell to end the game. However, it's important to note that each wizard has its own unique playstyle and strategy. So, it's now up to you to decide what kind of wizard you want to play. Do you want to go fast, casting a bunch of lightning spells in one turn to overwhelm your opponents? Consider playing Acilia. Or do you prefer a much more controlled game plan, blocking, gaining life, and planting the seeds to your inevitable victory? Consider Verdance. Or do you love math and just setting up for an unstoppable combo? Consider playing Kano. Whichever hero you choose, the wizard class provides fun and rewarding gameplay. So I really hope that you can get out there and give it a try yourself at your local game stores.
And we're back a little bit early here for the final round of Swiss. And Nick, I'm super hyped because we get to see one of my favorite heroes in the entire game.
And what is that?
Kano.
Oh.
Kano versus Aurora. Now, this one here, I don't think we're going to be sitting here for very long.
No, but it's going to be a good time nonetheless.
It's going to be a great time. It is going to be an awesome time. But, you know, we're talking about it. This Aurora, 6-0.
Yep, absolutely.
Throughout the Swiss. And, you know, what a great showing for this first hero.
Yeah, absolutely. But don't sweat out. We have Kano after the bans. Tomes have been banned.
Yep.
And everyone thought, oh, Kano is a bit underwhelming at this moment in time. But we have the Australian Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Fahad. The one-trick Kano, a runner-up at Australian Nationals. With Kano still on it, playing open the floodgate with Wildfire to get those draws that he was not able to get anymore with the Tomes.
And, you know, Fahad famously in the Swiss versus Sam Sutherland, the man he lost to in the Nationals, killed him from 40 life.
Yeah, against Dash as well.
Against Dash. 40 life through a blue, still was able to get there. So if there's any man that can find it, it is going to be Fahad. But again, Aurora, this deck that seems to have multiple ways of playing it, all of them seem scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's one of these things as well where it's like, I imagine that there's probably not going to be much pitching for the Arcane Barrier here from
absolutely
the Aurora
not.
side.
But Aurora does have access to Spell Void 2 in the arm slot with Shock Charmer, so
Yes.
if they're playing that, then yeah, we're going to be ready to see this in action. I want to see this equipment here because we see he's 6-0 for a reason.
Yeah. And yeah, Shock Charmers, again, another piece of equipment from Tales of Aria. Has some really interesting interactions with some of the older cards, particularly I know Lexi used to use it a lot in those Lightning lists, but regardless here, all that we need to read is Spell Void 2, and that's the important part.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to see what Ethan's up to with this 6-0 list.
Yeah.
What spice is he cooking with?
Yeah. Something good, apparently, because, 6-0, and I can imagine, like, in a newer list, it means that, and it seems like a relatively complicated deck. There seems to be a lot of lines that you can take, so really showing his prowess. And
he's dropped a few cards there. I think I see. Oh, that's a cold foil burn-up shock.
Oh,
so he's definitely knows he was going to play Aurora, so he's been able to get those from his local game store.
Yeah.
So he's probably been grinding it at the local game store.
That's the cool thing about Irons as well. It's like that the promos that you get are just like so, like, they're all playable. They're amazing. Like, I love the fact with the weapons that they being the sort of like the thing more often than not. But yeah, and then again, the artist signatures as well. I love artist signed cards. I think if I could, I would get all my cards signed by the artist.
Fair enough. So we see their bandering here, getting a good shuffle going. Because the top 3-4 hands, that's going to maybe determine the entire game here.
Yeah.
As well as decision making, of course.
Yeah. So yeah, we will see the Shock Charmers, Lightning Greaves on deck as well.
In the Dyadic Carapace and the Crown of Dominion. So he has got that AB3, and the first time we've seen the Crown of Dominion. And the reason that people are playing Crown of Dominion is because you pitch for gold, and then that gives it an arcane damage to that Arc Lightning.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so it's just another go against source to make your Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp turns all the better.
Yeah, but it does make you weaker into Regicide.
Oh,
yeah,
I know. What a downside.
Yeah, that is a downside. Versing that Arachne, it is something that you have to be considerate about. But we are going to see, and I think Fahad, we're going to see a lot of this. Activating Kano. He does have the Deja Vu potion. We had a bit of a chat with him before. He said this is one of the most important parts.
Yep, absolutely. And we see him just banishing blues here.
Yep.
It's free to try and dig for that energy potion. So he's going to banish Pop the Bubble and Aether Arc and just leave that Pop the Bubble in the banish zone. Oh, that's a Marvel Sigil of Lightning.
Wow.
Right there. So that's an instant speed card that he's able to play in his opponent's turn. It's going to pop to make that embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah.
So he could have had the ability to use Aurora's effect to make an embodiment of Lightning on the opponent's turn, but because Lightning would make one anyway, it's kind of pointless, but something you could do. Oh, and we can see the first time, we're going to see an Arcanic Shockwave here, revealing that Fry. We haven't seen either of these cards in the Aurora deck so far, so this might be the difference right here. Oh my god, he's going to... Oh my god. Yes, he's cringing right now, because he's going to have to take that 1 damage, and that Channel Lightning Valley is going to draw him a card. Another one with that Cold Foil Channel Lightning Valley. They are making me super jealous right now that I need this card really bad.
Yeah, I think you're going to. You are on Team Lightning, and every time we watch in every version of this deck, I'm more drawn towards it. And again, Arcanic Shockwave, a card from Aria that wasn't really represented as much, but being able to see a lot of it here is amazing, and seeing these old cards. And Fry, a really, really good, like, innocuous card. Doesn't block, but it is just a go again.
Yep, it's a more fair ball Lightning, I'd say.
Yeah.
And so we can see him... Oh, there you go. He's pitching for 2 instead of attacking for 4 because he wants to keep around that Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah. And he's created at least 1. But no, he's created 2 because he's
absolutely.
The Channel Lightning Value counts as an aura.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to come in for 4 with that Swarming Gloom Veil here. Just absolutely aggressive here. But he has no resources amazing. So Fahad going to just dig for the top card. Ooh. That Aether Arc is actually quite good because he's going to get that Ponder token here for the cost of that card. So he's going to do... It's basically like doing 1 free damage here. So he's not unhappy about seeing that.
Yeah, has a Kindle in hand as well, though. So Kindle a card you generally want to be pairing with something. Now, there's a bunch of really interesting ways that we'll try and sort of call out, that Kano can manipulate its hand, but really would have loved to have seen something a bit bigger, I think, there for the side of Fahad.
Yeah, and so he's going to deliberate here whether he wants to block, do a Kano activation again. Yep, he's going to want to block with that Destructive Aether Tide for 3. You can see a lot of foils in Fahad's deck.
Yeah. Interesting as well. Look at the Kano. It's signed as well down the bottom.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fahad, true and true Kano aficionado.
Yeah.
So he's going to pitch 2 resources, 2 floating here. He's going to pitch for that star, play that Kindle, draw a card because he has no cards in hand. He's going to able to amp. He's going to use Kano's ability. Oh, hit that Gaze Edge off the top of the deck. He hasn't played a non-attack action, so I don't know if it'll go back to his hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going to play that Lesson to Lovers and then respond. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a missequence here. All good. This is They are friends here, so we're going to be able to come in for 5 damage off that thing, and in response to lessen up, he's going to play that Gaze the Aegis to put either of these cards on top. One of them being that open the floodgates.
Yeah. He's going to Kano it as well, but no, yeah, he's going to Kano the energy potion. Again, that beautiful, beautiful energy potion there.
And the way he sequenced it here, he's now going to put anything he wants in his arsenal because of that Ponder token. So
he's
going to put that Aether Wildfire. Oh, man. And if we can see an Orb Red Hand here, if he taps out, Fahad, 34, that's enough to kill.
Yeah.
That's enough to kill.
He was telling us a little bit as well with it. With this new Floodgates version of the deck, you don't actually need to push the entirety of that card across. So, yeah, I mean, like, you look at the life totals and you kind of think that, you know, Ethan is in a dominant position, but Fahad has just drawn a second Aether Wildfire.
And he has that Floodgate, in that Open the Floodgate in his hand, so this could go crazy here.
Has the Deja Vu potion available as well.
And he's pitching a red. And he's just going to take it here, play that Channel Lightning Valley. Oh, okay, is there a chance here that he just decides, I might respond here before the damage is dealt?
Yeah.
He's going to take the 2. These are on the stack. Kano's a very, very intricate hero that plays... Okay, he's just going to draw the 2 cards. Fair enough.
Yeah. Does draw 2 blues there, I believe.
Okay.
Well, I can't tell the color exactly, but...
We'll find out. We'll find out. So if he keeps pitching reds, though, this Channel Lightning Valley is going to stick around. Okay, yeah, fantastic. He's going to make a embodiment of lightning here with that. And that's the thing. If he can get another blue card in his pitch zone, he can keep both channels around for another turn.
Yeah.
Oh, another card. Oh, this one comes out of the Aurora First Strike deck.
Yeah.
And so this one is going to come in for 7. And when it hits or deals damage, it deals 1 arcane to the opponent. So that's basically like another Arcanic Shockwave.
Yeah. Now, here's the interesting thing with how Fahad's setup is currently. Because he has 2 Aether Wildfires, there is a chance that he can potentially actually try and live. Yeah, try and bait out these Shock Charmers. The question is, what is he going to do? Because with Deja Vu Potion, it's very easy for you to be able to like use things without committing too many of your resources.
Yep.
But Fahad was sort of telling me about some new combos, so I don't fully know. But he's just going to pitch here. He's going to Sonic Boom.
Yep. Perfect. He's got that AV3 in that chest and leg slot.
Yeah, so Boom for 1.
But he has all reds, I'm pretty sure. But he's got that Sigil of Solace, which is going to help him out and gain 3 life in case he needs it.
Yeah. The Sonic Boom, a card you really want to try and cover up. And it's scary, though, right? Like, because if you can't cover up 2, you just don't cover any of it. You just take it all.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, there's no cards in Fahad's deck, as far as I'm aware, that,
He's going to take the 4 hit. Now he can pop the Deja Vu Potion if he so chooses to put that Wildfire on top. He probably won't do that just because Aether Wildfire's additional effect only works on the opponent's turn.
Ooh, Scour!
Oh, and he's going to be able to pop that Channel Lightning Valley. That's huge. By paying 1.
Yeah, well, it's discounted by 4 anyway. So technically, if he can actually kill the gold here, I think, too, can't he?
No. It's only an aura.
Oh, and gold
is an item.
Gold is an item. Yep, sorry.
That would be crazy.
I got too excited.
So he kept Open the Floodgates in hand, so he's ready to do a combo here.
Yeah.
Okay, we can see him going to do 1 depth. That was huge because that's shock. Now he's not going to draw a card off that Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah. What a play from Fahad there.
Yeah.
Is shock an instant?
Yes.
Could he have technically shocked in response to draw a card if that was sort of the main thing he was after?
Yep, absolutely. But
he's been able to go in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, so this doesn't have go again currently just because he hasn't activated an instant card this chain link. He activated an instant before the chain link. So you need to activate another one, which he does have in his hand. So that's no big deal. You just don't want to tap out too fast because if Fahad sniffs it, he can just do... he's just going for it here.
Yeah.
Has he got the line? So he's pitching... He's going to play Storm Striders, use that thing. He's got 2 floating. He's going to play...
And the nodes as well.
Yep, the nodes is on the stack. So this is coming in for 4. It's coming in for 5. Sorry, you indicated 4, but yeah. So it's on the stack. It hasn't resolved yet. He's going to activate Kano's ability. So we're going to take it a little bit slow here.
Yeah.
He has activated nodes. He's going to pop the talisman. So the Kano is still on the stack here when he pops it. So now in response to this, in response to the talisman, he's going to pop the Potion of Deja Vu to put whatever he wants on top of his deck and draw that card off the talisman. Sorry, not the talisman, Ragamuffins hat.
Yeah. So technically, the things that you see, the Aether Wildfire and the Kano are not resolved. Both of these things are on the stack currently.
Yes, absolutely.
So Fahad doesn't have to decide about Metacarpus nodes, but he's going to draw and place a card back. Now the Kano is going to resolve it. I believe that's going to be Floodgate.
Yep, and he does have 1 resource floating.
Yeah. And now Fahad gets to decide whether or not he wants to pay for this Metacarpus Nodes. He does have an energy potion available. But he also knows the cards on top of his deck, and I do believe one of them...
blues.
Yeah, and I believe one of them was the gaze as well. So yeah, so he's going to be able to gaze. He's going to essentially net himself more resources here. He gets to look as well.
Oh, and it's
two more
open the floodgates.
Oh,
he's going to put one on the bottom. The reason for that is because you don't actually want to draw it off the open the floodgates. So we're going to see he's got an extra resource here. So now the wildfire will likely resolve.
Yep. And it's coming in for 5.
And a likely 6 just because of that the Metacarpus node. So, 6 damage here.
Yep.
He does have that Spell Void. And I think Fahad is baiting him into using that Spell Void here. I don't know whether he has a choice or not because you kind of have to use it or you might just die.
Yeah, and like, it's like, you have to use it because otherwise, if you just let this Aether Wildfire hit for 6, for those of you who don't know, every effect on this chain, like, as in for this turn, gets amplified by the damage it deals. So all of a sudden, your floodgates are coming in for 10, and then you just die.
Yeah, and then, so he's thinking here, because if he has a blue, he's able to block 5 of it and take 1, and then when the open the floodgate comes in, he's able to block that as well for at least 1 with a red. And then it has to deal more than 3.
But he does have the Metacarpus Nodes still available.
Yes,
so
correct.
He would still be able to pump it. I believe regardless, he is guaranteed 1 floodgate.
Unless he's got 2 blues.
Yeah.
That would be unfortunate.
It would be. But based on the thinking...
Okay, he's got reds. Okay, so he's dealing 3 damage here. So every single spell that Fahad casts for the rest of the turn will be amplified by 3.
Yeah.
Turning on all of his surge effects. And it's a second. No way.
Oh my god.
It's a second. Open the floodgates. So he's going to take 6 here. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and he has another floodgate sitting there as well. And then this is sort of where it depends. Now, the other thing as well, he has 1 floating currently, but he also has this the Spellfire Cloak as well, which if it's your opponent's turn, you can just pop and gain 2 resources.
Yep, so this is another 6 damage, draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Yep, thank you, Fahad, for representing the game state.
Yep.
He's taking another 6, drawing 2 more cards here.
Yeah.
Tome of Aetherwind, is what I say. How about Tome of Aetherwind that draws you 2, that also deals 6 damage?
Yeah, hey, that sounds pretty good to me. Kano off the top.
Oh, it's a pop the bubble, but it doesn't matter. It's a 0 cost.
Yeah.
And it's going to be amped up to 4. So he's going to be able to pop an Aura on the field, which he doesn't currently have, but it's still just damage.
Just damage. And I think the thing Fahad's looking for at the moment is either the ability to play more floodgates or that all-important Blazing Aether.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's still got 2 Kano activations available to him, so any 0 cost will be lethal. Any 2 0 costs will be lethal.
Oh, he finds it!
That's Blazing Aether! That's
oh my god!
The top! Fahad Rahman, Avada Kedavra!
Oh my god!
On his opponent's turn, he has just killed Ethan from 6-0 to 6-1!
Oh my god, how much damage is that? Hang on, let's do the math. So it was 3 off of the Blazing, and then, so 3 was the Aether Wildfire, right? So it's 3 off the Aether Wildfire, and then it was 6, 4. So that's 16 plus 3.
Yeah. No, plus 3. Plus 12, 16, plus 6, so 22.
Yeah, that was...
that Blazing Aether.
My god.
So that's... And he's still another card now to use Kano.
Yeah, I know,
again.
he had another Kano. That, oh my god, Fahad does it again.
Oh.
No need for tomes, no need for anything like that because you are just got floodgates and a dream.
Oh my god, he just did dirty things to this man right now. These forbidden spells. You know?
I don't know what mystic tomes he's reading because that was crazy.
Yep, absolutely crazy.
That was wild.
Unbelievable.
Look, and it's one of these things as well, like, Fahad, if there's a way, he will find it with Kano.
Yep.
And looking through his list as well, he has a bunch of different ways of being able to enable that game plan. I have a video, a card we didn't see there, but one of those fables, and also running the Will of the Arcana.
Yep, absolutely makes sense because they're just going to push over that open the floodgate, which is just integral as we've seen. Because I think there's 9 in his deck.
I believe so.
9 open the floodgates in his deck.
Yeah.
Wow.
What an incredible sort of piece of tech. Yeah. And something that, we were unsure how Kano was going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. But do you know who did know? Fahad Rahman, who is going to be with us having a chat with you right now.
What a game. Fahad. Yeah, check this one out. Oh my god. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You cannot keep getting away with this. Off the top, First of all, wow. We had a bit of a talk before, before we were on stream, but I'd even watch you play. And we talked about the bannings of some of these cards. And obviously it's a pretty big hit. Floodgates.
Yes.
Wow. Talk us through it. Tell us the sort of like the understanding what the game plan is now. How are we killing people from 40 life?
Look, can't take full credit. If you look at the Kano Discord, Blazing for Lethal, who's been supporting the community for a very long time.
Sure.
He struggled to do Kano things without books.
Yep.
And one night I was frustrated as well. I remember thinking, should we just try multiple floods?
Yeah.
What happens? But I didn't know what that build looks like.
Yeah.
And then he just shows up magically and says, I figured it out, guys. So I looked at his list, but I also have, every Kano has their own, like,
of course.
what you like, what you don't like. Like, I love Sonic Boom.
Me
he
too.
doesn't.
I'm with you there.
So
Sonic Boom's the best.
Sonic Boom's there. Our sideboards are significantly different.
Okay.
So today I played into a couple of Enigmas and a Verdance, and I have 5 Voltic variants, 5 quickening variants, basically. Just to be able to play tempo.
Sure.
So, but the general plan, to put the sideboard aside, is you have 9 floodgates.
Sure.
And you have Sonic Boom, which can trigger a floodgate.
Yep.
And what you really need is a Deja Vu and E-Pot.
Which you had in that game.
I had.
Yep.
The Deja Vu is to correct your floodgate draws.
Sure.
And Ragamuffin has bricks in the deck. I didn't see. I think I saw maybe one Kindle.
Yeah.
There's still Will of Arcana and other things.
Yeah.
I just wanted guaranteed on top. But you don't know there's a Blazing in there. Yeah. But you're hoping for it, right?
Yeah, of course.
But at that point in the game, what I was thinking was, I have a floodgate in hand. I saw another one.
Yeah.
Double floodgate where appropriate.
Yeah.
And just try to out damage.
Yeah.
You don't need Blazing to end because he's on 10.
Yeah, of
if
course.
I got 2 more spells coming in for any volume of damage, he might just...
Yeah, exactly. And, being able to push through as well. And we see one of the big things when we talk about Kano and the challenges of that deck is Spell Void.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, like, the thing with, Icon Barrier is that we're not receiving as much damage, so it gives us more time. But you were able to navigate that Spell Void incredibly well.
I think you typically find that decks that have Spell Void have lower blue density.
Sure.
Now, you could have an Aurora that decides to run higher blues, which is a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
But their most consistent variance running right now is on a very low blue count to
Yeah.
be able to get consistent red 0-4 swing turns.
Gotcha.
So, but I mean, in that game, one of the biggest things was me getting a scour off a Sonic Boom.
That was
of all things, right?
That
because
was incredible.
If his turn was burn him up shock and he pings me for 1, I now have to go off without him playing anything.
Yeah, of course.
Which is a 3-card hand.
Yeah.
And I don't, that's kind of risky.
Yeah, of course. If one of them's a blue, that's...
Right.
Yeah.
100%. Whereas him playing that, not being able to draw off the damage, gave me more information.
Yeah.
Which meant that he played just more things.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing with Kano, right? It's not about just like, oh, I found the combo, I'm just going to go off. It's about creating those windows of opportunity.
I don't think he's as much of a combo deck anymore, even though I did combo on stream.
Yeah.
I think into decks that you cannot race in tempo because of your life and your equipment, you need to just have an out.
Yeah.
And that out is a high variance, high risk draw build.
Yeah.
But out of my every other match, everything else was playing tempo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just slow the game down and play to value.
And I think that's the power of like Waning Moon as a piece of equipment, right? Just like being able to play that slower game plan. But Kano as a deck, the wonderful thing is that if you ever trip or, they have a big off turn, you can just also pull the trigger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if you're going to learn Kano, right? If I decide, I'm going to go sleeve up 9 floodgates.
Yeah.
What's the thing that I'm focusing on? If I'm new to the deck, like how do you sort of get into the point where you can pull off, 60 damage turns?
So I recommend usually to do something a little bit opposite.
Sure.
I've been playing Kano since Arcane Rising.
Yep.
We didn't have Wildfire. We had Stir and Fork.
I was right there with you. We were stir forking for 12.
100%.
Yeah.
So I would actually recommend learn how to play Kano without Wildfires and Floodgates.
Yeah.
Learn the fundamentals so you know where the deck's outs are.
Sure.
So you have a personality preference for what you want the deck to do.
Yeah.
Then put in the pieces that create the variance and the high swings. Because the deck itself, if you hand it to a player and say, hey, just wild Kano and see if you can kill someone, they will.
Yeah.
Because the deck can do that.
Yeah.
But they're not going to enjoy high-level events as much because they'll feel they've lost agency.
Yeah.
So learn the deck fundamentals and foundations and then build on it.
Yeah. And because, the lower life total you get before having a combo off, the easier that combo becomes.
And know what, people say know your damage output breakpoints, but I think with Floods now, you don't know where your top end is, and you don't know where your bottom end is.
Yeah.
But just figure out what question are you trying to ask your opponent?
Yeah.
And cards like Flood, even on main phase, is asking the question,
Yeah.
do I want you to draw 2?
Yeah.
And keep going and potentially just blazing me on my turn, just raw damage. So And gold fishing's fun.
Yeah,
Or
agreed.
just jump on the Discord.
Yeah.
The Kano community is like, I reckon, the best.
Yeah,
so
cool.
main Discord, ask questions, we'll all help out.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
6-1.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing what you can do in the top 8.
Awesome. Thank you.
Have a good day. Wow. I can't believe how that ended, Nick.
Me neither.
Just out of nowhere.
Yep.
Just draw 4 cards and just ping for $1 million.
As Kano does.
Yeah, evidently. Yeah. And what an insane way to finish off our Swiss as well. We've seen some incredible things as well, but that Aurora deck, like, don't get me wrong, that Aurora deck was like super close to just killing Kano as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's great is we're going to see him again in top 8.
Yeah,
so
incredible stuff. And I think what we're going to do now and what we're going to look for is we're going to cut to a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
We're going to let the players have a little bit of time, sort of get some food themselves, refresh, sort of get ready for this top 8, because this top 8 as well is going to have some crazy things. I know we're going to see some decks that we've seen already, might have some new stuff as well.
There is a Count Your Blessings Florian deck locked for top 8.
Oh my god.
So maybe I'm counting my blessings.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. But don't go anywhere, as we are going to take a bit of a break, and then we're going to be right back for the top 8 of the Battle Hardened Sydney.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of not the Battle Hardened, but we are here with the Calling Sydney champion again, Darren Ying, the sealed Calling winner, back to back. Yep. How do you feel right now?
Fantastic. Same thing. I just don't think it's going to sink in for a while. It's just been a rush. It's just been kind of quite frantic. Just finish your games and then just get into the next one. So I haven't really had a chance to kind of take it all in. But yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, what a year! It's just been awesome. So yeah,
amazing. So I need to ask you, what was your strategy going into draft? Three rounds of draft on day 2 into the top 8. What was your strategy coming in?
The first draft on day 2 was interesting because we talked about it with my team the night before, and we quite liked maybe forcing Verdance a little bit. We felt that Wizard was underdrafted and we could get some value out of the good 3 blocks, but all that went out the window, of course, when I opened Arc Lightning, pack 1, and so I just felt it was too strong not to take. And so it definitely wasn't part of the plan, but I ended up drafting Aurora. I felt really good about it, and that perhaps it was a hero that was a little bit underdrafted from the rest of the players on the field because most of the players were playing Earth to make it to day 2. So I felt I had a free pass, and my deck I thought was pretty strong. And yeah, I was lucky enough to go 3-0. So yeah, that worked out. I wouldn't say it was according to plan, but it worked out for me. And then in the top 8, it was a bit of a reset, and I ended up drafting a Fatigue Florian deck. It's hard to actually get all the synergies that you'd normally get in a sealed pool, so I just went value, and it worked out for me. Yeah,
that's great you bring that up. Can you just explain the differences between sealed and draft? Because a lot of people here have done draft in practice, and we've just said that it's a lot different than it is in the sealed. How different is it, and can you explain that to us?
Both are a lot of fun to play. I'm going to say that first off, but draft, I think, is probably a lot of the best players are actually saying this is probably the best draft format that Fab's ever produced. There's really crunchy deck building decisions, and I think the heroes are a lot more balanced. It's a bit of a self-adjusting thing where you know, those lightning heroes, they're probably not as heavily drafted, and so they stand up on their own and become a bit more powerful. But yeah, essentially the format between draft and sealed is night and day. It's completely different. You just don't get that depth to the pools that you get in sealed, and so it's harder to just run those successful strategies that have been tried and true for sealed. And so yeah, draft is exciting. It's still quite a fresh format. It's still pretty new. We're only like a week or 2 in, but by everybody's account, it looks to be one of the best that's been produced.
Fantastic. So you are a back-to-back Calling Limited champion in the Asian Pacific region. So I just want to ask you a couple of things about the your favorite cards. In your draft format, what is your favorite common, say, of Lightning, of Earth, of Wizard, and of Runeblade?
Yep. Probably for Lightning, I'm just going to put Electrostatic Discharge. The instant that just basically turns on everything. It turns on your sword. It enables some powerful on-hit effects. It's really the oil that gets the Aurora engine running.
That's your next 1 or cost or less gets +3, correct?
Yeah, and you can play it at instant speed. So goes with a lot of the other cards that require you to play it in instant. So yep, it's a great card, and yeah, it's like I said, it just enables everything, gets you going. The Earth stuff, I'm gonna just say the Tilling cards. They're great. They're above rate. Red Tilling is a real powerhouse. Coming in for 8 is just also fueling your plan to decompose as well. Just feels super efficient, and yeah, a bomb at common. And then Wizard, Perennial, whatever it's called.
Yep.
The one that when you surge successfully, it goes to the bottom of your deck. It's essentially the weapon for the Wizard. I really like that card. And then Runeblade, so many cool choices there. I'm just gonna have a recency bias and just pick Splintering Deadwood.
Okay,
I think that's a rare.
Yep.
But yeah, I had with Florian turned on a turn where I had the red cussing, destroyed it instantly, made 6 rune chance, got an on hit, made 2 more, went into the next turn with 7 rune chance. Is pretty sick. Yep. But yeah, I think everything's playable, and yeah, I've still got a lot to figure out and a lot to discover, so I'm excited for Worlds.
Yeah, and you'll be at Worlds competing?
I will be. It's the first Worlds that I'll be at. I'm taking Sandra, my partner, as well. And so, yeah, we're going to turn into a bit of a holiday, and really excited to meet everybody.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Well, I could have 20 more questions, but I'm going to let you go. But before I do, I'm going to hand you with this absolutely beautiful Calling Sydney Champion trophy. Absolutely well-deserved. Yeah, absolutely incredible. I'm going to let you get back to all of your friends, and we'll be right back real soon with continued coverage, top 8 of the Battle Hardened. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are approaching now the Battle Hardened Sydney top 8.
Yep.
Top 8.
We're finally here.
We are. After 7 incredible rounds with some really explosive decks and some matchups that just really ground all the way down, we're here with our final 8 players. And we've got a bit of a selection of decks when it comes to these standings here, hey?
Yep, we have 2 Aurora,
yep,
a Florian, 2 Kano, one Katsu, as we saw previously, 1 Kayo, and 1 Enigma.
Yeah, and we sort of talked a little bit about the representation throughout the day, and Enigma being one of those ones that is actually coming through, and a deck that, if I was preparing for this event myself, probably would have been what I would have taken because I didn't have the other cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Enigma, we haven't seen it on stream yet, but it was a very represented hero. We have one here in the top 8 in the hands of Amelia.
Yep.
So we're going to see if she can actually get all the way to the finals here through Tom Nguyen on Aurora.
Yeah, and again, Aurora seems to be the breakout deck of this event, you know what I mean? Like, we've seen some pretty incredible stuff from a variety of different versions of the list too. We've seen I'm not going to pitch anything and just absolutely just go as hard as I can, all the way through instead to I'm going to just sort of play a little bit more mid-rangey, get a lot of sort of value off of those bouncing of that stuff back.
Yeah, which one of the biggest surprises is 2 Kanos are in the top 8 of this event. So we're going to see Kano versus a Kayo. That's not confusing at all.
Yeah, great.
And then against Jared as well on Ninja. So that's going to be another two amazing games that we're going to see if we can get 2 Kano. Because it's possible to get a nice 2 Aurora, 2 Kano top 8.
Yeah, and that's going to be crazy as well. And again, Kano, a deck that a lot of people sort of struggled with after the banning of all the books. And as a result, though, still Fahad, as we saw on stream previously, absolutely just can explode out of nowhere.
Yep. I have a question for you, Matt.
Yes.
I have a really important question.
Go ahead.
How good are you at counting?
I'm all right. I can count.
Can you count your blessings?
I can certainly try. Why do I need to count my blessings, Nick?
Well, because as we have a Florian playing 9 copies of Count Your Blessings in his deck, and that's going to be our top 8 feature match for this. And so we're going to have Declan Bradley from Sydney playing Count Your Blessings, Fatigue Florian.
Oh my
God. The most polar opposite to the Channelman Heroic deck we did see earlier in this tournament.
Yeah.
And who we just saw, Ethan, who just got blasted by Kano. And it's going to be a completely opposite game here versus Fatigue.
So, Nick, tell me a little bit about Count Your Blessings. What's the game plan here if we're sleeving up from what it appears to be 9 copies of this card?
Yeah, so the general consensus is that you want to be able to play a lot of blocking cards. As we can see, there's Sinks, there's Sigils, there's Unmovables in this deck, there's Fateful Scenes. And so you want to be able to defend as long as possible so you're actually able to pitch and play all of your Count Your Blessings as fast as possible without losing as much life, so you can be a lot more tanky, because the longer the game goes, the more Count Your Blessings you play, the more life you're going to gain, because it gains you as much life as how many copies are in the graveyard.
Wow.
So the more in the graveyard, the more life you're going to play. And if there's 8 in the graveyard and you play a last red, you're going to gain 11 life off 1 card.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess it's a good thing now that we're in that top 8 to note that it is untimed.
Yeah.
So, really has the time to build that up. But, 5-2 here, Declan Bradley has gone through, so must have had some very good success. And, we're still playing some of those incredibly powerful cards. As we can see, the Arcane Seeds is going to be in there as well. Felling of the Crown, Summer's Fall, that sort of thing as well.
I cannot wait. I'm not even going to say it. When Declan flips his weapon, there might be some buyouts.
Ooh.
I'm not going to say what it is.
Yeah. But also on the other side, Aurora, we did see. Now, Fahad was able to just absolutely decimate towards the end of that. But the damage output every single turn from this Aurora deck, Fahad was almost dead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what happens when Aurora can't die on her turn.
Yeah, exactly. And, I'm really interested to see how this deck, because until that point, Ethan was 6-0. But,
there it is.
My God.
The Dread Scythe Florian.
Tell me about this weapon.
So this is a 3-cost weapon from Monarch that attacks for 3, and it pings them for 1 damage. And if it's dealt damage, your opponent can't gain life.
Can't gain. So what you're saying is, this is the tech. This is the anti-mirror, anti-Verdance tech.
It just may be.
Oh my God. And we see again the Crown of Dominion coming through. Ethan, as the highest seed, does get to decide, I believe, if he'd like to go first or second. It does appear like he wants to go first, because get that pressure, get the arsenal set up, and as well make an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, because what Ethan wants to do here is set up massive 5-card hands.
Yeah.
Because what will happen against these defensive decks is that they're going to be unable to use all their cards in a turn. So if you can set up an arsenal and keep them with 3 or 4 cards, it's okay to... Oh, and he's going to gain 2 life. That's incredible.
Yeah, just instant speed, gains some life. Looks like he's... And this is a very interesting thing, right? So doing that, technically what's happened is Ethan has gone to his Arsenal stage, and Declan has, in response to that, actually gone and played, but he still had his action point available. So if he wanted, he could actually then attack in, but a raised face coming out, and Ethan's probably gone, what is this?
Yeah, and so Erase Face is a great tech at the moment. Yeah. Because a lot of these new heroes rely on their talent. Yeah. And that removes talents from your box. And therefore, you're not going to be able to get all these powerful things. You're not going to be able to get Go again on your stuff or all that +1. Yeah. And a lot of synergies with things like your hero power are going to be completely shut down if it hits. So definitely incentivized to block out this Erase Face if it's going to hinder him at all.
Yeah, and looking at Declan's side as well here, you do notice in the pitch zone, Enlightened Strike, Plow Under. Two incredibly powerful cards, it would seem, that he wants to probably wait until his second cycle. Yep. He wants to save all that gas, so once he's built up enough life and run Ethan out of those big threats, then he can just sort of come through and still close the game. Now, Dread Scythe obviously can close the game, but being able to do it a little bit faster.
Yep, and then we see the burn-up shock. He's going to be able to prevent that 1 arcane damage here.
Yep.
And he's got 2 floating. And do you know how much Count Your Blessings costs?
How much?
It costs 2.
Oh, I see.
So this very much makes me think that there's a Count Your Blessings in hand for Declan. And he's got a Faithful Scene this. He didn't reveal. Yeah. And the reason he didn't reveal is because he doesn't have any lightning cards in hand because that Erase Face did hit.
Of course. But again, we are still able to see that these Runeblade decks are able to output damage regardless of that. Entwine Lightning now. No Go again because, again, no Lightning available, but still a 0 for 4 is pretty good.
Yep, absolutely. And all he has to do is block maybe 1 card from hand, 1 equipment, and then play that Count Your Blessings.
Yeah.
Which is what he's going to do. He's definitely we see that. Oh, there you go. There's a Count Your Blessings. He's going to gain 2 life because that's the first one he's played. There's plenty more to come. He's going to get incrementally more life the more he plays. Yep. But we saw that beautiful Germinate that you get for entering the calling.
I love it. It's so pretty.
Yeah. Just the more and more things that you can get at these events. Yeah. Just really makes you want to show up to them.
But in particular as well, they're incredible cards. Like, Germinate is such an important card in that deck. Same with the Channel the Lightnings and Channel the Millennium Trees as well. All of these promos available just for entering.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wish I pulled the Germinate and sealed. But we're gonna see this Channel Lightning Valley come down for Ethan. He is no longer locked. He has Lightning available to him now.
Ooh.
Oh, and we see Flicker Wisp coming out, revealing Arc Lightning.
Oh my God, it's happening.
So he's definitely guaranteed to draw a card here, and Declan is likely to take the damage here because he's unable to stop 2 arcane damage because he only has AB1 available to him. Yeah. And so he's going to play that Arc Lightning and deal 2 arcane damage to Declan. This is going to be a big turn here.
Yeah, and as well, has the Sigil in hand, and also this is sort of that combo, and the reason why he's going to be running the gold token as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to, what's he going to go for? He's getting the life counter down. He's going to be, he's going to pop the gold token and draw a card, and this. Okay, he's going to AB this now, but he's still going to come in for 1. He's going to draw a card here from that gold, and it's going to be Malefic Incantation, another card with Go again.
But also noticeably, Declan pitching Looming Doom.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, sure, like...
It blocks 3, it's a non-attack action, goes up to 4 off the Millennium Tree.
Yeah, true, it's still pretty hectic, and now we see it's going to be a Go again, so another ping of 2 arcane damage here.
Going to go down to take 1 here.
Yep.
All right, down to 36 life.
Still has 3 cards in hand.
Yep. And he comes God in a flash here.
Yep.
And it does have Go again from that Arc Lightning.
Yep, so it's 4 and 2.
Yep, he's going to give it a read. He's going to deal 2 arcane damage.
I think it's more he wanted to check, does the sword eat up the Go again?
Ah, okay, fair enough.
But yeah, God in a flash, a really standout card inside these Aurora lists.
Yep, absolutely, especially because he has that Sigil of Lightning in hand. So that God in the flash is going to go back to the hand.
Yep. And this is one of those instances as well where maybe you wish you'd blocked with the Lightning Greaves just so you can just really continue to go off and bounce this card over and over again.
Oh, and here's a fantastic combination here.
Yeah.
Electrostatic Discharge. So the damage has been dealt. It's going to go back to Ethan's hand, and this is going to... And when he plays God in the Flash again, it's going to be for 7.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It's going to be... It's absolutely amazing, this stuff. So he's going to close the combat chain here, I think, because he's going to play that Malefic Incantation, which is going to deal 2 more damage to Declan.
Now, one thing to note for those of you who maybe haven't played that much Fab or not, sort of where you have to talk it through, what we're talking about is in the damage or the resolution step. Yep. So damages happen on hits have occurred, and this is sort of like before you move to the next part.
Yep.
And so that's sort of when you can bounce it and still the damage has been done, but you get the card back. And 7, going to block with a Command and Conquer. And no Go again, but I mean, you really can't be unhappy because you've also pitched a Lightning card, so that channel is staying around.
Yep, and Declan's down to 26 after blocking with 3 cards.
Yeah.
This combo is vicious.
Not only blocking with 3 cards, but pitching 2 blues as well.
Yeah.
In a way of like blocking out that arcane. Also left with a rune chant available, the channel there, and I believe it's likely just to be a pass backwards from Declan. Unless, no, it's going to be an E-Strike, left a card in hand.
Is he going to draw?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Oh, he draws that Warmongers Diplomacy. Might be all right, but as you've seen, very unhindered is Aurora with these Warmongers Diplomacies. But he's going to ask on that anyway.
Yeah.
It's still perfectly fine.
Yeah, and like it might not hinder it in the sense of like how Viscerai can suddenly not do much, but it still makes some things a little bit more challenging. And the beautiful signed Ravenous Rabble promotional version.
Just for 2. And he's going to get that rune chant. Comes in for 1 arcane damage.
Yeah.
Declan's incentivized to pitch a card here just because he doesn't want to draw. He doesn't want to get that that Sigil of Lightning in hand.
Yeah. And I think this is the thing, like with the channel.
Okay, so he's taken 2 damage here from the Ravenous Rabble. He's drawn up the Sigil of Lightning, not that threatening of a draw, right?
Yeah.
So if you show it to your opponent, it's okay to draw that. It's not the biggest deal. So that's what he's thinking.
He might be able to manipulate, though, with the 2 Sigil of Lightning in hand. It's weird because usually you don't want to pay more than 2 for Grasp of the Arknight. But being able to pay 3 here to make a rune chant and then pitch the other Lightning card for the sword keeps that around.
Yeah,
keeps it on the channel.
Yeah, that'd be a very heads-up play. We'll see if he goes with that here, because damage stacking against a deck like Florian that is looking to fatigue you is incredibly important. And when I say damage stacking, I mean you set up multiple cards on the board and able to push through damage instead of just playing with your 4-card hand every turn. There's strategical methods to keep cards on the board and in your arsenal to be able to go over the top of someone's defenses.
Yeah. So we're going to see. Just going to swing the sword in this time. The 1 arcane. It's going to just take it in this instance. And then, so coming in for 2. Starfall, just such an incredibly efficient weapon as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just 1 resource for 2 damage. Go again.
Yeah. Does everything the deck wants to already be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. What is Ethan going to do with these last 2 cards? All right.
Just going to play out the Sigil.
Going to play Sigil of Lightning. Yep, which is fantastic. Yeah, he has to do because he hasn't played. I don't think he's played a Lightning card this turn, and this will turn on that Sigil of Lightning. So,
yeah.
So in that resolution step, potentially.
Yeah, and this is sort of like a thing of it too, where like even if he's missed part of the trigger, he can do it in the resolution step. It would mean it's only dealt 1 damage, but it doesn't just end the turn.
Yeah.
And then E-Strike probably draw a card here.
Absolutely, these aggro decks love the E-Strike draw a card. Because a lot of reds, so that's a 1-card 5 value.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. It looks like you will be able to get that second Lightning card in the pitch zone.
Yeah.
So that channel Lightning Valley, it did its job, but its job is over.
Yeah, but hey, there's 2 more left in the deck as well.
For sure.
5 coming through Florian. Definitely feeling the pressure here, but has kept a fair few cards in hand.
And
it's going to be another one.
Another Count Your Blessings here, so you may be looking to separate the Count Your Blessings here. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to do here. So he's going to gain 4 life.
And a second one!
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
So they're just shortcutting it here. He would put the Count Your Blessings in the graveyard and then play the other one so he gets that additional life. They're just shortcutting it, but just to make it easier for the people at home to understand what just happened there, why he's back up to 24 life.
Yeah, because technically you can do it in response, but that doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's correct.
But yeah, so suddenly this life total is a lot closer. But start of the turn, it's going to be that the popping of the Sigil, and that Embodiment of Lightning is really good here because Aurora can make another one, and he's playing with a 5-card hand, and it looks like there's some pretty powerful things available.
Yep, absolutely. And what a way to start with this burn-up shock. He's thinking about it. He's got that Lightning Valley, another one in hand. Wow.
Is both the sides of Burn Up Shock an instant, or is it just the shock?
Only shock is an instant.
Yeah,
Burn Up is an action.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to come in from 1. Nothing to see here.
No, nothing here.
Oh, and wow. He has a lightning instant.
Oh, my God.
But he's threatening a draw. He's taken 2 here, and that's going to draw him a card. And he's got that lightning card, because shock is a lightning instant.
Yeah, and he's doing it in reactions this time, so it does buff it up.
So he's going to draw a blue here, that Heaven's Claw.
But it does give him the fuse target now. So he can actually give go again.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and another Ravenous Rabble. Hopefully he drew a blue, so hopefully he can. So he's going to have that double go again.
Yeah.
No big deal. It's all good. Oh, gets a yellow. That's not a card you want to see on top if you're Declan. Even though it's only for 3 on this Ravenous Rabble, because it does get -2.
Yeah.
I don't think he's disappointed in that.
No.
Seeing that Lightning Valley in the 4th turn.
No, not at all. And that's going to be all 3 of them. And it's not like we're banishing them. So it's going to play a Fry now coming through. The Red Fry, a card that very innocuous, but really does just continue that combat chain. It's a more consistent version of Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, absolutely. 0 for 3. People were like, oh, 0 for 4 is where I want to be. But the fact that it's a Lightning card absolutely means it's a staple in these Aurora decks because it turns on all of your plays.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic card.
It's going to pitch the blue card there as well to make a embodiment of lightning and as well keep around that channel. So Arsenal card set up as well, has the channel, and the Arsenal card I do believe, what is that?
That's an Amulet of Echoes.
What?
So that card, he's going to have to read it here. Beautiful cold foil, by the way. But if you play 2 cards of the same name, your opponent has to discard 2 cards. It's an instant speed card. So definitely an interesting tech here that people were using against things like Zen and people are using currently against things like Verdance because they have to use Rampant Growth 2 times in 1 turn and they're going to have to discard a card. So we're going to see how it works here because it's not difficult for Ethan to play around it. It's awkward, absolutely.
I guess it stops you from being able to do Gone in a Flash twice.
Yes, it does do that. But just saying, okay, I can play around that a little bit, but maybe just that awkwardness of playing around it. Okay, so he's coming in for 4 here. Surely he's got a defense react because it's known that 3rd Lightning Valley is in play here.
Yeah. And also Warmongers was the other card played after this Amulet as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's called War.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how much this does hamper.
For sure.
But I had to go again anyway, and still, so 2 card draws available.
So we've got Entwine Lightning as well, so... All right, so he's going to pop the Tunic out. Yep, attack. He's going to attack the thing. So he's played a Lightning card. It's 2 go again.
Yeah, it's going to force a block.
He definitely wants to block this hand out because it's going to be a lot of draws, and he's going to reveal that Flittering Charge.
Yeah.
That Flittering Charge will not have go again just because he hasn't played an instant this turn.
Yeah.
However...
Oh, the Lightning Valley counts as an instant.
It has to be this Chain Link.
Chain Link.
We'll be able to play this Chain Link. Yes. My apologies. But drawing those 2 cards, being able to determine what you're putting in Arsenal.
Yeah. I guess, And I guess you're wondering, a lot of equipment being
he's going to be forced to block with that Millennium Tree. Not what you want to be doing, especially when you don't have... okay, he's pitching it. That's very smart because he's able to pitch that to the bottom because he has just pitched a burn-up shock. And that is a fantastic combination for that 2nd cycle because this is what Declan's looking for, that 2nd cycle, that long game. And again, Ethan really masterfully sort of identified that that's what Declan wants to be doing. So already starting to prepare those things and also able to keep around that 2nd channel of the Lightning Valley. This is the 3rd one, the only one left in the deck. Yeah, absolutely. So masterful play. Worked in multiple ways in his favor, which was fantastic to see. So let's see what he starts with. He starts with a snatch with go again. Fantastic start. Yeah, particularly when it threatens to draw 2 cards. Yeah, for sure. The Sink Below going to come through. Just cleanly block that one out and put it to the bottom. But eventually you're going to run out of block 4s. Going to block 3 here. You don't want to get that draw here. And he's going to start with that discharge into another snatch for 4. And eventually, he's only got 1 armor left. So what's funny here is that the draw 2 actually doesn't matter. Yeah. Because he can pop Amulet of Echoes now because he's played 2 snatch. Oh, true. So just going to take and just pop the Amulet and discard both of that. What spicy tech. Yeah, absolutely. But I guess the question is this the time to do it? You can see he's got 2 attack actions here, so he won't be able to respond with any instance to the Amulet of Echoes. Yeah. But it looks like... So it looks like if he passes priority, so Declan can activate Aurora, so it's a Costa pitch. So he's going to be able to pitch... Okay, he's only pitching 1 thing up. So yeah, if Declan actually activated Amulet of Echoes, he'd be able to respond with the Aurora effect to pitch both. So heads up play from Declan not activating the Amulet of Echoes. Yeah. But luckily he didn't draw 2 lightning cards to keep around that channel Lightning Valley. Ooh, and we're going to see a Felling of the Crown. So there's no Earth cards in Banish Zone. So therefore it's only going to come in for 4. Yeah. But its Decomposed effect will still be live, making Ethan put a card to the bottom of his deck. Yeah. And really furthering that pitch stack as well, putting exactly what he wants to that bottom with that Arc Lightning. Could be that Flicker Whiz. We don't know. Yeah, and Felling in the Crown, sort of, again, the breakout card from this weekend. Just incredible in all stages of the game. And, it's obviously amazing when it comes in as a 3 for 8 with the Decompose ability. But just being able just to sort of rip that 1 card, force it in these aggro situations, can just sort of get you around the corner. Yeah, absolutely. And we see another Count Your Blessings in Declan's hand, so maybe looking to deploy that. So Fry wasting that embodiment of lightning, but it's no big deal as long as you have a starter card.
Yeah.
All that matters. So
I think that's the cool thing about this deck as well. Like the embodiment of lightning is definitely sort of enables some of these bigger turns, but sometimes it's just redundancy. You'd rather, and in that instance, it dodges the amulet and that sort of thing. So
this is a great play that Aurora has access to. It's called the off turn.
Yeah.
On turn, off turn. So you're able to attack a 3-card hand, attack with a Fry, attack with weapon, make either a grasp of the Arknight token with a rune chant, or make an embodiment of lightning. We see he's got lightning surge written in hand, so no need to make that embodiment of lightning.
Yeah.
But just having that flexibility with the 2-card hand, arsenaling your big threat, going to the next turn, and as you can see here, Declan is able to use all of his cards, and we can see allow under, putting that card to the bottom of his deck.
I was about to say the best target you can have for actually arsenaling inside the Aurora deck, just that giving it the 0 for 4 with go again, but that immediately is just getting removed.
Yep, and as you can see, there's 6 Earth cards in Banish now, so 1 more Decompose, and all of a sudden, every token that Declan's make is doubled.
Yeah, and Plow Under as well. And that's the scary thing as well, because
we see a Flicker Wisp plus Arc Lightning combo in hand, but does he have the attacks to be able to get this off? There's a chance he just intellect penalties himself here just to be able to keep both cards to push through damage, especially because there's a very good chance that Declan is going to be deploying that Count Your Blessings to gain a lot of life.
And when we refer to an intellect penalty, we mean it in the sense of like he's not utilizing every single card in his hand. He's keeping cards available. But another Count Your Blessings to come through. So that's 1, 2, 3.
So he's going to gain 4 life here because it's a blue copy.
Yeah. But they're really starting to stack up as well. And that's when it starts to get quite scary now because everyone's just going to represent so much life.
Yep, for sure.
But as we've seen Ethan pitch some incredibly powerful cards already.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what he does here with these 2 cards. Yeah, so he's going to pitch and just attack for 1.
Yeah.
And 1 rune chain damage. Nope, not bad at all. But the problem is Declan is going to be able to chain these on-hit effects, these Felling of the Crowns, Plow Unders, Weakest Links, maybe a Race Face and CNC. A lot of these things are going to really hinder Ethan's ability to hold a 5-card hand to really pull off this massive Flicker Wisp combination with Arc Lightning. So
and you do need, in general, a 5, usually 4 minimum, but 5 cards is usually what it is.
It's interesting. I wanted to see what he arsenaled there because there's a chance he arsenals which one he arsenals because he wants to play around Plow Under. So the most important one he may want to keep in his hand.
Yeah, and I believe it's a Flicker Wisp is the one that he left in hand as well.
Okay, so maybe that's what he's determined is the most important one. All right, there's a Felling of the Crown. Has he got 2 Flicker Wisps in his hand?
Does he?
I think he does. But this Felling of the Crown is uninteractively going to get rid of a card from Ethan's hand. So maybe there's a chance he just puts a card back, takes 8, plays that Malefic Incantation, and just passes turn and just keeps multiple cards and just hopes that he doesn't get hit with disruptive effects on the next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if you were to go through and count, I think this is the 2nd or maybe 3rd Felling of the Crown that we've seen.
Yeah.
You know, at least 1 Plow Under has been used as well, so, and 1 was pitched earlier in the game.
Yeah, and maybe he put back, because you don't want to be playing 2 Flicker Wisps here just because of that Amulet of Echoes.
Yeah, of course.
Which we said, it was going to make it awkward for Ethan to do this massive turn. And as you can see, the life is basically even now.
Yeah.
You can see he's going to pass turn here off that Malefic Incantation, and hopefully Declan isn't going to be able to use all his cards. And he's got that Sigil of Solace here, going back to 17. So now he's winning. He was down 20-something life.
Yeah.
And he is now ahead in life.
Oh, there's a Command and Conquer. And this is sort of like the price you pay for running Command of Dominion as well. You can't just throw the equipment. So 1 card at least if you want to block with the equipment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Lightning is not looking great anymore. And
hey,
I don't want to hear I'm not going to hear the end of it from you, am I?
No, probably not. But hey, it's not over because we've seen so many of these power cards come through and life totals. Don't get me wrong, Florian, Declan has the ability to gain a lot of life. But this deck, Aurora deck, we've seen so far, also has the ability just to output a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Declan, he does have 8 banished Earth cards, so he is going to be able to make multiple tokens if he so chooses.
Yeah.
He's going to destroy that Arc Lightning. Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, but I think he's sort of decided that he needs to push damage at this point now. He would love to just go for that big combo turn and try and do as much as possible. And it does look like, is that? Yeah, it was 3 defense reactions on the side of Declan here.
Yeah. So the double Lightning Press in Ethan's hand is going to get met with a multiple defense reaction, maybe an unmovable, because he does play it, but I don't know if he's got it here, but in this matchup, but we'll see what he's got.
Oh, but yeah, this is It's going to be the Fateful Scene first.
Up to the top card. If he has it with Sync Below, it's great sequencing to do that one first. Oh, Rootback, double Rootback. If he doesn't banish, because it doesn't matter, it's only for 10, so you don't need to banish. No reason to use those resources. Heads up play from Declan.
Yep. Tunic Kano, though, for the weapon here.
Swing for 2.
He's just going to take the 2.
Now there's a chance Declan just attacks with Dread Scythe, and he's that's 4 damage off 1 blue. Not bad at all.
Hey, man. Dread Scythe, like you said, I think the price is probably going to go up after this event. And yeah, just Dread Scythe.
Yep, 3 and 1.
It's also a cool looking weapon. I think that's the big part of it.
Yeah, I think it's one of the coolest weapons personally.
I like the almost like the halo around it. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So the life effect isn't going to really affect Aurora, but they do play Sigil of Solace, so we have to be aware of that. So if it does hit, he's not going to be able to use that on his turn.
Yeah.
But I guess he could just use it at the end of Declan's turn, so it really wouldn't be affected.
And I think as well, the main reason they're using that card is to be able to get like the bounces and that sort of thing. So that effect would still be in play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ravenous Rabble here is going to make a Rune Shard off of that incantation and see whether or not we finally flip the red. And we do.
The red, 4 damage, fantastic. So is this where the corner gets turned here? There's that third Rootbound Carapace reds, but he's going to decompose this time because he definitely wants to get it up to 4 value.
A card that, Rootbound Carapace is definitely an incredibly powerful card.
Yeah, probably one of the best cards in the Earth deck.
Yeah.
So we can see him just coming in. He's going to come in. We're going to see what he comes in for. 5 go again. Not the strongest, definitely the worst mode of it, but because you have to use all your cards in a turn, in a pinch, it works perfectly fine to do this.
Exactly. Now, I also did see from Declan's side that he does have another Plow Wonder in hand.
Yep, and he's just taking damage here, so...
Yeah, it's not threatening a huge amount.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes the Static Shock.
We still have a bunch of equipment block on the side of Declan as well.
So what's good here is, so he's blocking anyway, but because he hasn't played a Lightning card, it wouldn't have the Lightning Flow effect.
Yeah.
And there's Plow Wonder. Just getting rid of that arsenal again.
And, we're threatening not the entirety of the life total, but going to 1 is not a particularly fun place to be in any game of Flesh and Blood.
But I can't say it's over. He's got those Lightning Grooves. That's the most powerful play that is available to Ethan, and it's still online, so I'm not... Oh, we can see he's got double Arcanic Shockwave with no Lightning card in hand. Very unlucky here.
Yeah, the Entwined Lightning
as well. But maybe that's a card he could put in the arsenal.
Yeah. I guess it's sort of what we start to consider now is like, do we start to block? And I think you have to.
Yeah.
So the Lightning Greaves does have one. It's battle-worn piece of equipment, so you're always incentivized to block with it first.
Yeah, for sure. So interesting you did block there. He's probably planning to use it this turn solely because it's that blocking value from the equips would be able to stop on hit for 6. Yeah. So he must be going for something really nice and big here. Yeah, so he's going to be able to come in. That's a 2-card 8 right there. So that's a lot of value here for Ethan. And there's another Sync Below.
Yeah, and it was all off of that off of the incantation as well, because the incantation was the thing.
There's the Erase Face.
Oof. Just disruptive piece into disruptive piece, and now we do actually finally see some Lightning cards available, but this Erase Face is sort of threatening that might not even matter.
Yeah, and he has 3 block 2s in hand.
Yeah. So do you throw the Tunic? Tunic's about to tick over as well. It's the worst time to throw the Tunic.
Yeah, absolutely.
But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
He's got to deliberate here.
I think it's scary too, though, for the side of Declan. Like, if you're Declan Bradley, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable because he's probably still got... I haven't been counting them, but I know he's still got probably 4 more Count Your Blessings left.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that you can now force Ethan to use cards means his output is incredibly low compared to what he could do with 5 cards. And that means it gives Declan space to play more Count Your Blessings.
Yeah. And, we've seen a couple of Looming Dooms and that sort of thing.
He's up at 3 cards. Hope that Declan can't use all 5 cards on the next turn. But Declan is... Oh, there's those 2
Oh, my God.
Blessings. Oh, there's 3!
Life gain for days, and the Entwined Lightning is going to come through. It is for 4, so, why not just take it?
Yeah.
And then, triple Count Your Blessings. And
you can't play 3 just because they cost 2. But you're going to be able to shoot the 2 highest cost ones, one red pitch, maybe 1 yellow pitch, and then
swing the Scythe potentially? I don't know. It depends on what's in the arsenal.
He's got a Germinating Arsenal.
Oh, my God.
That's a lot of life gain coming in. Oh,
that's a lot of life.
Oh, my Lord.
Ethan has essentially played 2 games with the 1 life total at this point.
There's a Count Your Blessings yellow. He's going to count it. I think it's 5 in there.
Yeah, I think 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
4?
Wasn't there 1 more? Okay, so
it's 4. All right. Gonna gain 6 life.
And then immediately followed up by the second one.
But he has to pitch for Count Your Blessings to do this, so a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, but
he's going to pitch a yellow for a red one. Very fun gameplay. He's going to gain 8 life here.
Oh my god, we should do the math after and see, because I have a feeling, that Ethan actually has at this point played through 2 CC games with 1 deck and with, his same life total.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just goes to show that Aurora can just pump out that damage.
Yeah.
But that being said, now that he's got 5 cards in hand, he's able to do so much damage.
You're not actually upset at this, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely not, because each incremental value is going to be very important here for Ethan. So just getting that space, not about being able to force cards from his hand, is definitely going to be. I think they're both happy with this exchange. Just want to see who in the future is the benefactor of it.
But I mean, if you were to ask me, 17 damage with a 5-card hand from this Aurora deck, from what we've seen so far, that doesn't sound far-fetched at all.
Oh, not at all, not at all. We're going to see what he starts with here, because he's got that burn-up shock.
Yeah.
That's a great card to start with.
Has to be careful and play around this amulet on there as well. Plow under, another one available. So burnout shot going to start us off.
Yeah, so 1 arcane damage is going to come through. That doesn't trigger the burn-up because the ordering goes right to left.
Yeah.
So the burn-up part of the effect is not active until he hits again. And he becomes, there we go, a Lightning Surge from Arsenal for 4.
Yeah, and again, probably the best card you can Arsenal in this deck, because it's just a free 0 for 4 go again.
Yeah, but what's funny here, he's going to block with this bark skin of the Millennium Tree, and he's going to get 2 Embodiment of Earth
Oh my
tokens
god,
here.
of course he is.
So the non-attack actions are going to get bumped by 2 defense.
Yeah. Wow, and again, this is just the power of that Decompose. Once you get into this later section of the game, the incremental value just escalates exponentially.
Yeah, I heard a story that against Kayo, he decided to germinate for embodiment of Earths, and he blocked for 9 against Kayo on a double blood rush turn.
Oh my god!
On a double blood rush turn, he blocked 9 with 1 non-attack action.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So he's just going to block out this turn.
Yep. He's going to flash in the sigil.
Yep.
Because that is an aura, so it is going to count and give it the go again.
But you're just going to Arsenal and pass that burn up. Your burn up did not trigger.
Yeah, but I don't think you're upset about that, because you did get the last of the equipment block out. So now we have to do it the old-fashioned way here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here might just come a classic 1 card 4.
Yeah.
He's got that arcane barrier, so he can block the 1 arcane, but I don't think he's going to do that here.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to commit the card as well. And yeah, unless he has some life gain, which it doesn't appear that he does, I think he's fine.
But now he's on a timer. If he goes to 2 here, he's going to block with a card, because he's on a timer against this Florian deck.
Yeah.
And as we can see, there's an Arcane Seeds in hand. That's going to get 4 rune chance if it goes through.
The Looming Doom also available. It opens up some really interesting plays. You have to break rune chance, don't you?
Yeah,
for
that's
Looming
correct.
Doom? Okay.
Yep.
So maybe not as much, but we'll see. Another burn-up shock available.
Yep, Ding for 1 once again. So those break 4 and 4s are going to be better and better, because he's not going to be able to get Embodiment of Earths, and he's burned through those defense reacts.
Yeah, now we're going to see coming through. Arcane damage has been dealt, but it does have go again.
Yeah.
And a lightning card's been played, so another ping will come through.
Only if it hits.
Ah, true.
So lightning flows when it hits.
This is threatening 9 damage here.
Yeah, so this is a lot.
Yeah.
And you definitely, you want to block that. But there's a chance there's a world where Declan just says, I'm just going to take the turn.
Yeah.
I can get it all back, whatever.
Yeah, true.
And then I'm just going to try and threaten your life total as much as possible.
Yeah, how many blessings do we want to count?
Okay, so he's threatening with this rune chain. He's threatening that burn-up shock value. So he's going to... So the burn-up shock will resolve if this rune chain does damage. Okay, so he's going to take the 1, which will then, in turn... He will take... Will he take 4?
I believe so.
Yeah. Maybe you just have to update the life totals here.
Yeah.
And he's going to come in with that... He's going to come in once again with that Death's Dread Scythe.
Interesting.
So,
yeah. But we'll see how it goes from here. So Swarming Gloomveil in hand, and you know, like you were sort of saying, you don't really want to go to 1.
Oh yeah,
but
absolutely not.
14, yeah, no, he's gonna take it, go to 1.
He's gonna eat the 1 from the arcane damage.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna decide whether to block it or not. Because going to 1, that's rough.
Yeah, it is rough, but like I think it sort of depends on if you think you have to pump damage at this point. And I guess the thing that you're worried about if you're Ethan here is that a count your blessings in the Arsenal slot?
Oh, that'd be the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because it's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's probably not a disruptive on-hit effect.
Yeah.
And it's probably not a defense react.
No.
So you've got to say, what is that card?
Another Sigil in hand, more Looming Dooms available.
There's another Count Your Blessings.
Oh my god.
So he's going to be able to gain, I don't know how much life, especially with that Sigil of Solace.
I think it's like, because there's 5 in graveyard right now.
Yeah, so it's surely like 10 life.
10 easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where you start to get scared as Ethan. You know what's coming next. You know the card that's in his hand.
Gone in a flash. So he may be able to bounce that back to his hand. It would be fantastic if he had something like the Sigil of Solace in hand to bounce that Gone in the Flash back to hand and then make that embodiment token.
Well, less so with the Sigil because, again, he can't gain life.
That's true.
I know, yeah, he's just going to Arsenal pass across.
Yep. So he's on 4 here. See, Sigil of Solace is going to gain 3 life. Back to 7.
Yep, and then...
And now I am going to count my blessings. I think he might attack with the weapon first. Oh, he's germinating instead.
Oh, my God, okay.
Oh, my Lord. Is he just making rune chants?
Surely, right? Or is he making just embody...
No, sure. Maybe you can make a mix of both.
Yeah, right? Make 3
so
and 1,
there you
maybe?
go,
It looks like he's reaching for both, so he's going to make some embodiments.
There's a chance you only need 1 embodiment token because blocking for 4 is block 4 or 5 is exactly where you want to be. But
yeah,
this is the first time I've seen someone make an embodiment of Germinate, and it makes
he's made 2
and 6 tokens. And
of course, because of Florian doubling the ability.
Absolutely.
And it does it 1 at a time, correct?
Yeah, and he gains 4 life off that.
So just so you know, it's an XX ability where you can make either Rune Chants or Embodiments of Earth. But because of the Florian ability and because of how the card is templated, it says make an Embodiment of Earth, repeat this X times.
Yep, there you go. Throw 4 on the table and a Lightning Press. He's going to take it here and he's going to get a draw. Fantastic start timing for that 3rd Lightning Press.
Absolutely. And, you know, these are the sorts of things. But, you know, being able to block a 1-card 4 off of a 2 block's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. We can see he's got quite a few blues in hand, so it's not exactly where you want to be when you want to pressure the life total of Declan, who is looking to kill you with 6 rune chants on the next turn and a Dread Scythe.
I guess maybe you're sort of happy about that fact, but...
Oh, and here comes an Arc Lightning. This is one of the great equalizers in this situation.
Yeah, it's going to block the Arcane here.
Yeah, it makes sense because he does have Kayo Blessings in Arsenal, so that 2 floating is definitely worth it. So he's going to, he's going to be able to, he's going to block all the arcane damage. Just try to preserve as much life as possible. Maybe he wants to pitch another card here.
And you kind of have to consider what you're doing. Yeah, you're just going to swing the sword. So it's going to be 2 pings, 1. He's going to take the 1.
And then take 2 damage from that Starfall.
Yeah. And you just, at this point, you're just trying to keep as many cards in hand so you can swing next turn. But no, he's going to pitch.
Yep.
So 2 left, so has 1 card. We assume a blue in hand.
Yeah. Deck's full of blues at this point. Here comes the Heaven's Claw with Go again. He's going to take the 1 Arcane this time because he wants that 2 floating, 4 Count Your Blessings. So he's going to take 3 in total. Okay, he's going to pitch. Okay.
Okay, so maybe he's not actually... Oh, and then the Lightning Press.
So that doesn't have Go again.
No, but this is going to force all the cards out of hand. He's going to play a Count Your Blessings, pitching another Count Your Blessings. But the important thing, though, the important thing is he cannot swing the Dread Scythe, so those Rune Chants are just going to sit there. Is that 5? I believe that was 5.
And that's a red Count Your Blessings too, so it's going to get the maximum amount here.
Yeah, but no crackback. You're not killing Ethan this turn.
But those Rune Chants do stick around, so it's up to Ethan to keep getting the cards out of Declan's hand here.
But I think the thing you're worried about is the fact that at some point you're going to run out of gas.
Yeah, absolutely.
He does have that pitch-stacked Flicker Wisp, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to take quite a bit longer to be able to get...
He's out of deck.
Oh, he's out of deck.
He's out of deck, and he's just conceded because the left card's in his deck.
I didn't notice.
No, he's got 3 Sigils and a Flicker Wisp, and just like that, somehow Declan Bradley, with this fatigue, gain 1 million life deck, pushes it through. And at one point, a 6-0 Aurora just couldn't get through 80 life.
I didn't even notice he was out of deck. I was just too enthralled in the game.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Declan Bradley. He was counting his blessings.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my Lord. And he is through to the top 4 of this Battle Hardened.
Yeah.
And he will go up against Kano or Kano.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure which one it is.
I don't know either, but here's the interesting thing. Kano, the way that Kano beats that sort of deck before is it pitch stacked a bunch of times.
Yeah, and I just want to check this deck list here. Okay, there's no Oasis Respite in this deck. So, you know, maybe that would have been a tech for that matchup, but we know that Kano is able to get a big turn off, as we saw in that game. So,
and I think the thing with Count Your Blessings, it is slow.
Yes, absolutely. So it gives Kano a lot of time.
But my God, Count Your Blessings Florian has made it to the top 4.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
incredible.
shocked.
That's incredible. I remember hearing like whisperings of this deck and people saying it's a meme and, you know, like it's not going to be any good, but look at that, just able to pull it through. And that Germinate as well, showing the power of that card.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it's a specialization card for specifically Florian. That late game, just get all that life back, all those embodiments, just block out, block.
Oh, it's incredible. And again, like, you saw him pitch that very early on in the piece as well, knowing that you want to have that card stacked with a bunch of blues, because you can just go like, cool, pitch all my blues, make what I need for this situation, and then just go. And so... incredible. But again, we have to talk about Ethan's Aurora deck, because you know he's only lost 2 games and they were the previous 2. This deck came out of nowhere, obviously brand new, and it's just shown some incredible, not only like resilience to being, you know, the damage and like the disruption, don't get me wrong, came at great times, but it was still able to just output pressure and damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, you know, he was able to bring these innovative, different kind of cards into this deck, because we can see he's crossed out some cards, so he changed some stuff up. He's got that blue electrostatic discharge in deck, so he's going to be able to get that extra cheeky damage in.
Yeah.
You know, this may be the deck that is going forward. Maybe just a little bit extra tech for things like Count Your Blessings decks. Like, if there was Remembrance in there, that could have been a different game.
Absolutely. And it's one of these things where it's like, you know, if I'm bringing a new deck to an event like this, it's hard to, first of all, know what to put in that deck.
Sure.
And then it's also hard to know what you're weak into, what you're strong into, what you need to tech for. So the fact that it's gone this far, you know, 6-0 to start the day, is just an incredible showing from this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan just shows his prowess as a player. You know, definitely going to be on the rise and something to look for in the future.
Yeah, representing Team Lightning as well. And don't get me wrong, like Team Earth came through with that one, and I feel very good about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, this deck, just explosive. And there were a couple of turns where I was like, is he not going to have enough life gain? Which is crazy to say.
Yes, absolutely. And through the disruption, he got close. Through 80 life.
Yeah, I would not... It'd be close to 80 life, I reckon, because he played 3 Sigil, he played, what was
7
it?
on 7? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of life to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus, as well, 2 full suites of defense reactions, a variety of other things as well. Just like, oh my God.
Yeah, as well, he has the evergreens as well if he plays like
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
And the Dread Scythe.
Oh, what a tech.
That's probably how he's sort of made it through like the mirror matchups and slowed the game down, because you can't just gain that life.
Yeah, absolutely. With the alternate choice of Reaping Blade, the fact that Dread Scythe in the early game, you're able to just, you know, pitch blue, because if you have a build-up of Rune Chant, you can't make that Rune Chant token, so you can just swing and always get that arcane damage in. So it's just, really, really nice.
And I think it's a much more efficient weapon at closing the game as well, being able to do the mixed damage. And we've seen with the power of a weapon like Rosetta Thorn how much that 3-in-1 instead of it just being 4 can actually change a lot of things.
Yeah, and it's just especially important. Maybe there's a chance he's expecting Count Your Blessing mirror matches.
I mean, maybe. And after that...
Yeah, I mean, if it deals damage, then Count Your Blessings doesn't really work exactly that well. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That was super exciting. But what we're going to do right now is I think we're going to take a little bit of a break.
Yep.
We're going to let the other players, because again, plenty of matches going on right now, finish off their games. And then after a little bit of a break, we're going to jump back into the second round of our top 8. So don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the semi-finals, one of our two semi-final rounds for the Battle Hardened Sydney, and we have a banger of a matchup.
Yep, absolutely. We have one of two Kanos in the top four in this feature match here, so we're going to get into our bracket momentarily, and we're going to see here we have Team Earth is still alive.
Team Earth, we're still in there.
Team Lightning, they're gone.
You got fatigued.
Yes.
You got fatigued.
And as we can see, Tom Nguyen did take a loss to Enigma, which is what we're going to see for the first time on stream.
Yeah.
This Battle Hardened. Enigma has made it to the top four of this event in the hands of Amelia, Hulin-Bobart.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting list. And you know, Stephen Young, funnily enough, on Kano, not the Kano we had earlier today, exactly the same 80.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see if Stephen's going to be able to get the job done.
Yeah.
And this matchup has always been interesting because at first I know that everyone said that Kano's dead, can't beat Enigma, but then they figured it out.
Yeah.
Waning Moon, as we can see from this deck list, he does have the Waning Moon in his deck for the Enigma matchup, as well as things like a Swell Tidings and Voltic Bolt to get over the top of that Null Rune equipment, which Amelia is playing 3 in her deck.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well, though, because with the changes to Zen and that's sort of fall from grace and it's not so prevalent now, we're seeing a lot of a shift back to a lot more of these, like, ward and over, you know, like just throwing big attacks. And it's going to be really interesting to see because I feel like there's a lot of blues coming through from the Enigma side, but I also feel like that Stephen might be able to navigate the game into a sense where there's no ward on board, and they have to decide when am I taking damage, on my turn or on their turn.
Yeah, and we can see from Stephen's list, there is no... So a Wounded Bull was actually a very popular card against the matchup in previous metas.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if he can do it without that card, because that was popularized by a lot of the American Kano players.
Yeah.
But it's not in his list. But he does have Scour, which is a very good silver bullet against these auras in general. And
I mean, we saw it.
Yep, and we can see in Amelia's just 9 Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of waning.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see how powerful that card is in this game, because to run 9 of a card, card must be absolutely stellar.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we've seen the power of Scour, not in this matchup, but versus the Aurora, when we were able to scour the channel, the Lightning.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And being able to clear all those zero-cost auras, including things like Shimmers, Haze Bending, those cards that literally cannot destroy outside of that card. So we're going to see how well it puts in work here. And Stephen, he has played Kano for a long time. I remember him in the Sydney scene playing Blitz Kano 3 years ago, and he hasn't stopped since. So we're going to see that Waning Moon in the typical equipment suite with that tunic.
Yeah. And the Waning Moon, I think, is sort of like, ooh.
You can see here.
Cards on the floor. But yeah, I think the Waning Moon is actually the way that you win this matchup. With the Crucible of the Aether Weave, I don't think you can.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to cast spells in the opponent's turn and then come in with that Waning Moon. But we can see Amelia got that AB3 plus Meridian Pathway, so that's a lot of defense available for those big pop-off turn that Kano can put together.
And Meridian Pathways is one of those ones where you have to obviously have the chi instead of just the regular. But the turns that it lines up when, Steven's going to try and go off, if that's even the case, you know what I mean? Like, he might not even need to, but Nick, there is a very big chance that we have an identical 80 Kano versus Kano grand finals.
And I'm all here for it.
Yeah, me too.
It's going to be really high. I talked to Fahad before. Ooh. He was in the top 4 of the other game against our Count Your Blessings deck.
Yeah.
And he's changing his flights right now because he believes he is going to take this calling.
Yeah.
If these two have anything to say about it, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but one of the best cards, we want to talk about, cards, Waning Vengeance. So Waning Vengeance is the one that if there's a blue pitched, and it dies, you make a Spectral Shield. And I have a Phidia here. Now, I have a Phidia is one of the most powerful cards in Kano, but importantly, seeing it early means okay, I can't brick this on my go-off turn.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to see, because he's got the Lesson and Lavas in that top 2 cards, so we're going to see if he puts that on the bottom of his deck. Okay, he wants to draw it on the next turn cycle, so we're going to. That's a Red Aether Quickening, so that's going to be able to clear these Ward auras, because it's at least going to be able to clear that Rage Spectre, because it is Ward 6 during your turn.
Yeah, what Rage Spectre is probably like the #1 card that you want to have as a defensive piece of equipment if you are on the Enigma side for that big pop-off turn.
And as you see here, the Waning Moon coming in the opponent's turn, going to be able to prevent 3. So Amelia's going to be pitching 2 cards and then preventing 1. And with a blue card in pitch, there is going to be, and then here it comes.
Yeah.
Coming in with that. He's chipping away. So it's incredible stuff. He's going to be able to pitch that eye with that spindle at the bottom of the deck as well. He's cleared all of Amelia's auras, and Amelia is without an arsenal at the end of the turn 0. And so Stephen is at a very happy spot here. And he's going to order that pitch stack to have 3 blues with that Aether Spindle underneath it. So he's going to be preparing for that long game.
Now, one thing to note as well, if we talk about pitch stacking here, Lessons in Lava declined the trigger. Didn't want to search, didn't want to mess with anything. So that's, when you do search with Lessons in Lava, you have to shuffle, but it's a May ability. And if we're trying to set up a big pitch stack in this sort of game, it is one of those things that, oh my God, we want to talk about Fabled. This is like one of the best Fables that you can pull when you're running Waning Moon, because it's amping up this Aether Spindle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's with this, it's going to be coming in for 6.
5. Because
oh, yeah, so it's naturally is 4. Yeah, you're right about that. So has to AB3 that solely because of you don't want to opt 5 cards from Kano's deck, because you're going to be able to set up that next turn. So that's a Swell Tidings. That's a great card in this matchup.
And I think Scour was the card as well. So probably wants to keep them on top, even if they're not going to Kano them. Scour, again, a card that is just absolutely gas into this matchup.
Yep. And you also have to consider Steven's working on a pitch deck here. So he wants to be able to put multiple cards in one of his decks. See, he's not able to put Tomes to the bottom. So with that, so these cards are going to get revealed. So what's funny is that Will of the Arcana is going to be with that Spindle at the bottom of the deck. So he's going to be able to run it back a lot later.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to put... What's he going to do with that Will of the Arcana? Okay, so he's going to just keep it in the middle there.
Yeah, and he's going to put the Gaze early, because you see he's got the blues into the Spindle, and then the Gaze sort of allows him to fix something if he needs to. And funnily enough, the one instance where this card is actually really strong versus Kano, but Kano can pit both of those potions if he decides that he doesn't want to block.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say it's more likely that Kano is going to be able to pitch 2, block with 2 cards and then play one of those potions and arsenal the other one is more likely the scenario here. So
potions, the long game.
Yeah, absolutely. So You can see he's deliberating here on what cards he wants to put on top of bottom of his deck, because he has to remember the bottom of his deck and the top of his deck here as a Kano player in these kinds of matchups.
Yeah.
So his next card he plays this turn will have Opt. So we'll have so what's different between Amp and Cindering Foresight is that the Waning Moon will not be affected by the further Cindering.
Correct.
Solely because it's not like Amp. Amp affects weapons as well, however, it's only action cards.
Yeah, exactly. So just sort of thinking on the damage here. And this is sort of how Kano wants to do it. Wants to play slow, wants to trade damage on both turns. And yeah, it's, oh, no, just going to activate Kano. It's going to be, this is a really good choice here. But so Aether Arc, so only if it deals more than one, but we have that Cindering Foresight lingering as well.
It's whenever it deals, it does not have Surge. It's whenever it deals Arcane. So this Aether Arc is going to come in for 2 damage.
Yeah.
And Amelia's going to take it here.
Yeah, and so a Ponder's going to be available, so means that he can sort of spend the rest of his hand. And the scary thing about this as well, for as a Kano player, is just the fact of you don't really mind. You don't mind. Arsenal can be cleared so easily. So 6 damage, not a huge amount here.
Yeah. What's unfortunate is that the 2 potions are going to the bottom of the deck. It's not exactly where you want them to be. So he's got those potions with those Gazy Ages, the Wheel of Arcana, and a blue card. So there's 5 blues at the bottom of the deck. On top of that is Aether Spindle, as well as 3 more blues. So we're going to be making sure we remember these things.
Yeah.
I've got it in my head right now. So we can see Swell Tidings coming in here.
Yeah.
Pitching that Scour. So Amelia has only seen a Scour now. So that's something she does have to consider. And this Swell Tidings on hit is pretty much not going to do anything because Steven already has a Ponder token.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of the Surge ones anyway.
So you can't, it doesn't actually have an effect. But what's good about it is that it just gets over Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
There's only AB3 here, so you're going to be able to get that chip damage. And we see Amelia on 30 live.
Yeah.
So the closer you get to Kano, the better it is for Kano because he, as we saw, just kills you in the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and your life can just disappear. And it's one of these things, we were talking about it with Fahad as well, but we've seen Kanos do some pretty crazy things in 40 damage turns.
Yep.
But you don't have to. The lower you get their life total before you're forced to go off, the easier and easier it becomes to just find any 3 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to draw up here, put another blue to the bottom of his deck, draw up to 4 cards. As we can see here, look, he has a lot of these type of 1-for-4 effects to really make use of that waning.
Oof.
As you can see, there is no poppers in this deck, so this is going to be a 9 power.
Now, this is another thing to sort of also keep track of as well. If Amelia is tracking Steven's pitch stack, she can actually mess it up here because you put a card to the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, from what we're sort of tracking, it doesn't look like it's going to be a huge deal. But if you put, like a blue, and she's just going to put the Aether Quickening, it looks like.
Yeah, it's just the most damage. Yeah. So, because that card is incredibly strong, solely because you're able to attack for 4 and then attack with the Waning Moon for 2.
Yeah.
So that just gets a lot of good chip damage in.
Draw up, though, coming through.
So we're going to see if Steven wants to preserve his life total here and try and get to that second cycle. So with no tomes in the deck, it's very hard to get an explosive endgame off.
Yeah.
But if he can work those, open the floodgates, which he does have one at the bottom of his deck in blue, he's going to be able to get a massive turn off, hopefully while Amelia is not setting up auras, because those are going to absolutely nullify any arcane damage that's dealt.
Now, the interesting thing about this Lesson in Lava here, I do believe this Lesson in Lava is just a straight up bait. This is all this reads is a 1-for-3.
Yep.
Because the last thing that Steven at this point is going to want to do is shuffle his deck, and then during that process, mess up that pitch stack towards the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't even think it's because he wants to keep his pitch stack the way it is. I think it's because he just wants to have a density, a nice density of cards, and he doesn't actually want to shuffle what he's got at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
But if he does, maybe he just wants to restart a new pitch stack because he just didn't get exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, and that's the thing when we talk about pitch stacking, you don't have to just sort of go through and be like, oh, this is what I got, this is how I have to do my stack. Particularly when you have shuffle effects, or you can just sort of be like, at this point is when I'm going to start. The big thing for Steven, though, and when you're tracking a pitch stack, you're in a match, there's all sorts of things, is he has a really obvious indicator in that Eye of Ophidia.
Yep, absolutely. So there's a chance, so we're just going to, so that he did get his Lesson in Lava blocked for 3 by Amelia's blue pitch. So
Uphold Tradition, I believe.
Yeah. Unraveled Aggression. Unraveled Aggression.
Unraveled
so it's still a blue.
yeah.
It basically has no text solely because it's a defense reaction and Kano will never attack. Oh, Amelia pitching that 10,000 year reunion. We haven't seen that one in a while for a Waning Vengeance.
Yeah. But interesting, this is after the damage has happened. So the Waning Vengeance is going to be present, but the 10k as well. Something that, if you're Steven, you have to have in your mind, because if you have the ability, if you have the counters on board to just go pitch your chi, flash it out, suddenly you can't get through that.
Yep. So Amelia is in thought here because she's thinking, if I attack, now Steven's going to be able to play over the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Is Steven going to be able to destroy my Waning Vengeance? I don't want that to get destroyed. So,
and in particular as well, when you attack, if Amelia's able to give this a counter to give it go again, and then it's destroyed, your turn just ends.
Yeah, absolutely, because the attack doesn't resolve, so it won't get go again.
Yeah, Aether Wildfire in hand now for Steven, and when you have a pitch stack like this, sometimes if you're able to just deploy an early Deja Vu pot, you're sometimes tempted just to blast it and just see if you can bait out some of the whatever you can.
Yeah, because there's a chance that once there is no auras on the field, maybe you don't kill Enigma, but if you put them to a low life total, then all of a sudden, okay.
Now, activating Kano here, and this is, destructive
Aether Tide. So this is definitely not, it does not one hit, but it's going to just do 1 damage here.
Yeah.
But really try to force a card out of card.
We see Blazing Aether and Aether Wildfire going to the bottom of this stack.
Yep, absolutely. So it's a very late to get these cards to the bottom, but we see Steven potentially able to put that I don't know what that last card in his hand is, but it might be another Wildfire. We have to wait and see. I'm not going to cast any judgment until we see what happens, but we're going to see what gets happened here. Because he doesn't have a Deja Vu pop up. He needs to get energy potions online. I'm almost sure of it. So Amelia pitching a blue here, blocking for 1 with that defensive hammer, which we actually haven't seen in Enigma for a long time. It was very hyped at first, but making its way back here. Oh, and there's an energy potion here. So all right, Steven going to be putting, those 2 reds underneath that Aether Flare blue. So he's going to be making sure he knows exactly what's coming into the late game. So Amelia finally gets breathing room here. She's going to be able to cast whatever she likes. And she's going to deliberate here on what she wants to do.
But if you're Kano in this instance, you're pretty happy, right? Until you see this Command and Conquer, of course.
I don't think Command and Conquer isn't the biggest deal in this particular situation, just because it's an easy block with 2 cards, attack with an on-hit, potentially a 2 for 5, or a 1 for 4 to clear that Waning Vengeance.
Yeah.
It's really block with 2 blues.
I was just checking. No pummels in this Enigma list.
I'd love to have seen that.
Hey, my Enigma list runs 3 blue pummels. You can transcend off them.
Yeah, for sure.
Red Aether Quickening, and another Gazy Aegis going to the bottom of the deck as well. I think at this point the pitch stack is sort of less relevant because we have the Wildfire and the Blazing together. And I think they're the main sort of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see if he can get it off here with the lack of tomes in the deck.
Yeah.
But Amelia unable to stop this Waning Vengeance from dying unless she can cast another aura.
Yeah. So but this is the important thing, I think, getting the blue into the pitch stack.
Yes, absolutely. So she's going to be able to get a Spectral Shield from the Waning Vengeance when it gets destroyed.
Yeah, a dense blue mist. Again, in this deck, it's just another blue because Kano's not going to be physically attacking, but just upping that blue density from sideboard just to make sure that you can pay for as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Steven's sort of thinking to himself here what he actually wants to do, and that Waning Vengeance did eat all of it, but so she paid just to get it. And,
an Astral Urchings from Arsenal as an instant solely because that Spectral Shield is on the field. So you get 3 counters on that, and Steven has to get rid of that ASAP.
Yeah, and you see another card's going to be pitched here by Amelia, but it doesn't really matter because that Spectral Shield, you can attack for free. The Enigma ability, it means that you can now block here to block out the 2 because it's only 2 coming from the Waning Moon. And then you can just hold cards up and just swing this shield. And if she can protect this shield, it's going to do her miles and miles of work. In particular, 3, see how much you need for 10k.
Yep, absolutely. And if there's one thing I want to see in this game, it's a 10k on the field.
Pitching Mirror Guy, though, one of the sort of key cards. But in the Kano matchup, kind of difficult to actually use.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because Amelia hasn't transcended yet.
Yeah. Ooh, are we back to the stack? No.
No, not even close.
Oh, just going to play the Centering Foresight.
Try to speed through. Oh, and there's a Aether Wildfire on top. Unsure if Steven wants to deploy it right now.
So this is one of those sort of moments as a Kano player where you're really happy. I think that was just a blue going to the bottom.
Yep.
But yeah, I would not be surprised if he just, passes and wants to keep that Wildfire on top, because if you can just blast a Wildfire from the top of the deck, so he'll just like Arsenal a card here. Yeah, he's just going to Waning Moon. He's not going to Arsenal. He's going to draw a blue, and then he's just going to play it off the top. And it forces Amelia to be like, is this his go-off turn? Or is he just playing this off the top? And that's the scariest position to be in, because if you use your one-time resources of like the Meridian Pathways or an Oasis Respite, if that were in the deck, that's not the position you want to be in. But no, just going to let the shield die.
Yeah, maybe doesn't have a blue in hand to be able to pay for it all. And we can see Stephen Young, just absolutely playing it very well. And we can, because it is Potion of Deja Vu on the top of the deck, so Stephen's going to be able to, he wants to opt and see what the other 2 cards are first. Maybe try and bait Amelia into...
Yeah. And that was really well sequenced as well, using the Waning Moon in that instance just to actually clear the shield first. And Amelia, you see the big smile coming through there because she realizes, oh, I know what's happening. And Cindering Foresight has buffed the Aether Spindle up to 5 as well. So we're seeing 2 cards unless something gets flashed out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steven, now with 1 floating resource, can use Tunic Counter and attack with that Waning Moon.
Oh, he already did, off the Cindering.
That was,
or is this the same?
Different turn.
Is this a different turn?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize she just passed. But the double Transcend is about to come through now.
Oh, beautiful.
Wow, I looked down and write something down for a second and a whole turn passes. That's this format, apparently. Things are happening quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see Amelia sequence it in a way so where you want to put the Preserved Tradition back into your hand as a chi, so then your Rising Sun, Setting Moon will resolve, and then put that chi, because you don't really want that many chi in your hand. You want to be able to draw a card and then put that chi to the bottom, have the most options available to you. Maybe she keeps the chi, maybe she doesn't. But this just gives the best options for her.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the chi get kept here, because we don't have a way of being able to fetch it off of the Traverse the Universe. And I think at this point she's terrified of just getting blown out. So having the ability to just hold a card in hand that says, I have Ward 3. Is probably like a big deal, because the thing with it as well, with how the chi works, you can pitch the chi to AB3 and then activate the ward still. So it's the best way for you to sort of preserve your own life total.
Very likely that Amelia wants to save that Pathways for an Aether Wildfire turn, because that's the best use of ward. But in that being said, there is a lot of counterplay, because ward is just the next time you will take damage. So there's a lot of sequencing scenarios where the Aether does not resolve, and you can use things like Waning Moon to force out that Meridian Pathway and get a little amount of value from it as possible.
And as well, I think that's another Aether Wildfire as that single card left over. So I would not be surprised to see this game potentially end in a double Aether Wildfire.
You can see, whoa, Steven knew what the top card was. And it's Potion of Deja Vu. How do you know? And now Steven's going to come in for 2 with the Waning Moon.
Like we saw the power of this Deja Vu potion as well. It means that, if we accidentally have drawn too many cards or not enough cards and our pitch stack is slightly off, we accidentally draw that Aether Wildfire, we sort of get bailed out.
What I found interesting is when you note that your Kano opponent's pitch stacking, you should try not to be silent. You want to talk to them. You want to get them off their game a little bit. You want to get in their head a little bit. Maybe you want to
chat to them.
Maybe act a little differently than you would normally. Just try and make them think something. Make them think a thing or two differently to really get them off their game.
Yeah, because, pitch stacking, we're just talking about the game and watching it. And, we can rattle off some of it, but maybe not all. But being able to make decisions in game, decide what your opponent's doing, while also memorizing this, at this point, probably 20 card stack. It takes a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it used to be a lot easier because it was just tome 2 blues, tome 2 blues.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to see it in action here. What is the updated pitch stack looking like? I think Amelia in deep thought here. This is a pivotal part of the game.
Yeah.
Especially with that Wildfire in hand.
Yeah, chi in hand as well for Amelia.
Yep.
But the Deja Vu potion also means that if you decide that you want to try and just poke, you can actually just ragamuffins or use the Deja Vu potion whenever you'd like.
Yep,
and just try and pressure as much as possible.
There's that blue Waning Vengeance. Pitching that chi.
Now, the question's going to be, are we going to activate the Meridian Pathways? Because you have to activate it in the moment that you pitch the chi.
Yeah, absolutely. Very unlikely, but there's a chance you just... does not. Usually they tap it sideways if that was the case. But we can see the first Aura haze bending. So this is whenever an Aura is destroyed, the first time, you're able to make a spectral shield.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess at this point, I would assume, no, it's not on the stack. It's resolved and an Arsenal's gone across.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see 2 Wildfire in Steven's hand.
Yeah. This is one of those awkward hands, is we're going to just deploy a Voltic Bolt. And we're going to pitch, so over pitching here, so we have the Sonic Boom as well as the Aether Wildfire.
So if Amelia pitches a blue here, she's going to make 2 Spectral Shield tokens, which is going to soak up more damage. So she's starting a snowball of ward that may be possible to overcome in the coming turns through this haze bending, because it's unable to be destroyed in any way. So unless you have Scour, that haze bending will be there for the rest of the game.
We've seen one of the Scours already.
Yep.
Just has to sort of think, how can we navigate through this game at this point? Particularly because, you know, it's going to be hard.
Pitching the Rage Spectre, potentially. We're going to see. Maybe it's the blue that's needed, but Rage Spectre a lot less value in this situation because it only gains an action point if you don't have any auras in play. And because haze bending will stay in play for basically the entire game, you're never going to be able to get value from that Rage Spectre.
Yeah, and that's always the thing as well. You have to remember it's any aura, so any of these blue auras or any, you know, any spectral shields, anything along those lines.
For sure.
Yeah, we saw a Wildfire go to the bottom as well as that Sonic Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's really setting up here, and we see a Restless Coalescence here. There's no counters to put onto the Restless Coalescence, so that's a sigh of relief for Steven.
Yep.
So we're going to be going to Amelia's turn here. It's very likely that Steven's going to want to look off the top of his deck for non-attack actions that do birds. Oh, there's a Scour actually in Steven's hand. So that may be something he just keeps in hand just to clear the entire board in one go.
Yeah, because they all cost 0.
Yep.
Command and Conquer.
CNC. So the chance that Steven just wants to block with 2 cards, pitch a blue, cast that Scour, clear 3 auras.
Yeah.
And just say, your turn. Unhappy with this. Maybe attack with a Waning Moon.
Well, it technically could be even more than 3 because like it also then deals the damage. So if you leave like the Spectral Shields, then Yeah, exactly that play. And that's a blue floodgate. Have we only seen the blues thus far?
I think we've only seen blues so far. So there's a chance he cited out a few copies like the yellows because you're not going to be able to exploit on an Enigma player.
Yeah. And yeah, just exactly what we said. Scouring now.
Yeah.
Scouring, targeting. My assumption is the cat, the haze bending, and one of the shields.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So that uses all 3 of his resources, and 3 damage is going to be coming through after that. So I'm going to see how this is ordered here, because AB. So there's no way the auras will die no matter what.
Correct. And then the damage comes through after the fact.
And that's when Amelia is going to be able to Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they die. Like unless you have, you know, you're playing another wizard and you rewind it or something like that.
Yep.
And then now 3 Arcane's going to come through it. I would assume that we're going to look to see an Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to keep the Spectral Shields around.
Yeah. Or unless, of course, you have something like a Rage Spectre when you actually want it to die.
Absolutely. Yep, for sure.
Incredibly grindy matchup.
Yep. So, okay, Spectral Shield is going to come down here. Just wants to keep the entire hand. Maybe she's looking to turn a corner here. Get a bunch of auras in play.
And now just sort of thinking.
So, okay, levels of enlightenment.
You want to talk about powerful cards from Misfale. This one
absolutely.
Here.
And we're going to see an Immortal Shrine here from Amelia. This is going to be a huge turning point of the game, especially because the levels of enlightenment, I call it Cheese Strike.
Cheese Strike, yep.
I call it Cheese Strike personally. But so all the modes are going to be turned on here. And what's going to happen is, so it's going to resolve. Now that she's played a blue, she's going to make 2 Spectral Shield tokens, and they're all going to get a counter on it, and she's going to transcend, putting that blue back in her hand to do whatever she likes with it, potentially make him play a Miragai, and then the Chi Strike is going to resolve.
Yeah.
All 3 modes once.
If she pitches the Chi, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So Enigma is going to resolve, make another Spectral Shield with a counter on it.
Yeah.
And this level's Enlightenment is going to be 5 go again, draw a card. So every single mode of Enlightened Strike will be online here because there are 3 blues in the pitch zone.
As well, we have an army of Spectral Shields that can now just sort of march their way through. And
absolutely. So there was a big cheer in the crowd, which disrupted the 2 players. So we're going to get back into the game real quick.
So I think you have to take this Chi Strike. Like I think this is the damage that you can't, because ideally you want to be able to, when one of these shields attacks you, you want to be able to try and pop it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you really want to pop them as many as you possibly can, because. But Amelia knows that Steven's going to want to do this, so trying to keep resources up to stop that arcane damage. So this first Spectral Shield is free due to Enigma's hero power.
Yeah, you have to find one of those like Voltic Bolt kind of Swell Tidings cards.
He does have 5 copies in his deck, so
yeah, we've seen 2.
Yeah. Maybe I think he pitched one potentially.
Yeah, so maybe 3. So should still, and we'd be getting pretty close to that stack as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, another.
Oh, and there's a red Waning Vengeance, which is going to prevent 3 and attack for 3.
Now the question is, right, with this on the stack, is this when you start to look?
Yeah.
Because at that point, you know, it's
Priority's
hard.
been passed.
Yeah.
The combat chain has closed, and the turn is over.
So this is sort of when it does sort of start to spiral for the Kano player. But Kano, a deck not afraid to sit at 1 life, because 1 is not 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you leverage your life as a resource. We see the Tunic going on 3. He's got a full hand. Going to be able to pitch. Oh, and there's that Swell Tidings off the top. Fantastic start for Stephen Young.
Yeah, Swell Tidings will be the start, I believe. Or he's going to Kano again first.
Oh, he just Sonic.
Okay, you want to talk about some power plays now. I see your Transcendent. I raise you 2 of the most powerful cards in the Wizard Arsenal. And it's going to start with the Swell Tidings.
This doesn't use your action point because it is off Kano, which means you can play non-attacks from your Banished Zone as an instance if you've paid 3 and banished it. So he's going to be able to play both here.
Ooh. Double Transcend
double
again.
Transcend to get 2 blues, to get a blue back in hand from the Arsenal. Fantastic.
But with this on the stack, technically, he could now Sonic Boom in response.
Yep, absolutely. And it is something that is Steven's wheelhouse to be able to know to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to let it resolve.
He's going to at least let the first one resolve.
Yeah. So a life's been gained here.
I love that card as well, Stir the Pot. It's the simplest card.
You want to talk about art as well.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
absolutely.
But just shuffle.
Yep.
That's all it says.
Yep. So we're going to see what Steven gets up to here.
Yeah, so at least some of this is going to be blocked out. Now, I would assume that we're not going to see the Meridian Pathways be used for something like this. I don't think protecting your board is that important comparatively.
Oh, we're going to see
another Waning Vengeance, though.
So there's going to be 2 floating here.
Yep.
Considering this Meridian Pathway, this might be a critical point of the game. Okay, letting that resolve, not getting Ward 3.
Yep.
So, but these 2 Waning Vengeances will eat the entire Sword Tidings and make 2 Spectral Shields.
Yeah.
So, but it's all about the clearing of the board here for Steven.
Yeah.
21 to 12. However, he's not out of the game at all here. No. He's got a whole card in hand. He can play on his opponent's turn one time per game.
Yeah. And we're definitely getting like dangerously close to that pitch stack as well that we saw before. I would not be surprised if either this turn cycle or the next we see that eye come back up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see, oh, that's a tough choice being up pitching that E-pot.
Yeah, but I think you have to put
absolutely.
this pressure through.
And then there's going to be 2 floating resources here, so a Waning Moon will come afterwards. Keeping that Tunic on 3, very important, especially because every resource is going to count. Oh, this is why you play 9 Waning
This
Vengeance.
is why! I mean, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, in response to that, he's going to Waning Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to come in for 2. 2 cards in hand here for Amelia. 1 being that Chi.
And we sort of talk a little bit about this as well, though. But this is where it starts to get scary because regardless, Steven's going to pass this turnover with whatever ward is left.
Yeah. So this
and Amelia's not going to have much left.
Yeah, the Sonic Boom only comes in for 3, so you'll only be able to clear 1 of those auras plus that Waning Vengeance.
Yeah.
So Amelia's going to let it die.
Ward 3, though, and again, we get another Spectral Shield available here.
Yeah.
So still plenty of life left. 2 cards in hand for Amelia as well, so she can just go swing a shield or...
Yeah, and then Amelia has to consider, when Kano's able to play on the opponent's turn, that's going to clear other Spectral Auras as well.
Yeah.
This is a dance for sure. So there's 5 Spectrals on the board.
The way that both of these players are navigating this game is masterful. Like,
absolutely.
My head hurts thinking about it. And let's see, what's in the hand? No, we're not back to it just yet.
No.
Yeah. So I think this is the last of it, because I think that's the last Blazing.
Yeah, I think there's 2 Blazing Aethers in his hand.
Potentially. Let's have a look. It's kind of, there's what? Yeah, so 2 Blazing Aethers are in his hand.
Yeah.
And
yes, so unfortunate.
Yeah, and we've only seen 1 pitch, so it's one of those things where...
That's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Maybe he has to put in the arsenal, but he's got the Wi-Fi in arsenal, so... But there's a chance that you pitch them and then use that potion of Deja Vu and just go for a bit of an obliteration.
And it's one of those things as well where, like, you don't have to kill them with it. Like, you just chip in a little bit of damage, but to get through these 5 Spectral Shields is going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing what's getting pitched here. Okay, so attacking with that second Spectral Shield, blocking with the Blazing Aether. Okay. Yeah. This one does not have go again, so taking 1.
Yeah. Just goes to Arsenal, and I mean, you know, it's not the best position for Steven here, but you're definitely not dead.
No, absolutely not.
And I mean, like, unless we see a Morago slammed, And
so
I feel like
overpitch for that Sword Tidings.
Yeah, really,
That's
really
going to
smart.
get through 2 of those 5 Spectral Shields.
As well as the Moon.
The Moon.
And then surely we're back at the stack at that point.
We'll find out. Well, Steven knows. Steven will know better than us. However, it's funny. He hasn't picked up his deck and started.
No, he hasn't counted yet.
If he just knows in his head, because
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you do that. I do the count thing.
Yeah, I can do it in limited because it just goes 4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Back in the day, we had math for chain. So, like,
Yeah.
I was, like,
Yes.
you could just do the math.
So here comes the Waning Moon.
And I think if you're Steven, what you want here is you want to clear all the shields. You're going to pick up that sort of first stack of 4. You just survive the turn, and then you get to that Will of the Arcana with the 3 blues, including a potion, and that's when you start to sort of get close.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you have a Scour in there as well, so let's see.
Yep. So we can see this is one of the last hands before he gets that Lesson and Lava's on top. Oh, and there's that Eternal Inferno.
Yeah, so we must be back. Is that
the Eternal Inferno must be one of his last hands in this cycle because we have not seen it yet.
And I think it's just a one-off, right?
Yeah. What a spicy card for Kano, especially with Aether Wildfire.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really have much synergy because you need extra action points, but if you can just keep playing it as an instant,
yeah, of
that'd
course.
be sweet.
I think it's really good when you do it on your turn.
Oh, and here comes a Phantasmaclaster for 9, so this is threatening Steven's life completely. Picking a card. Probably going to get rid of that Voltic Bolt because that does threaten life.
Yeah.
Steven has to block this with cards because Kano does not have equipment, which is what he sacrifices to have such power. Okay, he's going to put a blue.
Yeah, so she's gonna put the blue back.
Yeah.
Draw
a blue put to the bottom.
That was an Eye of Ophidia.
Yeah, so we're back at the.
We're back.
Okay, so I was put on top of the deck with those blues.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there is 3 more blues and then a red Aether Spindle on top.
Yeah, into Gaze the Ages, into Will. Oh, there's a Will of an Arcana.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that he wants to stack it in a way where he draws up that Spindle with that Will of the Arcana in the next turn.
Yeah.
And here comes that Voltic Bolt, being able to put those 2 blues to the bottom of the deck. And the next turn now we'll have Eye of Ophidia, Spindle, Gaze the Ages, and Will of Arcana.
Oh, that's just a random blue because he put the eye on top.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the eye is there. And this is sort of when you get to that point of like, okay, you've got back to the stack. You memorize, what point do I need to Kano? At what point do I need to stop drawing cards? Ooh. Yeah, so we're going to AB a little bit here, and then the Waning Moon's going to come through. And this is the scary turn now. This is the one where if you're Amelia, you go...
Because she knows he's back.
Yeah, she knows he's back. She's seen the Eye of Ophidia. She knows he's been leading to this the whole time. I'm running out of shields. I don't have any chi left.
But CV Young's on 4, so... There's a chance that Amelia knows it. Because surely she knows that it has to be Aether Wildfire in the arsenal.
Yeah, there's nothing else you can sort of... Yep. Oh, no, there is a chi left.
Yep.
Ooh, and that sort of makes the math hard. Even if she doesn't use it here, Steven knows now that there's that left. And we have 1 Aether Wildfire. I don't think in this turn cycle he can get to the second one. Because that is so far away. But we'll now see the way... Oh, another one.
Another Waning Vengeance.
So we'll see what he draws up. Yeah, so it is what we thought. It's 3 blues, the Spindle, and the Will of the Arcana.
So what's great is that because the Spindle's going to come in for 5, he's going to be able to put blues to the bottom of his deck and then get to that Wildfire blazing as much quicker because it will be in that next hand in the top of it. He's able to sculpt it in a way where the top of his deck will be that Aether Flare, Wildfire blazing Aether.
Yeah, and that's sort of where you start to really pump the damage. And just for you guys at home, currently the top 4 cards of his deck are 2 blue cards and then 2 potions.
Yep. So just preserving your life here.
Yeah, and 4 to 21, but this is unbelievably close.
Yeah, and there's also a chance that Steven just says, I'm just going to ping the top of his deck.
Yeah.
Off the top of his deck. I'm just going to ping you. I'm just going to keep these. So with my 2 cards, I'm going to play the blue on top of my deck that pings you for damage and then come in with the Waning Moon, clear that board, and then my turn, I'm just going to play pitch the Will of Arcana, play Aether Spindle for 5, and you only have AB3 in this scenario, and I'm going to get to my combo as quicker than last time, and then Amelia will not have auras on the board.
No, she won't have any aura. She won't have any chi available as well unless she's able to transcend again. But I don't think there's many... The problem with some of these transcend cards, they need to target an attack on the combat chain.
Yeah.
And whenever you put an attack on the combat chain, that's a card that's not in your hand to deal with the Kano burn.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Amelia knows if she can survive the double... Let's be honest, it's going to be a double Wildfire.
Stormstrider's getting popped here.
On his turn. No, on her turn.
Yep. Yeah, and so Wildfire's coming in here. Because when you're pitch stacking, you don't exactly need Storm Striders because you do it all off the top of your deck. So
I love this decision.
Oh, it's interesting he's not going to use the Will of Arcana here.
So he's doing it now, and then on his turn, he's going to Will of the Arcana, the Aether Spindle, to put the cards into an order so he knows where he's at, so he can then just Kano the Aether Wildfire.
Okay, and also there's also a situation where, because he has one floating. I was going to say, there's because he can, he can, so we're just going to see what he does here, because he's got one floating, so he wants to get that Will of Arcana and get that amp on the Wildfire, so that's why he's doing it in this specific way.
Yeah. Oh.
There's a chance that Stephen Young is going to use Kano again to pitch that Wheel of Arcana and then let the amp go through. So,
and this is the thing with Waning Moon in this deck. Obviously, you're missing out on one sort of buff on this sort of turn. But the Waning Moon just makes the math so much harder. And Amelia, you see, head in hands, has one card available. And I don't think it's a chi. And the problem is that you have to, like if you can't block out this Waning Moon, which is for 3, if that's not a blue in hand, she has to let it die.
Takes one, gets, oh no, it's no blue.
It can't be a blue because she would have pitched it, because otherwise it would have got a shield.
Yeah, and doesn't have a blue in pitch, so, and here comes the Deja Vu, so.
Oh, and it's gonna put the
gaze on top.
The gaze on top, I think.
Yep.
And
oh my god. He's going to draw the Wheel of Arcana again.
Do it again! Oh my god.
He's going to draw Wheel of Arcana off the Ragaluffin's hat.
Oh my god. So he's going
to double wheel. Yep. No way.
That's so sick.
And he's going to banish this Aether Spindle.
Oh my god. So he's got so he's got 2 amps from the Wheel of Arcana floating. The Aether Wildfire hasn't yet resolved, and he's gonna gaze. So he's gonna dig a little bit deeper. He knows that he's got 2 blues available into 2 potions.
That Aether Flare is huge here.
Yeah, because
that's going to get a massive bump.
Oh my god!
Does he have the resources? Does he have the resources to do it?
He's got an energy potion available.
Yeah, and there's also a chance he keeps the overflow, the Aether, on the top of the deck to get the 2 resources.
Yeah.
So 2 amp coming through here.
Yep. So that Wildfire is going to come in for 6 because he's double pitched.
Not going to use
Will of the Arcana.
Not going to use the Metacarpus nodes, maybe because he doesn't have the available resources to get it all, to use all of it.
But also we talked about it before, right? He doesn't need to kill here because he knows that he's got another Wildfire coming up. He might just want to save it so he can bump it, because we're not seeing that Will of Arcana for a 3rd time.
Yeah, absolutely. Amelia has to think here. If that's a blue, it can't be a blue. It literally can't be. But oh yeah, the chance it still is, because you just didn't want to pitch for AB on the previous spell.
Yeah.
And that would mean,
because I think it equals the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's doing the same thing, and you want to save information as much as possible.
Yeah. Oh, this is so close, though. Oh, it is a chi! Oh my god, he kept the chi! And so now...
But that being said, this does not completely block. Yeah, because Kano, he's going to be able to Kano.
Yep.
And, stop it.
Yeah, oh my god, that's so big. So now he's able to Kano here, so he's going to be able to stop, because there's nothing else left to prevent. He's got an energy potion as well if he needs it, so we can also still cast this spindle. So he can Aether Flare, bump it, or is he letting it resolve?
Well, what was it pitched for?
The pitch would have been for AB.
Okay. So 3's been taken, and now...
Yeah, so now the ward is present.
Yep, okay, cool.
Yeah, because you're...
I was wondering how it got pitched. So either you use Enigma's hero ability or the AB, and so that way... Yeah.
And for context, AB is a prevention effect.
Yes.
So as a result, it's done during the damage phase. So there's no priority involved. You pay it, and that happens, right?
Yes.
So even though there is ward available now, it wasn't able to be used for the Aether Wildfire because it had connected already.
Yep. And now this Aether Flare is coming in for 4 damage.
Yep.
Through this Aether Wildfire coming in for 3.
Yep. And so that 1 is going to leak, which means this Aether Spindle is going to get bumped by 4.
Yep. And then that's going to opt 8 cards.
Oh my god. And then once you're opting 8, the world's your oyster. You know the 4 you're drawing up. You know what you're Kanoing into. You don't need to pitch stack in this instance, but this pitch stack has come together beautifully. And I can't believe we've seen the double fabled. Like, people were saying this card might not be good. How can it not be good when you just got 2 amp off it? That's incredible.
No. Oh, no. I know what happened. The war didn't resolve. The Meridian Pathway hasn't resolved yet.
Oh, he's doing it in response.
Yes.
Oh my god, because of course. So now as a result, this Meridian Pathway is just going to be there. All of this damage is going to go through.
How many cards is he opting?
Oh my god. So it's 4, 8, 9, 10. He's opting 11 cards at this point. He gets to see pretty much half of his deck. And then the Meridian Pathway will resolve for no value.
Yeah. However, it will stay in play.
It will. It will stay in play. But there's no Chi left. Now Steven gets to look through 11 cards. So what's he seeing? 2 energy potions, a Scour, and a Blue Aether Quickening, a Blue Aether Flare, Wildfire, Blazing, and then just Gaze Blue, and then just a bunch of blues. Potentially one, 2. So
perfect.
But if he's been tracking, he knows there's another Wildfire and a Boom together as well.
Yeah.
So potentially, depending on how, but
I don't think he needs it.
I don't think so either.
Because this Wildfire is going to come in for 5 on the next turn. Yeah. I think we see, because if Amelia were to, before the Wildfire resolved, pitch to make a Spectral Shield, turn on that Meridian Pathway, and it just absolutely shuts down that Aether Wildfire. But because Kano's a bit tricky in that way, gets into instant speed shenanigans, he was able to overcome the trigger of Meridian Pathway and get the full value from his cards. And that's why he's opting 11 cards from this Aether Spindle, which opts for however much damage it deals.
Incredible. And this is just an absolute masterful use of the stack here as well, because there are so many people that would just allow the Meridian to resolve and then try and pop it, but instead getting full value. Now, the Meridian's still there, but Steven knows the likelihood of that Chi, there is a chance, because we have shuffled.
Yes.
But I don't think you care.
No.
I don't think you care because he can just do the same thing. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, because you can only AB3. So Steven can guarantee AB3. Get through AB3 through 2 things that attack for 4. Because Steven does have that Metacarpus node. So he has no cards. He's just going to pass turn. We'll see if Amelia can.
And it looks like no Chi.
That's 2 dense. That's a Miragai in hand and a dense blue mist. So Miragai's going to.
That does change the math.
No Chi. So that's going to have Ward 2 on it, which changes a little bit, because it has 2 counters. It didn't get pitched to Chi, so only 2 counters. It has Ward equal to the amount of counters it has, so it has Ward 2. And we can see, what is Amelia going to do here? Swing for lethal.
So I think you have to.
Steven knows everything that's going on. That's a Wildfire on top of the deck.
It's going to be, just the Aether Quickening.
So this cannot be stopped. So we're going to see the Wildfire come through. 4/4.
Now, the Miragai will eat 2 of it. But,
and he's
Waning
going to respond with the Waning Moon first. Fantastic stuff. Is the Metacarpus note? It's it will be on the stack after the Waning Moon resolves. So he depending on what Amelia does, we're going to see. So AB is going to be AB2'd. Or AB3'd, sorry. So before that resolves, here comes the Aether Quickening. Going to prevent 2. And Steven Young is in the finals of Battle Hardened City with Kano of all decks.
My God. And you see the pop-off from Steven there as well. He was in absolute despair when there was 5 shields and a bunch of Waxing Spectres, but masterfully navigating the stack and a couple of different things.
Wow.
What a game.
Unbelievable.
Incredible. And you see the memory that we had to have there to actually get to that point was just sensational. Amelia played a masterful game on that Enigma as well. Waxing Spectre.
And we have a final of the Battle Hardened Sydney. It's Steven Young on Kano versus Fahad Rahman on Kano.
Oh my
God. It is a mirror match. It is Slytherin versus Gryffindor in the finals of our Battle Hardened on the opening weekend. Tomes have been banned, and we are still in Kano meta.
It was not easy for either of these players. And the thing, 2 players test together, build together, identical 80s. They will have the same sideboard. It is just a match of skill. But what an incredible semi-final.
And even though we talk about Kano, I want to talk about Amelia real quick.
Absolutely.
Best performing Enigma. She did incredibly well. Played incredibly well to get to this point. A long day of playing Enigma is a massive grind. So absolutely raps to her.
And some of those turns where, you and I are thinking like it's over, it's done, but she was able just to navigate her way through and get to a board state that, to be honest, almost looked unbeatable.
Absolutely. And we're going to see, we saw the 9 Waning Avengers put in work there.
And I agree, some incredible stuff. And the bait as well, not pitching to AB there, so we don't know that it's available. And, one of those things where incredible. And so many micro decisions throughout the entire game. It came down 2-2, and he was only just able to grind it out.
Absolutely. So Who have you got in this final? Who are you taking?
I don't know. Both incredibly experienced, versed, and storied Kano players. Yep. I think it really could go either way, and I can guarantee that you and I are going to struggle to know whose turn it is.
It's Sydney against Melbourne, a classic rivalry in the Australian scene for superiority.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait to see what happens. Maybe we need a little counter to know whose turn it is.
I think so. I'm going to ask them. I think I'm going to tell them, just put a little coin just so we know, because there's so many effects, but no tomes. Doesn't matter.
Nope. Open the floodgates. It's tome that does damage.
Yeah.
Tome.
Well, it's better tome. If anything, it made the decks better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because floodgates blocks for 3. Tome's only block for 2.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible stuff. People put Kano like bottom tier.
Yep. And here we are.
2 of them.
Showing the world.
Incredible. So what we're going to do is we're going to give the players, after that absolute slog, a bit of a 10 or so minute break. We're going to give them some time to go have some water, get some water yourself, because we have one more game for the Battle Hardened Sydney.
Who is the best wizard?
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. ladies and gentlemen, in a world full of earth and lightning, 2 fire decks are going to be our grand final of the Battle Hardened City. Nick, Kano vs. Kano.
It's the Battle of Hogwarts.
Oh my
in the
God.
finals of the first big constructed event for Rosetta.
Wow.
Is Kano. Got all this support. Got 6 times banned. Got 9 more back. Apparently, that's enough. As we see, Fahad, Rahman, Stephen Young, 2 Kano players at the top of their game in the finals of this Battle Hunt in Sydney. But there's only one champion.
Yeah, and it's going to really be the battle of the champions because these 2 players test together, they build together, and they are on the exact same 80.
Absolutely, and we can see they are as happy as can be. And as we see in the middle, just 2 Kanos.
Yeah.
Who expected this?
No, I didn't.
No one did.
I didn't expect one.
Yep, absolutely. No one did. So we are going to see a complete shift in the meta, I think, after this event. And it's all thanks to these 2 gentlemen right here.
And, you know, we saw some absolutely incredible slogs for these 2 players. Fahad, in order to get here, had to go through Count Your Blessings, Florian, a deck that's just building life. Stephen, in an absolute slog, was able to get through and defeat an Enigma player. And as a result, now we're both here in this final one. Now, Nick, we need to talk about one very strange interaction for those of you who've never played Kano before. Aether Wildfire.
Yes.
Is a symmetrical effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So if Wildfire is played during your opponent's turn, you, as your turn player, your spells are also amped from your opponent's Wildfire if they play it during your turn.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to be something we're going to have to see the dance back and forth with. The most important card in this mirror, as I do have friends who are Kano aficionados, Energy Potion.
Yes.
Getting as many Energy Potions out as quickly as possible really snowballs your chance of winning because that just gives you 6 additional resources. Because you will permanently have Arcane Barrier 4. So you're going to be able to stop that Wildfire with each pot and you're able to tap out a lot more.
And it's terrifying. But again, this matchup, I would imagine, is not actually going to be just 2 turns and someone dies. This is going to be grindy. This is going to be sort of 2 people whittling and jockeying for position. Nick and I are going to do our best to keep us in the loop with whose turn it is, what's happening. But, you know, there are so many little things that can happen in these sorts of games that, you know, it is difficult to keep a track of.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, and it's going to be even difficult to know whose turn it is. Let alone what cards are going to the bottom of the deck and what they're going to do for their turn here. So a lot of things are going to be going on here. Not much to say. I'm going to give it to Stephen Young, Sydney Pride. That's where I'm from. Love Fahad, but I got to go with the Sydney boy.
Hey, look, I'm from South Australia, but some of my best friends live in Melbourne, so I guess I'm going to back Fahad here. We're going to see. But really, whoever wins, both players have worked incredibly hard to get here. 8-1, 7-2 on a deck that people rode off. What an incredible story.
Absolutely here. So we're going to get started in this game quite shortly. They're going to shuffle up real well because they want to get those good cards in their hand to put to the bottom of their deck.
Yeah, an interesting Waning Moon. Now, one of the most important pieces of equipment in this matchup for both players is that chest piece. It's not the tunic, Alluvian Constellus.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it works like Tunic in a way where it does get energy counters on it, but it works in a way where if you prevent arcane damage with it, you put a counter on it, you get maximum 4, and then you're able to remove 2 counters, and then your next weapon that is free. So that's absolutely important to be able to chip as much as possible with that Waning Moon because they are going to both be presenting Waning Moon, spoiler alert. And we're just going to see who can get the most value out of that, who can whittle away their opponent as much as they can with the things like Alluvian Constellus value.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of these matchups where you might see, you know, if you've not played a huge amount of Kano or into Kano, you might see them randomly taking large chunks of damage. And be like, why? They've got cards in hand because it's so scary in these games to take, like, to lose cards on your opponent's turn. Because all of a sudden you then can't do anything on your turn, and there's so much that can happen.
I'm super interested to see how they get the big swing turns because normally you take a big chunk of damage if you actually wanted to activate Toma Final from your arsenal. But now that they don't have access to that, I'm really interested to see how this mirror match goes because that was the big swing card in this matchup.
Absolutely. Being able to just gain a bunch of life off the arsenal card and then as well have heaps of resources to sort of chip into them. But yeah, with no tomes available, I feel like this matchup is just going to be grindier than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Both people looking for this win here. Fahad comes second so many times. Here he is in a final again. Stephen Young, first final, but it will not be his last. And he's going to relish in this in this scenario.
Yeah, identical equipment loadouts from both sides as well. Metacarpus nodes. Now, the important thing as well, Storm Striders, Illuvian Constellus, and Metacarpus nodes, between the three of them, provide you with AB4.
Yep.
But sometimes with how this can work, when you activate them, you often destroy the piece of equipment.
Yep.
So if you pop Storm Striders, yes, you're obviously going for the kill, but you also lose some of that defense. So
absolutely.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be a longer game, because you don't want to lose that equipment at all.
No.
So, because that could really hold you open. So this game's going to go a bit long. You're going to wait for the perfect opportunity, which is why potions are so important.
Yeah.
Because the game's going to go so long, you're able to overextend.
Yeah.
Because you will have that potion backup. And potion superiority is very important in this matchup.
Agreed. And we're going to see both players. I do believe Fahad gets to decide as the higher seed.
Yep. So we're going to see what he wants to do.
Ooh.
Oh, Stephen Young has 2 energy potions. An absolutely stellar start. Maybe the best possible. And he's going to be able to look at the top of his deck for that 3rd energy potion or that Deja Vu potion as well. So that we can see if he gets incredibly lucky with that.
Now, I will say, I did speak to Fahad just before this match as well, and he said the one matchup that they don't test is the mirror.
All right, so we're going to see how this goes. All right, so far. Oh, there you go. There's that. Look at that reaction. That shows this matchup in a nutshell. Yeah. So Fahad actually going to be able to look through the top of the deck here to find his own energy potions. That's a great card, though. Sonic Boom. So, he's going to get that. Oh, yes, nice. And Will of the Arcane's going to be able to deal it as an extra damage here. So it's going to should be for 4. So 3 is coming through.
Interesting. Yeah, so the Will of Arcana, it did buff it up. He used A being 1.
Yep.
Not going to crack that energy potion now. And I think the best thing that Fahad could see here is a second Sonic Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think you're actually even allowed to pop that energy potion because it still hasn't resolved yet.
Oh, I thought he went to end.
Okay.
Ooh, Red Voltic.
Oh, Red Voltic Ball, that's great.
You see both these players sort of like jockeying. Stephen Young has the energy potion, but that life's advantage is already swinging. And this is why you choose to go second. And Waning Moon just going to dump the hand.
We can see Stephen Young really wants to keep that second energy potion in hand.
Yeah, and this is what we're sort of talking about, taking damage, but it is one of these things where sometimes you may just die.
Yep.
We talk about how this is going to be a slow, grindy match, but at any point, if something goes the wrong way of either player, people just die.
Yep. We can see that Kindle in hand, which we haven't seen yet. So, because it's been a grind fest in that last match, the Kindle was sided out.
Yeah.
We can see Stephen Young with 2. Oh, no, it is a Deja Vu potion in hand. Yep, fantastic. Oh, Internal Inferno and the Kindle. Into another Kindle. There's no way. Fahad's feeling himself right now.
Yeah.
This Eternal Inferno is for 6. And so he has to prevent 3. He has to prevent more than... he has to prevent more than 4 here. Because if he gets more than 4 damage through on this Eternal Inferno, it's going to get banished. And he's going to be able to play it again. However, he does not have an action point as far as I'm aware. Unless... So maybe he's okay with it, but he just wants to save as much life as possible here. So he's going to prevent it as much as he can. Yeah, attack with the Waning Moon. There's a chance. Oh, he's got that Wildfire. Maybe you want to pitch that for a bit later. So, all right, pitch.
Yep.
All right, plays E-Pot.
Now, here's the interesting thing. 1 card in hand. And we kind of want to sort of not give anything away here.
Yeah, but Fahad not exactly interested in using Storm Striders here, even though he is wide open, solely because of that energy potion. You don't want to lose that AB2 in the leg piece, even though he can get quite a bit of damage here. And as we can see, he's going to use the Illuvian Constellus to get that 2 free damage through.
Yeah. So it does look like Stephen Young is tapped out.
Yeah.
But he has 4 resources because it's obviously been allowed to resolve because the Waning Moon is coming through.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Fahad needs to sort of think to himself now. He's not blocked any yet, hasn't taken any damage, but the setup on Stephen Young, and this is sort of like, it looks like the early game's definitely favored Fahad, but this mid sort of, Fahad does have an energy potion in hand.
Yep.
So he's able to sort of equalize a little bit, but that does also then give Stephen a little bit of an entrance, and this is what we talked about, the tempo swings back and forward.
Yeah, so we see Fahad taking 2 damage here with that E-Pot in hand. Maybe looking to look up the top of his deck here to try and find more E-Pots to try and equalize the amount of potions on the field, because Stephen Young has arsenaled. We can play that E-Pot here. Makes sense. Fantastic. Beautiful, by the way.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful copy there, coming from Pro Tour Los Angeles.
And this is the interesting thing as well. Fahad had an option there just to go if he really wanted to.
Yep.
Stephen had the singular card in hand. But this is sort of what we talk about, how it's not just about damage and it's not just about, doing as much as you can when they have nothing. It's about how many cards you can maintain on either given turn.
Yep. Absolutely. So Stephen here thinking, deliberating, what is he going to do on his turn? Got that E-pot on the field, pitching 2 reds to the bottom of the deck with that Aether Wildfire. So we're not going to be tracking the pitch this time. There's way too much stuff going on here, but they're going to be tracking the pitch, and that's the most important thing. Oh, we can see actually he's going to draw. He's drawn that Blazing Aether to put to the bottom of the deck. So if he's able to get to that second cycle, he does have a healthy 28 life.
Yeah.
So if he's able to get to that Swell Tidings, Aether Wildfire, Blazing combo, that's going to go a long way in winning the game, especially just because he's pitching the Wildfire with that Open the Floodgates at the bottom of the deck. So that's a great blue to Arcane Barrier here. Oh, and we see that Aether Spindle. Definitely something you have to stop Stephen from getting that up from the top of the deck.
And this is sort of what we talk about in regards to like the Aether Wildfire here. And this is when we talk about timings. Let's say, and he's not going to, but let's say Fahad went off in this situation. What he would do is he would let the Aether Spindle hit first, and then in response to the opt, he would then go for it. Because otherwise, if he Aether Wildfire is here, all of a sudden, you know, this Aether Spindle's coming in for 7, and we've seen what happens when you let Stephen opt that many cards.
So
but 3...
He's started to AB1 and put all 3 at the bottom deck real quick. Very quickly.
And I think it's one of these things where he's at the lower life total, so the cards that he wants to have available to him is a lot slimmer.
Yeah.
When you're sort of like a little bit higher life, you kind of are in that instance. And Aether Quickening here, one of the better cards as well, because he does have, you know, the resources floating. He can Waning Moon, likely just going to pass with resources up.
Yeah, would have 2 floating here.
Yeah.
But with the AB4, you're able to nullify that the awkwardness of 4 and 2.
Yeah.
But we can see Stephen Young just wants to keep the cards in hand, take that 3 damage. Nothing wrong with that at all, especially if he's got something big planned for this turn to try and steal tempo back, because he does have those E-pots.
Yeah.
Okay, he's pitching that Blazing Aether to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
But we can see, is he going to get there? He's on 13 life.
Yeah. So. And this is like super interesting because it's all going to amp up a little bit here as well. So this Aether Quickening may get go again.
Yep, absolutely. Unlikely, but it might.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like 13 life against Kano, you're like, I'm terrified. But this is like the one matchup where like 13 life is actually 13 life.
Yeah, especially because if we see, because Fahad, as he's going to see, he's going to pitch that Wildfire with that Lesson in Lava.
Yeah.
So the more Aether Wildfires that Stephen sees, the more he's happy saying, okay, they're at the bottom. I can just overextend a little bit. I can get to my second cycle as quick as I can.
Yeah.
I opted 3 off this Aether Spindle. If I get there first, I'm in a very good spot.
Yeah.
I have 2 E-pots. He has 1.
I have a Fidia along the side of an Aether Wildfire. This, to me, 1 energy potion. He only has 1 resource floating.
Don't think about it.
Oh, but you got
to think about it, but don't think about it. He's got a lot of resources available. He's got 3 resources available, plus that Arsenal. And there's also a chance where if that Aether Wildfire resolves, all of a sudden, Fahad could just kill him from Arsenal.
Yeah, I know. This is like the thing. This is why I you know, as much as I love playing Kano, I couldn't do it like these guys.
Yeah.
Because this matchup is just so you have to be so reserved. But this is like you are salivating as a Kano player, and he's going to start.
Yeah.
Let's see what he finds off the top. He finds.
Oh, okay. He's the Ages. There's a fantastic card on the top of the deck to get more opting.
Yep.
He's thinking here. Okay.
That was a floodgate as well.
I think it was to pop the bubble, actually.
Oh, was it?
Okay, he's put both on. Okay, yep.
Yeah, because he wants a blue.
Yep.
You see, he looked at the Storm Striders.
Yeah, he's looked at it. He's thinking about lands.
But I think
those shoes, those stilettos.
Ooh, okay.
He's got those strats.
Where the kick's at. And now he's thinking, you know, he can AB this, and Fahad is going to be able to threaten the Waning Moon as well. And I think as the lower life with the more resources.
If he is going for it, you definitely want the Swell Tidings to resolve.
Yes.
That's the most important thing.
Exactly. He's ABing 1.
Yeah.
So he AB 1s, and brilliant play there because it gives him the second counter on the Alluvian Constells.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's actually an aggressive play because I think he's thinking about going for it. Purely just because you're at this life deficit where you can just get grinded out.
I hope he does. Okay, he's going Kano's.
Yep.
Okay,
here we go.
But this isn't exactly mean he's going for it. He's putting the Wildfire on top. It could be a little combo.
Yeah, but he knows it's a blue as well. So he knows he has the resources here. And with the Wildfire, he's got enough remaining that he can also then gaze the Aegis as well.
Yep.
So the Kano's going to resolve. Both of those cards are currently in Banish. 2 resources floating available. The damage has been dealt.
Yeah.
So the question is...
So he's popping the E-pot before?
Yeah, so I guess that's in response to... Yeah, to it getting banished.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
So Storm Striders is... Storm Striders in response to the Energy Potion.
Oh, and the Kindle to draw a card. Okay, so Fahad gets to draw. So now Kindle resolves. Stormstriders resolves.
So it is Fahad's turn. Okay, he's going to be able to dig again for a blue here, because if he's drawn a red, he doesn't want to. Oh, that's another red. He's put it to the. Okay, maybe I didn't say he did flick that card very quickly, but we're going to see here, because what is in that arsenal? There's a chance that he just plays. Okay, he's going to pitch. He's going to play another wildfire.
The Metacarpus nodes is available.
And he's got a red. It's red.
It's red.
So the energy pot has not resolved yet.
No.
The E-pot has not resolved.
So the Aether Wildfire now is going to come through.
Yep, Gaze Age is going to come through here.
Yep.
That's 2 0-cost cards on top of the deck. He's going to be able to pop both of those E-pots here before the... He's naked here because the E-pot has not resolved yet.
Yep. So 2 has come through already.
He's thinking here. You have to keep it... You're going for it on this turn.
Yeah, and you have to think, right, is this enough to kill?
Yeah. We're going to find out.
Oh, what... I think the only thing other than that he would potentially look for is maybe a Sonic Boom or a Blazing Aether. But I don't...
A lot of Blazes have gone to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so it would have to be Boom.
So he has... Everything's face up here.
Yeah.
He has 2 pieces of pot. He's able to respond with this Aether Wildfire. It will be for 6.
Yeah.
And then he's going to able to get that thing... I think it's lethal.
Potentially.
Because he's got that 2 on the Alluvian Constellus here. The Wildfire is going to come in for 6 damage.
Yeah.
He has no floating resources.
Yeah, so 6, and then it's going to pump for 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus the waning... I think that is lethal. And this is all in response to an energy potion.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
I'm standing up. I'm about to throw the table. And this is the decision for Steven. Does he greed?
It's not greedy if it's guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, exactly. But, doing the math in this situation, you've got so much going on.
Yep.
Okay,
so he's got 5 resources. What's up?
No. The Stormstriders have resolved.
Yeah, that's resolved. But the Aether Wildfire is banished from the top of the deck.
Yeah. And so that is playable at an instant speed.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's lethal. So what is that? So have the life totals been updated for what's already been there?
I think so.
So 17, and then so that's...
So the Wildfire will be for 6.
Yep, 6.
6 or 7. And then he's able to put the gaze back in hand.
Yeah.
And then
it would be 7. It would be 7.
Yeah. Pop 2 E-pots back in, and then put 2 cards, and he's going to be able to actually banish the 2 0-cost from hand, and then that's going to be
he can
9 and 9.
He can Kano again.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then he's got 2 counters now on the Alluvian Constellus, so he can attack with the Waning Moon for 3 at the end. But he's thinking about it here.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing, right? You have to consider all of this pressure. You and I, we have all the information.
Yep.
We can sort of think it out. We're not the ones sitting there currently playing to win the Battle Hardened Sydney, the first event for the Rosetta format. After the bans, after the books are gone, we have a Kano mirror with potentially death on the stack.
Yep. Give them time, because the game might end right here. Even though, people would say, oh, he needs to make a play, but if the game ends here, it's okay that you take that bit of extra time, because the game is over.
Yeah. So now just taking their time.
Yeah. I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't even speak because I'm so excited about what's going to happen right here, right now.
What do you think Steven's thinking? Is he trying to think...
He's going to think out the math on, is this enough to kill him? Because do I have the resources available to me? Because that Pop the Bubble and that Destructive Earthside both cost 0.
Yeah.
Okay, it's putting both on top of his deck.
Yeah.
Has he confirmed his choice? He's done that.
Yeah.
The Gaze Aethers will go back to his hand. The E-Pot does resolve.
Interesting. I think it's still lethal.
I think it is.
Yeah, you heard Steven say, nothing floating. No cards in hand. So yeah, he's going to activate Kano.
Metacarpus nodes. Yep. That's with the last floating resource.
Yep, so it's going to block 2.
Yep.
So this is now going to come in for 4.
Yep.
After the 2. Yep.
E-Pot gets popped.
Oh, he might be 1 short.
Yeah, he might be.
No. No, he's not, because he has 1 floating. So this is now going to come in for 7. Kano again.
Yep, he Kanos again. He's done the math perfectly. He's got 1 resource floating. And then that Alluvian Constellus is going to come in on 3.
Do you see the
smiling?
Hard. Yeah, bid 1. And the game
is over. Oh, they got that camera, we have a battle-hardened champion in Sydney. It is Stephen Young from Sydney.
My God, and what an incredible performance, back and forth. We talked about it. This matchup can just disappear, and it seemed like Fahad was in control. It just felt like it the whole game. It was the energy potion.
Yep, as I said, that was good. 11 damage. Stephen took 11 on the first turn.
Oh my God.
And then came back with that double E-pot. He saw the opening that no one else saw. Fahad didn't even see, just because he tapped out. And Stephen Young saw it.
But that was also through a resolved energy potion.
Yeah. And we could see commiserations with his friends from Sydney. Well deserved.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing stuff here. Your battle-hardened champion. Wow.
Wow. What an incredible run we had today. We saw some amazing performances from a variety of different decks. Just and a mass of just all sorts of things. And 2 Kanos.
In the finals.
2 Kanos.
2 good friends playing the same deck list. So they were both winners at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
They were happy if the other won.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe it.
Neither. What an event, Nick.
Yes.
What an event. The first CC event for Rosetta in the world. I couldn't have wanted more.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just had the twists. It had the turns. It had the stories of Kano. The new heroes come to light. Count Your Blessings was in the mix. It just had everything. And we ended up with the Battle of Hogwarts.
Yeah. And you know what? I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. As a Kano lover, I'm all in.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's going to be a lot more Oasis Respites in people's deck lists from now on.
I've already thought about where I'm putting mine.
Yep.
Incredible stuff. And shout-outs to both players. Fahad, also, we saw him on stream before, able to navigate some incredibly challenging lines. And, we saw the full 35 damage burst available. But that slow, grinding, methodical game, these guys... It's a long day.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely.
This is not an easy deck. I'm tired looking at it.
Yeah.
And they've had to play 10 rounds.
Well, that's the reason we're sitting here and they're in the final of Battle Hardened, that's for sure.
Yeah,
after watching that.
Absolutely. Just incredible stuff. And again, we've sort of harped on it a little bit, but Rosetta heroes are so much fun. They're still undiscovered. There's so much tech that we can jam into these decks. Get around them. They are incredible.
Absolutely. And it also goes to show that even your old wizards, when they get the new wizard support, you go back to them. They also get that legacy support. We saw a lot of new cards in that. We saw Destructive Aethertide. We saw that pop the bubble. We saw how effective that Eternal Inferno was. That one-off copy. Absolutely incredible stuff here.
Vynnset as well. We saw a lot of the new stuff coming through. Just 1 or 2 cards just push that deck over the edge.
Absolutely. And so we're seeing all these different kinds of archetypes coming through, even through a post-ban. It's just a great look right now.
Agreed.
It seems so much fun.
So, Nick, I have a question for you. End of the day, lightning or earth?
I'm Team Kano now. That's it.
We're in a team fire, both of it. We don't need no talents. We're going to just Aether Wildfire people
absolutely.
to the moon. Just incredible stuff. But in all seriousness, though, I'm definitely sleeving up some Earth Heroes after this as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going on Team Lightning still. Even though it didn't make it into the top 4, I saw what I needed to see. I saw the potential there. Builds are going to adjust. You're going to see things maybe like to Poison the Well to counter the Count Your Blessings. We're definitely going to see Oasis Respite. That card is going to be in my deck in 3. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, incredible stuff. And again, just goes to show that, LSS, when they banned those books, I know a lot of the Kano players were freaking out. We don't need them now.
We
have 9. We have 9 that burn them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And they showed, they saw the lines. They knew that this was the case. And they just made everyone look like fools.
And look like fools, they did.
Absolutely.
But what we're going to obviously look at doing now, I think we're going to jump into a bit of an interview and potentially also present something special.
So I'm going to leave this table and have our champion, Stephen Young from Sydney on Kano, have an interview with you, Matt.
Incredible.
Congrats, mate.
Stephen, my friend, chuck that headset on. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very
what
much.
an incredible game.
Thank you.
Congratulations on winning the Battle Hardened. This is yours, my friend. How does it feel?
I've never won a Go for it before.
How's it feel?
It's honestly, I'm not fully convinced it's real yet.
Yeah.
Like, I went from bubbling out a 9th at every single ProQuest I ever played, and I just took a pretty much day 1 Kano deck. And with a lot of help from a lot of people in the community, my opponent just now, Fahad, we worked together on the deck. I copied his deck.
But
yeah, it's it's a lot of work from the entire Kano community.
Of course.
We were going back and forth a lot over like what the last couple of cards in the deck were, what the sideboard plans were. He had a lot more experience into a lot of the tougher matchups than I did, so I ended up just taking his ideas.
Yeah.
And my semi-final game against Enigma, I couldn't have done it without his advice.
Yeah.
I really couldn't. And Fahad's been like one of the OG Kanos in the entire Fab scene. So I'm very lucky to have been able to play with him. Earlier before this weekend, he sent me a message on Discord saying, hey, you want to try testing the Kano mirror a little bit?
Yeah.
Didn't expect it to be in finals, but...
Wow. And hey, look, much like when we play Kano, it's our turn, it is our win.
Yes.
So that is incredible. And, you know, don't discredit yourself though. That Enigma game was just an absolute grind fest that you came back from multiple instances where there's water million out on the field. You're sitting here with the 4 cards.
The Sacred Art especially, that was extremely scary for me.
Yeah.
Because I only have the 2 Scours in deck. I'd pitched one. I'd already used one.
Yeah.
At that point, I was just like, how am I getting through this? I got a little bit lucky. I got 2 really good top decks in a row.
Sure.
And I managed to get to a quote-unquote pitch stack.
Sure.
I had no idea what cards were left in my deck.
We did.
Yeah, you wrote down the whole thing.
We have it here.
Yeah. I just knew that, okay, 1 Fable, 2 Fable, Spindle, Wildfire, something.
Sure.
That was the whole plan from there. And it was a combination of getting lucky. I was able to punish a little bit of a misplay on my opponent's part.
Sure.
But she's an incredible player. Absolutely terrifying Enigma deck.
Yeah.
So that was the one matchup that I was most scared of going in. And I'm glad to say that I both got lucky and played better than I've ever played before.
Yeah, and that's apparent, you know, 8-2 to end up winning the whole Battle Hardened. Such an incredible achievement. And let's talk a little bit about the final as well. You know, you took 11 damage turn 0.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, tell me, what's going through your head? You've got a blue left in hand, but obviously that blue, sensationally important.
Yeah, Energy Potion is the single most important card in the deck.
Yeah.
In that mirror, 10 life is worth an Energy Potion.
Sure.
Absolutely. I probably would have even taken 15 to Arsenal and Energy Potion, especially with one existing on field.
Yeah.
The whole dynamic with Energy Potion and Kano is basically if you go off and your opponent has an Energy Potion, they're not tapped out.
Yeah.
Which means that whatever damage you try and deal, they can soak it regardless of how many cards they have left in hand.
Yeah.
An Energy Potion on the field, even if it does absolutely nothing, is a full 1-card tempo advantage every turn.
Yeah.
So with Energy Potion in the Kano mirror, whoever gets it first is very, very favored to win.
Sure.
I got 2 in my opening hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just how it works.
It is how
Taking
it is.
11 damage, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's not an issue at all.
Be honest with me here. You know, you've been playing Kano, I'm assuming, for a very long time. We've seen some of the bling.
Yeah.
Does it get easier to be on that sort of like the, at any point I could die? Or does does that feeling just go away after a while?
You get used to it. And it's less so of a, at any point I could die, and more of a case of when you're the Kano pilot, especially one who knows the deck inside and out, you can be staring down a huge life disadvantage and know yourself to be winning the game. You could be staring down a 3 to 43 life disadvantage, but you have 3 pots, you have a Will of Arcana, I have a Vidya, and you've got a Wildfire in Arsenal, Wildfire in hand, Kindle, whatever. And your opponent could be sitting pretty and feeling perfect.
Yeah.
And one of the most thrilling things is be sitting in that Kano position to know you've lost.
Yeah. And, you know, let's talk a little bit real quick about the Will of the Arcana. Yeah. So just one last thing with the Will of Arcana. You know, there's been some things in regards to, is it good? What are your thoughts?
It's good. It's Kindle without the downside. And we ran Kindle 3 of day 1.
And in particular, when you get to recycle it twice in one single, one wildfire.
That's a line that even I do not always see. And I'm just happy that I got to see it that one time where it was really important.
Well, hey, and it got you all this way. Steven, congratulations.
Thank you.
An incredible run in bringing one of my favorite decks to a victory at the Battle Hardened. Enjoy the gold foil.
Thank you very much.
And with that, I think we'll get Nick back. And what an incredible day of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely. And I spoke to Fahad, great sport.
Yeah.
Of course, finishing runner-up. He did say he made an error in that game.
Oh.
So what he could have done is, because he drew Blazing Aether.
Yeah.
off the Kindle. Right. Instead of Arcane Barriering him, all he has to do is let the Aether Wildfires resolve, flip Stormstriders himself, and just play the Blazing Aether from hand because the Wildfires would buff that Blazing Aether.
Wow.
But he tunneled on the Arcane Barrier looking for a blue, but...
Hey, long day.
Yep, absolutely. But full credit to both players.
Incredible from both. And what an incredible day of Flesh and Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining myself and Nick Butcher in this entire day. Nick, it's been a pleasure casting with you all day, my
absolutely
friend.
fantastic.
Thank you very much. And guys, please go and check it out. Rosetta, available right now. The new Mechanologist deck for Dash.io coming out in October as well. Get to as many events as you can. Worlds in Osaka. You're going to be there?
Yep. And make sure to check out next week, Leon.
Yeah.
Classic Constructed calling. So we're going to see if Kano can reign supreme again.
I certainly hope so. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Take care.